we'll wait out for some 50s, but so far so good here on the Apple, and we do have a graphic for that. So not bad there for AAPL.
Yeah, get down. And Apple going to the downside. AMD just tagged 116, but the buyers came back in. So we grabbed it short 116.5.
There it goes.
It just broke through 116, got to like 10 cents underneath. And then I want to call it a buy program, but someone just sort of flashed the bid right back up to the 116 level. So maybe let it settle itself down, still downward trending. We're looking for the low of the day here on AMD. But remember, I kind of felt that 115 was a buy spot today. So if we break the low on AMD, I'm looking to get all out and start looking for a long at 115. So we finally short this stock. Like I said, you're not going to see 120 on it, so you got to find the next available trade. And it just happened to be here because that's where the curl was on Advanced Micro Devices. Let's go to Adara for the small cap recap.
Yeah, WM actually, I would say, looking much stronger here than the rest of the market. We had that pop into 220 when we had the PPI data, which was pretty well received. Since then, we've been below that 220, but as of right now, we're coiling up towards it. If we break that 220, that could be a great look for IWM, which has some clear support and is in a bit of an uptrend from yesterday as well. RNA is our first small cap gapper, up more than 100%. They are a penny stock. Eterna Therapeutics reporting some positively received results here on their ovarian cancer treatment. Then we have ThreadUp, TDUP. This one had a really strong open, still up about 43% here, expecting Q4 revenue above their prior outlook, so raising their Q4 revenue guide for TDUP. Last but not least here, we have Rich Tech Robotics. I could not find a catalyst on this name, up about 50%, but this name tends to rally pretty frequently. They are a small cap in the 100 millions in market cap. So I think below that $500 million market cap area. They also do have about a 12% short float for guys. Back to you.
Yeah, it's been a popular name.
This Erna
for our chat.
It's going to do a billion. It's going to do a billion shit.
A billion. What's the price of that?
283 million at 1020, and it's almost at $1. Okay, so Irma. No, it's actually ERNA.
Erna.
Yeah, Erna. Sorry, sometimes I want a stock to be cool with the ticker. So Irma's a name, and then Erna's nothing cool. So I just wanted to call it something else. But yeah, upward trend, 300 million shares is great for a penny stock. You want penny stocks that actually do huge volume. So 5-10 million is good on maybe like a different kind of small capper. But if this is going to break the dollar level and do a 500 million shares, it's on the radar for me. I'm going to double check. We probably have to pay for locates. If it fails $1, I like shorts on failing the dollar level if it can get up there. But this just got on my radar. 100p. So I'm going to put that up on a side chart. Still in AMD, Amara just refused to break the 18 level there. It looked like it was going to break 18, and every short I've had has been 99. Like it's shorted 99 twice, breaking down underneath 18. However, when we were bouncing, I was looking for money fills. So if there's a resistance level like an 18 even, and it's breaking and there's better prices up there to give it to the high, I think the money fills are when everyone's shorting in front of 18, it kind of breaks the even dollar, and then you just sort of get in as people are getting out of the 18 break. So we'll try to get those. It didn't actually break $18. It looked like it was going to, but it didn't. AMD still working into that downside, but suddenly this Erna is got a little bit of my attention if it gets to that dollar level. Keep that one on watch.
Yeah, so the Apple reload obviously has worked out. We captured some nice little profits there. The TQQ reload would have worked beautifully, but it doesn't. We get it out again we don't have it. It's fine. As we get there out at the 200 period moving average on this name, TQs again, we just had these two trades, man. We're looking for some more. What about DJT right there? Good out for us, I guess, at VWAP, but it does go all the way back to 41.50 again as soon as we get out. I didn't even really realize that. Now it's starting to break lower, so that was a great hold if you're able to do that, but nice move back up, and then only to fail one more time here is, of course, DJT, so we'll have to look to see where it goes from here. Looks like it wants to continue to go lower. Watch out for 39, obviously possible break spot right there for DJT. But all right, so let's just continue to look for something else. TQs, BABA. I don't know if my scanner's not moving or not. Not much is happening right now. RGTI. I know that was a name you're looking at. $8. That's going to be a good one.
That XXAI.
Oh yeah. That name was a good one the other day. XXAI was
22nd Century.
Yeah, that one from like 25 cents down to 5 cents or something.
Well, it's kind of dumping today. But
Okay, so XXIA. And what is that today now?
it's up 19%. But it's
not that name. I was thinking XTIA. Do you remember that one?
Oh, the penny stock.
Yeah.
Well, so with XXII, for anyone that's watching, it's already halted once to the upside, but this feels like it's been a trap long, and some people don't like shorting these kind of stocks, but if you look at the last couple of pops to the upside, it did a secondary push and then flushed again. So if it does the same pattern, some kind of a lower high off 8 would make some sense on that one, but you're right, it's XTIA. And Zion Lala, great question.
Uh-oh. What?
While we mentioned Eli Lilly, and I said SSR bounce play, Rigetti qualifies for that as well. If a stock, and Lilly didn't get down 10%, so I guess Rigetti's a better example of this. Yesterday, Rigetti was down over 10%, so therefore the uptick rule is in effect. The uptick rule simply means that if you want to go short, like I was short here through 7, thank goodness we got away from it, wow. If you want to go short, there's 2 ways you can do it. You can either, why is this Coinbase? I must have been looking at it at some point. You can either sit on the offer over here and just say, I want to get shares at 808. Or you can say, I want shares right now. I'm going to hit the bid and tell all these buyers here, I'm just going to take them out and I'm going to aggressively short. When the uptick rule is in effect, you cannot aggressively short unless the last print is green. So if a stock is just flushing to the downside, you can't just start hammering the bid to go short, unfortunately. So that makes it a little bit easier for it to get some relief rallies, as people have to chase it down with the short, and then when it catches a bid, they chase it down a bit, and then it kind of explodes to the upside. So when the stock is SSR, we like when it gets in an upward squeeze trend sometimes, and you want to be able to get away from it. Now, Lilly didn't ultimately go down there to 10%, which is what I was kind of looking for it to get to 10% down, and then a stock like that, if it catches a bid, it can sometimes really fly. And it doesn't mean guaranteed a stock is going to bounce because the short sell restricted. It just gives it a little bit more oomph when it does start going in. Of course, this ERNA doesn't want to get to $1. Nothing fun. Let's see how it reacts to the trend line on ERNA, as the volume is really, really good with this one. Our locates were 1/10 of 1 cent for locates on that, which obviously is really cheap, but we did have to pay for locates. Actually, relatively speaking, compared to other stocks, that's actually pretty expensive because we'll pay 1/10 of 1 cent on DJT.
Right.
And this one is an 80-cent stock. DJT is a $40 stock. So technically speaking, the locates were a little bit more expensive.
Yeah, I guess it just matters on the availability of them, right? I mean, if there's like a whole bunch outflowing, then
Exactly.
they shouldn't charge. Your broker should not charge you too much for some of those. And that's why we try to give you, what our ease of borrow is, and then maybe you guys have something similar on that one. And oh boy, are we doing it again? There's 100 handles. I mean, we just take that out right there again. It's not another one. It's more of just a floss right there as it's coming back down. And then the other reload that we've had on for you again, like we're trying to make trading simple again. Just like you're making America great again, apparently, just going to make trading simple again. Right into that level again, boom, right down there into the 50-period moving average. We keep it tight, we keep it real, and we keep it flowing on this side. So that's what we're doing right now for that one. Let's have a check quickly to see who's with us right now today, because I'm just going to open up and I have to refresh this, so I'm going to have to do that for you guys right now. But let's find out how many of you are watching right now. 8,600. We like that. I'm going to refresh, see how many likes we got on this bad boy. We should have a lot, I would think. Over 1.1K. Thank you so much for all the likes and the subscribes, man. I hope you're having a great time today. We have VWAP coming up on the Midday show as our Learn to Trade crew is ready to get locked and loaded on that topic. So if you have any questions about VWAP, or you're wondering, like I have VWAP on all of my charts there, it's always the purple line, if you see that there on the futures again and on the 1 minute chart. I don't use it so much on higher time frames, but it's all the same anyways. I just don't want to clog up my charts as I sit here and watch the 1 minute chart. So watch out for some view. I'm going to have to restart. I'm going to close my e-signal, or at least actually, I'm just going to refresh the page because I haven't seen anything hit on these scanners in a while. The last thing was Alibaba down here in Google.
It's possible nothing's hitting.
From 10:11 though. So I'm just gonna refresh. You can actually grab the e-signal, and you can go into here and then say, oh, it goes up here. Anyways, it's reload page. Huh? So you reload the page. And then everything resets, and now it's closed, so I have to wait for it to You can't see anything, but it's on my other screen. There it is. So now everything's reloaded. Here's the alert ticker now. Will now start to populate one more time. So there it is. There goes Coinbase right now popping off as well near VWAP. So there it is. So there's the Coinbase VWAP scanner coming into play right there again for eSignal. So we'll go over to Coinbase and have a quick look to see. So there's a perfect example of what we're talking about. Yes, so there's the break right there on Coinbase breaking through VWAP. So there we go, man. I mean, that's a perfect live example right there of, using a scanner to try to look for an opportunity. We really like Coinbase. This was a pick that we had, but at the same time, it's floating with crypto. So I like crypto. I like the spot here. I like that low 90 area. We talked about our last buy was 94,125, and that was right around Christmas time. So we didn't get anything in those low 90s, but we'll wait to see if Coinbase right now can hold out on this 200 period moving averages. But that was just a little quick look there on the eSignal scanner and the resets.
Yeah, it's a great look. And sometimes, those little hints and hacks or quick, easy fixes are good to know. So
well, you notice your scanner's not moving. Like normally when you have a VWAP scanner and I see the market
should be hitting.
Yeah, the market broke VWAP 5 minutes ago, and I don't have any VWAP scanners popping off. So yeah, you got to get that.
If Coinbase is at VWAP and Bitcoin is at 96.5 and Mars at the low of the day, my guess is some of the crypto names are going to be under a little bit of pressure as we go to Adara for said crypto update.
Perfect.
Right?
I think so.
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Time to look at crypto here, as we always do around this time of day. Basically here, BTC still in a bit of a rounded top on the daily chart, generally with these lower highs, though yesterday we did quite the feat, breaking below that 90,000, then pushing back viciously. We looked at that 15-minute chart this morning and saw outsized volume on that recovery. So this BTC, this 90,000 area support, but just below, is a great look. Ethereum USD also on watch here. They had even a worse day possibly than Bitcoin if possible, breaking below that 3,000 level, currently at 3,200. But this chart also seeing some lower highs and lower lows, especially from the start of the year on the daily chart. Also, it's worth noting here, we had pretty significant outflows. Bitcoin ETFs with about 284 million in outflows. Ethereum here with 39.4 million in outflows, and that's the fourth straight day of outflows for Ethereum-related products. Let's take a look at how these other crypto names are doing. XRP, Ethereum, and Bitcoin all up more than 4%. BNB up about 2.5%. Solana and Dogecoin both strong. Cardano up about 5.5%. Generally speaking, a very green day for crypto and its adjacent products, guys. Back to you.
I like that one there.
Adjacent products for sure, but keep in mind, some things are always stronger than others in crypto land. So I think we've seen it, Coinbase holds up much better than, any of the miners that I've looked at ever. And so Mars up 2%, but I feel like if you only look at percent up on the session, it's a bit tricky for a trader, especially a day trader, because if you see we gapped up, but we then failed a high break, put in a lower high and are retesting the low. So it's to me, it's trend down on Mara, and you're back at that gap fill portion, which is just not filling in the gap. It's gone 18 to 17.5 now. This is the second time it's done it. If we don't break out here, it didn't hold on to VWAP, it got to 18. A lower high should put it back into VWAP for reload. I missed that one thinking we're going to get better than 18. That was probably a little bit greedy and a bit of a mistake. That ERNA, there we go. It wicked the trend line, so it didn't hold the bid on this trend since the open, but it held on to 80 cents rather nicely. So we're just going to zoom this back in. If we can maybe hold that 80 even, see if we can't get a long into $1. I want no part of longs breaking a high of the day at 95 cents when $1 is overhead. So I want to catch something in the 80s if we can on ERNA. 315 million shares volume. I'm pretty sure Sharif is going to have fun with
Sharif, yeah.
We'll see. Actually, no, he says he doesn't like penny stocks.
Well, yeah, I know he was talking about, yesterday I think he said he didn't have too much success with them, but it comes and goes every single day. As far as penny stocks are concerned, we've nailed the penny stocks. I almost think that we should switch up our style, and then we go over and we do this kind of stuff on the Qs today. Over 140 handles now in the money on the same exact trade as it just continues to go to the downside here as the NASDAQ just bleeding again lower, man. Neil, man, did we ever nail this trade today. Fabian, let's go over to this right now because this is something to be seen, I feel like, here on the futures as we just continue to, watch it rock and roll here. Higher and higher, goes the net here as the futures just continue to drop in. That just came out of nowhere into the day's low almost again. I don't know. The market right now giving some of that back. We talked about how we wanted this trade. We should have reloaded it there. We did reload Apple. Apple's actually a little disappointing right now. So now that I look at this again, this is the part of what we have to do. If we're going to trade more shares, we have to be aggressive when certain levels are hit, and we have to keep our eyes on the prize. And right now, we did get a little sidetracked there because we should have got some out right there at 635.50. We didn't put a bid there. We should have. So we do it now in here into 62. We'll see if we can get some bids now. Low 60s right now on Meta. Hopefully that will be able to come through for us. So yeah, that's it. Meta's moving because there was 10% of non-regrettable attrition by end of current performance cycle. So Meta looking to cut some employees right now, which is never a good sign for moving forward. Why, if you have so many profits just floating in there, why are you worried about cutting some employees? But we've talked about the year of efficiencies, and we've made a good call on Meta recently, buying that dip into the hundreds and then all the way back up. All right, I just showed you something there on eSignal. I think it's important that we understand to scan that QR code there, which is working, by the way. Scan the QR code down there below to make sure that you do get involved. Fabian, Mr. Fabian. The guy tells me we have eSignal ad read, he's too busy over there. Where is Ramin anyways? All right, so shout out to everybody there on eSignal. I like the platform. We just showed you some scanners, real time, what's involved there. And I think if you're gonna be a busy trader, that's what you need. You want reliable platform. You wanna be able to understand it. They have great technical support as well. Make sure you do go over there, scan the QR code, tell them that we sent you. It is eSignal right there. Trade smarter, not harder, and trade faster as well. Charts that change the game, scanners that we use all the time, minute charts, tick charts, back testing. You could back test tick charts on this thing, second charts. Tick replay is the best on this, and that's what I've used to develop many of the strategies that you see here today, which obviously on a day like today have really, well, on a day like today, on a day like what's been this past couple years in the market, we said it's pretty much been one of the best times for day trading in a very long time. It all sort of kicked off there with COVID being absolutely fantastic, and then it sort of just kept on pushing through when we had back-to-back years of 20+% gains in the ES.
I don't think we see that this year.
And even higher. No, I think 8%, and even higher in the NASDAQ. So it's been quite a run and quite a wicked opportunity to sit here and trade, which is why for me today, it's DJT, it's Apple, and it's the NASDAQ. So we just continue to be short bias, absolutely nail these calls today, man. And really, really proud to have done that. Listed it on here. It's the same trades. And, everything's printing out for us right now. Meta continues to fall down that 2.5%, 4%. But we're all good, man. Look what's happening right here with the futures. We have this call on board right now. We'll put another bid out here into the 30s if we can get it. But so far, so good. And there it goes again, man. Just props it up. It is what it is. Thank you, Gail and everybody. Look, it's hard enough to make calls. We could go over all of the trades that we've made today. You'll see, I'll be 2 for 3 with big ones, right? And there it is. Thank you, Gail, for acknowledging that, right? It's talking about how, we were correct, nailing that short. It's hard to do that, and that's why you guys should be joining in 8:30 every day. We have the ideas. We only wrote down some short ideas. We talked about fading that PPI number. That's exactly the trade that we talked about. Once, twice, thrice. Boom, to the downside. Give you 3 huge trades if you're looking there. So yeah, so far so good here today. It's been obviously a great one, and let's just continue. We're up more today at this point than we were yesterday, and yesterday was a trophy day. So today we keep on going higher, man. It's 10:40. The fun's just getting started, I feel like. We have a great midday show.
Yeah, we're going to talk about VWAP, but the Midday boys are going to talk about VWAP. Well, we won't be, but we always talk about VWAP as an opportunity in the afternoon or at lunchtime to trade off of some levels. And I don't think some of these stocks are going to get back into it at least anytime soon. And a shout out to Kyle Burdett because, when I'm like, I don't think the market's going to go 20% this year, Kyle pointed out, well, you could go 20% after going down 30% or down something. Yes, at some point, the market will probably have a 20% bounce in it, but I don't think it does a 20% gain
Right.
from start to finish, just to clarify that. So yeah, of course, it doesn't take much for the market to bounce 20% from any given point. So what entry rule in for AMD, if I short something at the low like this, obviously it's just put in another trend. As it tries to break the low of the day, I still think 115 is going to be the spot where we look for a little bit of support. This is where it started program buying. That's all it is. Like right in here, it broke 115 downside in midday and then just caught a heck of a bid on AMD. So anywhere in here, if it reverts trend, I'm out. So we didn't get our 120 level. We're just trying to find an easy entry, which was it put in a lower high, it put in another lower high, it showed you the level here at 116.60. So simply just offer in front of the new resistance level. But if we break trend back up, I'm going to cover. Mara is still now it's actually broken down, but it is still on trend. Obviously, the next stop, I don't think this is rocket science. Yesterday's high was right in here at 1740, and then you have an afternoon high at 1730. As a matter of fact, I'm like, why did we not get on the bid here? So we're going to get on the bid at 1740. And again, like for me, a trade wants to work right away or it doesn't work at all. Like I want something. Here, let me just show you, because you can't actually see where and why we're getting into Mara unless I pull out the 15-minute chart. Like I want it not breaking here so we can take the short. So if I'm taking a range-bound trade like this, if it breaks out above there, it's got to come back underneath. Mara gave you that setup. But conversely, on Intel, we go for a breakout off a level like that, breaks under prior low, get out. If I was looking short at Intel, it would look just like Mara, but I was looking long. That's what I want a trade to look like if it doesn't work. You try the break, it breaks underneath, out. And then if Mara does hold, ideally we could have got it a third time. We didn't get it a third time. Now we'll see if it can get down into that 17 area as Bitcoin. I mean, IBIT's not really doing that much, to be honest with you guys. Like this is IBIT.
Right.
It's a completely inside day for Bitcoin. You have not broken the low. You have not really broken the high since the pre-market. So you kind of just got to let Mara fly wherever it happens to go to. Bitcoin's holding up rather nicely. But it's just a different ball game. That's why we like shorting Mara, because quite frankly, when it comes to the miners, they're just not that good in this current Bitcoin bull run. Let's go to Adara and see how maybe the US dollar is doing. Oh no, sector watch, I keep saying that.
It is in fact sector watch, and these sectors are performing in ways that are distinctly different from one another. Lots of strength in finance. Great look here for producer manufacturing, consumer services relatively strong, process industries, transportation, consumer durables led to the upside by Tesla here, and retail trade relatively a good look as well. Health technology, though, is hugely struggling, and that's led by Eli Lilly, which did basically drop their revenue growth guidance by 3%. So again, still expecting 32% year-over-year revenue growth for fiscal 2024, but I guess traders and investors not liking this as much as I guess was expected. Health services pretty quiet, as is energy minerals. Let's talk about the tech sector. Meta down about 2%. It's worth noting here, there is, as Sean mentioned there, that report from Reuters suggesting the company is going to be cutting its lowest performing members. They're looking for about a 5% workforce cut from what I read there as reported by Reuters. Netflix also to the downside, but CRM and Oracle looking really good here. Electronic technology, shockingly NVIDIA, one of the few red names here because Broadcom is really strong. We have some strength here as well in Qualcomm and some of these other tickers. Keep an eye on AMD, which is slightly red in the day. We had one price target decrease from KeyBank and an upgrade from Loop Capital, guys. Like and subscribe.
Use the force, Luke.
Good update there as we talk about some of the different names other than what we've really been looking at there today. We did bring you that Meta. I mean, good, another pretty decent out rate there for us. I'm going to take another out on Apple here just because we're getting lower and lower on our expected moves right now. I mean, we just bounced off the 200 period. We had such a small piece left. Like I pretty much ignored that and went right over to the futures because it was more of a dramatic move. And we should have, again, we were like surprised that Apple was holding out so well. But there's the dip down into the 200 period moving average. So yeah, with pie on my face, we should have got out there, but we can make decisions and we make great ones all the time, and sometimes I miss them, and we should have focused on that, and we did not. So right there, good outs for TQs. We're really happy with that. Now that things are back into the swing of things, let's go to Amazon again, 220. So again, another one of those magical levels that we always talk about, over and under right now. So we hold 220 beautifully off the open, basically. We get to 219 at 70. Nice move up there to 221.50. Then fall right back into 220s VWAP again and supported by the 200 period, then you fall right back into it again. And if you were long, well, there's the 200 period to get you out, which would have helped you with that play, because then it goes down into 219. And we talk about it, saving yourself all of that money, you know, to the downside. So that's a trade that we don't have, but that would have been a good one there at 220. Now that we're underneath VWAP, underneath the 50 period moving average, underneath the 200 period, I think Amazon's a short. So what about a short into this level right there? Good level, 220.30, 220.25. Let's start the offering in and around 220.25 here for Amazon. But, you know, we did this yesterday, we did it today. We've done this a lot. We've creating some content here. And what the point of this is to figure out today exactly what is for lunch. All right. Today for lunch is not bad. I mean, we've had a bunch of these today, Neil, as we are now much higher than even we were yesterday. Chicken dinner winners today, brought to you by Grilled Herbed Breast of Chicken. So if you've had some winners today and they have been of the chicken flavor, today you get Grilled Herbed Breast of Chicken with roasted cinnamon sweet potato medallions. I feel like this is more like a jerk chicken style here with roasted broccoli. I like the roasted broccoli. We'll see how that all tastes. So hoping that, I think yesterday we had some sausage. Oh, remember yesterday I was saying that, like, could we get the sausage on the
it was a first.
salad? And we did.
It was a first.
Yeah.
Like, sausage was actually the main for the regular lunch. We don't usually get, we usually will get what was the day before we'll get on our salad. I just felt sausage, it's a weird look on a salad.
Yep.
Like, it's one thing to have it, like, if it's on the side, I'm down with that. But, like, actually in the salad, it was a first. I've never...
It was on top of the salad. It was on the side. I mean, it was on the side.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. I don't know if I was a fan of it. So, you know, put it on the side and good to go. Speaking of on the side, AMD just reverted through our trend line, so we managed to get out there, but it is still working to the downside. I thought we'd retest... Where is my cursor? I thought we'd be able to retest back up at 116.5 or make a bit of a VWAP retest. Mara, I think we got a good out, at least the last one, is you got a big reversal when it pulled into yesterday's high. So it pulled into yesterday's top and then a big reversal coming back in. So maybe this one gets to VWAP for a bit of a reload. And this ERNA is still pulling back down in. It didn't really hold on to 80. So we thought maybe, okay, if we could break the trend, it's going to hold on to 80. You can see clearly here it did not hold on to 80. If anything, when it got down there, 80 turned into temporary resistance. So let's see how it reacts to VWAP at 70. Just looking for it to catch a bid again and stop making lower highs and resume a trend to the upside. I don't mind taking a long into $1. I'm not taking a dollar break on this thing, but I want to see some lower highs get put in on ERNA. I feel like we didn't really talk too much about Palantir today. I don't know if you did.
No,
I know I didn't.
68 I saw, but
I know I didn't. Like, Palantir was one when the market was going up. I was like, oh, please, $70 is a great level on Palantir. But look what's happening. Yesterday's high to a T, lower high at VWAP. We were just talking about VWAP as sort of scanning over some things that were on the old list to look at. You're not going to trade at $70 today, barring something crazy. But if it's a rejection of prior day high and a continuation play into lower highs, then this is at VWAP right now. So a bit of a trend reversal, if it can do so under VWAP, will be on the radar for me. Sometimes it's like AMD. Like, you're not going to short AMD, unfortunately, today at $120. You're not going to short Palantir at $70. You just got to find, if you like the short, an entry. So if we get it off VWAP here, still got 10 minutes to go. I think we have a chance for this to break trend, maybe head back into the lows. Palantir, it's up 3%. But that, again, doesn't really tell the full story. At the open, lower highs, lower lows on PLTR.
Yeah, tuna salad, Kyle, is my number one. If we can get tuna on top of the salad, I'd
take that every day.
My number one. All right, so we'll take, that's the TQs. We will take advantage of Apple this time and take it out at VWAP. So as it comes back into 235.40, with only 10 minutes to go, it is VWAP today on the lunchtime show with Joe and Sharif. So join them today as they'll talk all about that. All right, so SMCI hitting... hitting day's low, SMCI. So let's go over and quickly have a look at that one. Straight to the downside here for SMCI. 32.40 down to $31. We'll have to watch out for this one as that's pulling back in again. We still want that. I mean, the Amazon, I'm assuming, is gone now. We didn't get, Too bad. That's still, look, man, money bag yo on that one as we still go short. Wow, the NASDAQ right now is starting to fall, man. We've got 170 handles now in the money on that, and we just continue to bleed lower and lower and lower. And Neil, fool me once, not twice, Joseph. There it goes, a nice little downside move there in the 235 for Apple as we go flushy. Look, man, I hate leaving you guys, man. I wish we could stay here and continue to put the damage on the board right here, but just goes to show you completely different style, right? I've had 3 names today. We've been pretty much in them the whole time. Neil, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names. So pretty close, actually, not bad in that. So we just be very, very specific with what we're looking for, especially for myself here today and for the last couple days. So if there's anything, I like Starbucks, actually. I promised, of course, game-winning goal, you get Starbucks, whatever you want. So we went into a lineup, and it was, man, the drive-through was like, it was actually backfired because I was so upset at the drive-thru. I didn't get anything, but of course she got a matcha frappuccino, and then she got a warmed cheese Danish as well. But the line was ridiculous there at Starbucks at the drive-thru, and that was on a Sunday around like 11-ish.
I won't do the drive.
Yeah, so I was just like, let's just do the drive.
Like, just get out and just go in.
Oh, yeah, we could have easily done that as well. I don't know, there must have been someone in front of us, and oh my God, there we go again, man, to the downside, man. There's only one, and we're here right now. Bye-bye, TQQs. The market is something that is a living and breathing animal, as is Forex. So let's go over and find out what's happening with your money and spend it in the right ways, especially if you have some of these trades there today. Dara?
Second red daily candle in a row for the DXY. What a topping tail candle yesterday. Highs into 110, currently trading around 109.3. We're actually, as of right now, it looks like we're below yesterday's low, so some weakness coming in for the US dollar. And slightly because the market was strong off the open with this PPI data. PPI here year over year, 3.3% below the prior print of 3.5. Core PPI year over year, also well received, 3.5% versus 3.8% expected. The month over month numbers are pretty similar, but I really want to emphasize the year over year because that's where we were expecting pretty significant month over month growth, and it did come in lower than expected, which the market likes. It's worth noting CME FedWatch tool, not much of a change here. We still have roughly 97% of participants expecting there will not be a cut. But tomorrow is going to be a huge number. Now that we have this PPI data, stay tuned for CPI data. That's going to be coming in. We are expecting, much like PPI, slight increases here, specifically in the non-core numbers. Core, we're actually expecting to be the exact same amount of increases. But CPI year over year, we're expecting 2.9% versus 2.7% prior. And month for month, we're expecting 0.4% versus 0.3% prior. So stay tuned. We'll give you guys those numbers right tomorrow when they come out at 8:30 a.m. Also, stay tuned for comments from Fed's Williams, going to be coming through today at 3:05. Lots of Fed's comments tomorrow morning as well. Back to you.
Maybe Williams.
Go Williams. And yeah, obviously, look, I can't wait for bank earnings to come into play too. Yeah. I was thinking Thursday, and then of course, Adair reminded us that it's coming on Wednesday tomorrow. So ERNA, it pulled back into VWAP. Just to quickly show you it happened. Timing, if we go to Adair like a second later, we could have been able to show you. But there is the trend break. So we're looking for it to pull into VWAP. It did a trend reversal. There's the break above the trend line. I got in 77.5 in here. But watch out. There's stacked offers at 80. Okay, never mind. There was just stacked offers at 82, and it just got there a second time, and maybe they were just spoofing. So spoofing would mean, large orders get thrown on the offer, and they pull when it gets close to that price because maybe they don't actually want to fill. But the first time through, there was a stacked up offer there, so I scalped some out in front of that 82 level. If we had broken prior bar low, great, we get out, but it goes to first resistance. So now it's going to be this bar low here underneath 75.5 on ERNA. So just going to manually move that because that's what we have to do on ERNA. Still want to see if we can't get something off VWAP on Mara, but it doesn't want to get there yet. So there's the bounce off 17.4 prior day high. Looked like it was trying to work into VWAP a second ago, but all of a sudden starting to run out of steam already on Mara. Haven't gotten a reload since the 18 take, and still looking for that opportunity. Want to be patient. I like VWAP at this time of day. It still hasn't really reverted the trend yet, but we might have to jump in and try to grab it at a lower high. Sometimes you've got to buy high, sell higher, sell low, buy back even lower. You're not always going to get that perfect price. And we might not get VWAP just because we want to get it here on Mara.
All right, there's only 5 minutes left. Thank you, everybody. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. We were at 1.1K, and we are now at 1.1K. So keep on going with all of that as Apple comes back into that level. TQQs again, we got that 76 level. You got to bid it to get it. There it is right there. We talked about PPI level just came into play one more time there on this name. All right, so we saw NVIDIA before, and we talked about how that was probably, going to be that short underneath the 50 period. Well, it's really starting to bleed now. When we last looked at this thing was up 0.8%. Now you can see clearly to the downside right now is NVIDIA as it just keeps on bleeding lower and lower and lower. Where could this stop? I mean, we got to zoom out to find out. Yeah, not for a while. I mean, I still think you have 130 coming into play here again. So there's going to be a couple different areas of concern here for NVIDIA. You'd like to see this garbage get out of there. So I think it's worth trying in and around 130.50 maybe for NVIDIA just to absorb that. And then if you're going to take it, I don't think you're going to get out until a 129 break. So I'd say give yourself about $1.50 or so worth of wiggle room there on NVIDIA. So share size accordingly on that one. Micron coming into play again, 95.80 or so. So we'll have to see what happens here on Micron. Still a positive name. And I was just looking for names that might be going the other way, right? And I think we have a good example maybe of that right now with Micron versus NVIDIA. This is holding up 1% when you had stocks like, I know you were looking at AMD there, yeah, 120, but again, probably a good short, down 1.4. So another great short there at 116, 116.50, but you got to pull the trigger. Yeah, we are now $3 in the money everywhere, including Apple and the TQs right back down to the lows again as well. So these two trades will definitely carry the day for us here. You still got that Mara short, but I mean, these are the two big ones there for me anyways. Apple, because the only other trade we had was DJT, and we were able to get in and out of that one, make a little bit of money, then lose on that break, only for it to pop back up. DJT underneath 40. I think it's a short at that $40 marker there for DJT, but it's got to get back there. Like, it's just, we're really just resting on these two big trades, and I think that that's sort of the point of what we're doing here. You don't need to be in and out, in and out, in and out. If we can justify and talk about this, all of these shares combined, I mean, is quite a nice day. So there goes Apple, there goes the TQs. We'll just continue to play the short because that's what we wanted to do. We wanted the short, we took it, and so now we're doing that. So it's the TQs, it's a great short there. We got a 76 fill there, and we'll just keep on doing it. Join me tonight, hopefully with Brian Shannon on the Market Recap Show, and we'll discuss all of this.
Yeah, great. Well, always great to have Brian Shannon on, but especially when we get into earnings season.
Yes, sir.
As we're approaching some put up or shut up, right? The financials are going to come through first, but I think everyone's going to be interested in tech for sure.
Okay,
so a couple of quick things in here.
Just want to announce that it's going to be you.
Yeah, we just found out it's going to be the Kenobi is going to be filling in for Sharif on the midday. But Erna, we scalped it 77.5 to 83.5. So we end up getting, it's a penny stock. So when you have a relatively tight stop, I did stop out break even on this. It ran into the same selling at 82. It's kind of weird to see, but if you can see, this is 82. That's where it scalped into the 82 cent level. It broke 82, got up and had a whiff at 84. When it got back underneath 82, that same selling that I was talking about jumped right back in on the offer. So I threw a break-even stop in there just to make sure, hey, if they're selling it right in there, if it's going to be a 5-cent range scalp on a 70-cent stock, just take it. But the tape got heavy again at 82. So maybe allow it to get into VWAP this time. As I'm not sure, I'm not completely convinced this is done pulling back in there. So we got in when it broke trend, ran into some selling at the 82 cent level. Maybe it makes the run to $1 again, but I'm going to jump out of that one. We still have yet to get to VWAP on Mara. And like I said, I want to be patient with it. We're still holding on. AMD is right back at that low. Hasn't flat bottom broke. I have not gone back into this short. We only have the one short on AMD up here off the 115, 116 half. Feel like if it makes another pop, you'd have to be breaking a long trend into a flat bottom. So I'm not going to short a level like this on advanced micro devices. I want to find something where you can play a little bit of catch up. And I just looked over at some of the other chip names, and you had mentioned Micron.
Yeah.
You know, load. We have like a few seconds to go. But Micron is doing the same thing. It's lower highs. I know it's up on the day, but it's lower highs and then at that VWAP level, which gives you something to work off of here. A bit of a tighter range with Micron. I don't want to be shorting lows at this time of day. I don't like taking top breaks at 11 o'clock into noon. I don't like taking shorts at the low of the day either. I'd rather work off something which gives me a VWAP trade. So Micron looking like that. But as we mentioned, we'll be back at 2 o'clock, but you got a special treat because joining Joey Options is going to be today Obi at the desk. So going to be a little bit of a lesson on VWAP. We love that indicator. So stick around, enjoy the show, and we'll see you back at 2. Uh-oh, Boeing delivery's out.
Talk about it then. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's your guy, Joe, and this is Obi filling in for Sharif today. We'll wait for everybody to chime in, and then we'll start doing some roll call before we send it to Obi real quick, and then back to me on the lesson of the day, folks.
It's gonna be a good lesson today.
Yeah, it's going to be a good lesson today. Obi's, yeah, all right. Prime example, so that's perfect. Live examples coming from Obi. So what's up, everybody? Ezekiel, what's up, my friend? Bear vs. Bulls, Juan Padilla. Good seeing you in here, my guy, Paul Goodson, Stuart. Hey, guys, what's up? Howdy, the Piper, MB3, yo. What's going, Sam L, Yusuf in the house? Yeah, no. Pickle Juice, what's going on? Drop Trades, my guy, Donkey Trader, Crypto FOMO, Jimmy Joe Smith, I know Jimmy John, Fox, what's going on? Seal, Bibby, Escape Planet, New Mexico, Misfit, love it. Thomas, nice shirt, Joe, thanks. Appreciate that one. Obi from David Clark, what's going on, everybody? Big Kyle himself is in this one. Hope everybody is having a good day thus far. I know that we have a pretty exciting lesson for those who trade VWAP, and for those who don't, we'll get a little bit more into that before we hop into the lesson. But Obi, did you want to chime in and touch on a little about what you had going on for the people this morning?
Yeah, how's it going, everybody? Just finishing up logging in here. Was in a trade earlier today. WBA, absolutely beautiful. We're going to be talking about VWAPs today, and oh boy, did VWAP come in quite nicely here. So a little bit of a bigger picture setup. Once I have some of my other charts ready to go, we can kind of talk about it here. But yeah, you can see off of the open, nice consolidation, 1190s, confluence with that pre-market area and a $12 area as well. You can see that every time it did come back into VWAP, holding quite nicely, kind of showing you a good indicator to show you that, okay, well, if players are potentially in charge, where can you look for them to be in charge at, and VWAP at times on directional tickers, on tickers that may have a strong bid or a sell, can show up as a place where people like to interact and transact at, right? So it's like, all right, VWAP's a good place to kind of keep an eye on price action. So WBA is a prime example of that today, and yeah, we can go further into what that $12 level might have entailed there. There I go, stop out of my last piece as it comes right back into that 12. So this is what I was kind of managing before I hopped on here, but what's up with that VWAP?
Yeah, good stuff there, guys. So yeah, today's lesson, we're going to touch on VWAP, so just basic stuff. And what Obi just showed us is going to be a prime example of what we're going to be going through briefly. But first things first, I want to know from everybody in the chat, I know there's still people still funneling in, and it's just a simple answer. You're either going to put yes or you're going to put no in the chat, all right? So I want to see where we stand as a collective unit. And the question is that I want everybody to answer is, do you implement the volume-weighted average price, or VWAP, in your day-to-day trading? So put it in the chat. It's either yes or no in the chat. Do you use VWAP as one of your primary indicators in trading? And just let us know, and then we're going to get right into the lesson so I can kind of get a understanding of where everybody is sitting and the general knowledge of every individual. I think a lot of people are going to implement VWAP into their trading strategies. So yeah, here we go. And the majority here it is, Obi. A lot of people funneling and chiming in. This is exactly what we want to see on that front. So yes. And you know what? A little bit of a mixed bag here as well too. So yeah, continue to put that in and let us know yes or no. And here we go.
A lot of replies.
Yeah, we're getting the replies, baby. That's
so
what we
I guess a lot of people do use it. I'm seeing very few no's here.
But
no indicators. Day trader cut. I like it.
Yeah, no indicators. I mean,
keeping it raw.
Yeah, keeping it simple. Yeah, keeping it raw.
Yeah,
keeping it the flat out. Just price action, which is beautiful.
Status.
Yeah, elite level status, experience status at that point. Yeah, good. Thanks for chiming in, guys. Fantastic contribution from you guys in the chat. Sorry. So let's get into this lesson, because maybe you implement these factors already into your day-to-day trading, or maybe you're looking to see how Obi and I and Sean and Neil implement the volume weighted average price into their day-to-day trading, and how important it can be amongst intraday and I guess multiple time frame traders. All right. So guys, taking advantage of VWAP. All right. So let's get right into that. Once again, thanks everybody for chiming in on that one. Fantastic stuff as always, guys. The participation is key, and then you can also talk amongst yourselves as well too, guys. So taking advantage of VWAP. All right, so what is it? So when we talk about the volume weighted average price, let's just break down essentially what this is. The volume weighted average price is a popular indicator across all levels of traders. This can be classified as a trading benchmark that calculates the average price of a stock by the volume of trades at each price level. All right. VWAP gathers both price and volume data throughout the whole trading session. All right. So key points right here. It is calculated from an intraday perspective. VWAP starts when the market opens at 4:30 a.m. to when it closes at 8 p.m., then resets on a daily basis, all right? Unless you're using anchored VWAP, totally different subject here, but we're just gonna focus on intraday basis and how you can implement VWAP in your day-to-day strategy, all right? So, moving forward, utilizing VWAP. Yep. So utilizing VWAP, the indicator can help identify trends. This is extremely important. Obi just displayed this, and we're going to look at some more examples as well. So in a bullish trend, when current and past price is trading above the volume weighted average price, this can indicate more buying pressure. Very simplistic stuff, okay? So when the primary trend is above volume VWAP, this can indicate, hey, there is more buying pressure than there is selling pressure, creating a strong bullish trend, okay? So bearish trend, when current and past price is trading below VWAP, this can reflect more selling pressure. So the inverse of the bullish trend. So when you break below VWAP and then VWAP holds the trend, this can indicate, hey, there is going to be more selling pressure in this underlying asset compared to buying pressure, all right? So it can also be utilized as support and resistance levels, and can also help decipher entry and exit levels, which is extremely key. I know Sean uses this, Neil, Obi, Sharif as well too, and especially me, key in my day-to-day trading, all right? So here we go. Let's look at some examples here. So first we'll touch on exit and entry signals, and then we'll get into some examples. So entry signals. If the primary intraday or pre-market trend is trading above VWAP and the underlying breaches the indicator, once the stock reclaims the level, this can be a potential entry signal looking for the continuation of the trend. As we just explained, in a bullish trend, the price will hold above the volume weighted average price, okay? So exit signals. When trading a retracement setup, price is extended from VWAP, the move back towards the indicator can be used as profit targets and exit signals. I know Obi likes this on his retracement plays. Also can be utilized as stop loss parameters. Really key here on how I implement my day-to-day trading is I also use it as equally as an entry signal. It is also helping me define my risk parameters as I explained to you guys on a day-to-day basis, all right? So now let's go over a couple examples. So this was my trade on IBIT just the other day sometime. It was either late last year in December or earlier in the new year, all right? So let's kind of get into this. So you can say, hey, Joe, well, it's kind of fluctuating in between the volume weighted average price. Yes, not everything is picture perfect, but on this example, I want us to focus on the entry and exit signals, okay? So as you can see here, this is going to be my first entry. This one right here is my entry at the breach of VWAP to the top side. We were trading above the volume weighted average price in the pre-market with the inability to hold price under the volume weighted average price, okay? So that is really key. This can signal some strength for my setup. So now let's talk about the exit signal. So as I enter above the volume weighted average price, my stop loss is going to be set just below VWAP. If it holds below VWAP, this can indicate, hey, there might be some more potential downside. So let me exit the position and then reassess the situation, as I often say to you guys, okay? So as you can see here is entry 1, exit 1, all right? So then I reassess and then we punch back through the volume weighted average price and hold that level. So this is where my entry number 2 is, all right? Entry number 2. And then an additional add, because you can see on the time and sales as well, different subject, that the strength is holding above the volume weighted average price, okay? So, excuse me. And then that's when you see the price start to appreciate in IBIT here, and we just start to take off profits. But the key metric here that I want you guys to focus on is the entry and then the exit, okay? So I'm not gonna hold on to this much longer as we breach to the downside on VWAP. You can see from today's perspective on how that works, and that's exactly why you don't want to hold, when using this specific setup, your shares or your position too much below the volume weighted average price, okay? So now we'll touch on this one more time. Also look at my risk to reward here, okay? So you can see that I enter here just slightly above the volume weighted average price, and if it breaches this low around 56.35, we'll call it, then my thesis is incorrect for the time being. But we held and then we continued to push higher, all right? So another example. As you can see here, IBIT once again holding in the pre-market hours decisively above the volume weighted average price throughout the whole pre-market. And this is what I really like. This is one of my key setups, is you're holding VWAP in the pre-market hours, and then just before that open, you get that little pullback in price, a little liquidity grab, and then we start to appreciate. But I want you to see the similarities in the setup. Entry here, exit here, enter back in, okay? Same thing here. Entry here, I looked like we were holding the volume weighted average price. As soon as the volatility started to pick up and momentum to the downside, I'm out of the position, okay? What if I held that to there? I'm now taking an outsized loss. I don't want this. So entry 1, exit 1, okay? We hold these levels extremely well, and then we push back towards the volume weighted average price. And here's entry number 2, and then here's the additional add, and then that's where you just take partials out above the volume weighted average price. So these are my primary entry and exit signals in this specific setup here on IBIT, okay? So now, what OBI seen on his chart, this is perfect. We can classify this as support and resistance. It is a beautiful metric to use in this case, all right? So support, when price approaches VWAP from above, okay, and bounces off the indicator, this can determine buyer confidence at that key level, acting as support for the underlying asset, okay? So now in a resistance standpoint, when price approaches VWAP from below, its sellers may become more active, viewing the level as an opportunity to sell at fair or slightly increased value, causing the underlying asset to run into potential resistance levels, okay? So here is a prime example of Tesla yesterday, okay, folks? So I like this example. As you can see, the primary trend to the top side, and VWAP is holding and acting as key support levels. Is it an absolute brick wall? No, there's that elastic effect to it, as I mentioned before, but you can see we have the inability to breach and hold below the volume weighted average price. And for my cam traders who I mentioned before, beautiful bounce off of S4 here. I love that stuff. But as you can see here, guys, primary trend intact on Tesla, and VWAP acts as a primary support metric here, okay? So now let's look at it from a resistance standpoint, okay? Now this is a little bit of an extreme, but you can see here on NVDA last week, it sells off aggressively out of the opening drive and then has the inability to breach or even test the volume weighted average price, acting as a key resistance level. We have close to one touch here, but again, we don't look back, and this underlying asset continues to sell extremely aggressive, okay? So now you can see how we can use the volume weighted average price, not necessarily like a moving average because it smooths out more than a moving average, but again, it is acting as support here and then is acting as resistance in this case, okay? So it's a beautiful metric to use for entry and exit, support and resistance levels. I think that's why this indicator is extremely popular amongst traders, okay? So now just some key tips before we close it off here. VWAP is an indicator of price. It does not dictate, okay? So you need to understand how price moves. You need to understand the ebbs and flows of the market in order to utilize this indicator, okay? So understanding the ebbs and flows of the market will help you utilize VWAP, all right? Unlike shorter period moving averages, VWAP will smooth out and does not fluctuate as much throughout the trading session. So if you're using the 9 EMA or the 20, you'll notice that it hugs price and it fluctuates with price action more than the volume weighted average price does, okay? So that is it for some VWAP lesson there, guys. If you have any questions on how Obi or I implemented more within our strategies, please put that within the chat. Obi will answer those from an extraordinary point of view, and I will do the best I can as well too. But Obi,
I don't know how extraordinary. Thank you so much, Joe, for that lesson on VWAP. But yeah, no, I don't know how extraordinary my point of view is. It's just I'm just a guppy in a huge worldwide ocean in these markets. But the ocean is vast and wide.
A lot of fish, and
there is a lot of volume. In this ocean, and VWAP again could be a great place to look for all the fishies. But we were talking about WBA, like why I like that today. Today's earnings day 3. If you guys didn't know, WBA had pretty solid earnings a couple trading days ago, last Friday, and it did a bit of a number on the initial day. You can see here. We can take a look at this chart and kind of build that story. We talk about using these indicators with context, with perspective, and relative to certain types of price action, right? So it's like, all right, cool. Earnings day 1 was quite nice. We can throw up a VWAP on there. You can see that off of the open. It shows you that VWAP is strong. It's very clear that buyers are in charge in the pre-market session. Every time it does drop down into VWAP, you catch a little bit of a bid. Off of the open, you catch quite an aggressive bid where it holds 10 halves and then pushes up into 11.75s, eventually making a high of day just shy of that $12 mark. You can see the high of day was printed at $11.99, so just shy of that. Now, interestingly enough, yesterday we get no real continuation, even though on earnings day 1 we open near the lows and close near the highs. You revert about 50% of that price action all the way down, breaking this bid that did catch in the middle of the day, not really respecting VWAP as much, and then we catch a bid on top of 11. I'm like, all right, okay, cool. The sellers have dissipated and the bid catches back on. And I did take this trade yesterday for just a reversion back into VWAP, but oh boy, that reversion continued. We reclaimed that VWAP. We consolidated above VWAP for was it almost an hour? Yeah, over 2 hours. Sorry, over 2 hours. And then you break out of that consolidation going into the close, retesting that $12 area with a high on the day at 11.94, 11.95s. I think we're somewhere around the high print. So I'm like, okay, coming in today, let's see if we break that $12 earnings day 1 high. If the ticker is going to continue, again, strong sentiment. They reported well on their earnings, and we saw how the sentiment was taken on day 1, and the $12 area has shown up not only on day 1 but day 2 as well, where you do sell off, you aggressively bid back up throughout the rest of the day, that bid lasts for over 6 hours, right? So it's like, all right, well, who's in charge? On day one, buyers were in charge. Day two, yeah, we got that strong selling off of the open, but kind of buyers step right back in. And during the middle of the day, we start to realize like, okay, well, we're holding VWAP and then we break that VWAP consolidation. So who might be in charge on the day? Buyers, right? Coming into the day today, I'm looking at that $12 mark. I like that $12 mark. And off of the open, yeah, you get a little bit of a shake and bake, a little bit of a sell-off and a reclaim of that VWAP. And you can see that it was holding, I think it was 1190s. It was churning 1190s between $12 and 1190s quite well. Reclaim a VWAP. Every time it came down into VWAP, we got a bid and printed a fresh high, printed a fresh high, printed a fresh high with some strong volume at the highs at 1235. And then you finally get a little bit of a quadroon. This was me kind of punching out of my position because I had to come up here for the show, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna cut it pretty close. I cut it pretty close. I had like 5 minutes left. I'm like, I'm not leaving this position.
I thought I was gonna have to fire it up on my own here.
No, don't worry, bro. I got you.
I got you.
I came right in time, and I'm like, all right, peace out of more than 90% of the position, and leaving on a little bit of a runner for that push back into or risking back through that VWAP, and we did get stopped out, and that's perfectly fine. Got the trade that I was looking for that VWAP hold to push 12 to 1235s. And yeah, looking at a bigger picture as well, kind of bringing everything together, you can see that we sold off aggressively. I think this was June. Yeah, June 27th. You can see that WBA aggressively off earnings. We were trading at 15s. It slammed down all the way to 11s and 12s. So I'm like, all right, bit of a gap fill potential happening here as well with prior lows at 1387. But you continue to go back. Let me go on. Is this a 3 hour? Okay, perfect. This is a 3 hour. So you continue to go back, and we have not seen. Okay, we gotta need a higher time frame for this one. Let's go. You know what? Let's go to the daily. Let's go to the daily so we can see that gap a little bit better here. So the gap kind of coming in at that 1380s right here, and then off of earnings from June. So we go back, keep going back. Oh boy, when are these lows from? 1269s here at these lows all the way from 08. Oh boy. All right, 1269. We didn't quite get to 1269s. We got to 1235. So all right, keep going back. What do I see here? Is a low at that 1250, but this low's all the way from 2000. Some of these prices we haven't necessarily really traded at since 1998 or 2000. And sure, we came back into the lows. We did trade a little bit lower for a good chunk of 2024, but that gap down, we're going for a little bit of a fill here. So all I see is a bit of air all the way up into mid 12s to maybe even 14s. Who knows? I have no idea. But the strong earnings reaction gapped us up above and into some of these prior highs and pushing past that 12-14 area as well. So I'm expecting a little bit, or I was expecting a little bit of a chop and churn in and around the 12, but I did like that breakout through the 12 mark. But again, I think the swing traders are definitely winning on this one when they're, again, if you're getting in off of the open on earnings day one, we've only been kind of bidding up since they're still currently holding that 12. But again, it's a prime example of how VWAP can be used, not just on day one, on day two, and now day three of earnings, of events, just giving us an idea of where participants may potentially be sitting at. Again, it's at the end of the day, it's just a line on the chart. It's just an indicator. Price action is definitely still king, and what price action does in and around indicators like VWAP definitely matter for sure for me. But like we said, some people don't even have any indicators on the chart, and that's perfectly fine. And I've had this conversation with Wayne multiple times. It's just like, all right, cool. Indicators give you a nice place on the chart. You know, they make it easy for you. They give you a line, an area on the chart where you can be looking for buyers or sellers. The raw way to do it is to be like, all right, no lines. I am going to look for buyers and sellers that are distinctly different on the tape, and that's a whole different skill in itself, right? But when you have that VWAP as your confluence, then it makes life a little bit more easier, giving you an area where you might want to look at it. But at the end of the day, I still believe that price action is absolutely king. And I was having some conversations with Kyle Burdett in the chat about anchored VWAP. Again, shout out to Brian Shannon. Anchored VWAP is absolutely solid as well. Anchored off of certain events, volume events, price action events, all sorts of things. But
yeah,
beautiful indicator.
Yeah, it is good stuff. And I like the way that Obi put that as well, too. I mean, it is an indicator. It does not dictate what price is going to do. But the way I like to look at it, it is a line in the sand for me, okay? So I look at it as a line in the sand, and then we all know that price can deviate from that. So what I kind of, in my earlier days was, okay, let me get a understanding of how the deviation of this indicator works for me. So I have a definitive line and then understand how price moves from point A to point B around that line, and then learn how to take advantage of that. So that's my primary, the boys know in the back here, that's my primary setup is the VWAP breakup, and that's what I'm looking for a day-to-day basis. And when stocks are strong, that is especially what I'm looking to take advantage of. Sizing is a different factor, something that I definitely most need to work on without question, is when you have enough conviction and you have large enough sample sets like we do with the Playmaker poll. I have binders of paperwork when I used to fill it out by hand of my time frame of when I was going to take this trade and how I reacted around the volume weighted average price. So to simplify things, indicator, not a dictator. Use it as a line in the sand and take it from that. Understand how price moves around that line in the sand, and then you can take advantage of that, guys, there. So someone in the chat asked me to take a look at Meta for them real quick here, guys. So if we can pull up my chart, that would be fantastic. Beautiful. Right now I got Eli Lilly because I know Adara was telling me that she was looking at some Eli Lilly. So I had to pull that up and see what she had going on over there. But you hear, pardon me? Oh, trend change. Okay, so yeah, she's out of that position on Eli Lilly. Let's talk a little bit about Meta platforms here, guys. We all know that Mark has kind of threw some jabs over here at Apple. We were talking about it yesterday.
Did you watch that the interview?
Yeah, I watched like the half of it with Joe Rogan. Did you watch the whole thing?
No, I haven't seen it at all. But,
yeah, so he throws a couple jabs at Apple there, lack of innovation, and et cetera. But here we are looking at Meta from an intraday standpoint. Not too much different from the overall market here, and actually didn't even react very well to this PPI like the rest of the market did. So slightly alarming and can indicate some potential weakness in this underlying asset. Now let's zoom out from a daily perspective and look at this from a daily perspective, okay? So I was looking at Meta and Google, and what we're starting to do is we're starting to approach some key support levels around that 580 right here. So now if we come and we test this, I am going to suspect, because we put in this double bottom right here, so that third touch with a failed to make a new all-time high right here, that if momentum picks up and we get a weak CPI print tomorrow, then I can think that Meta is going to breach eventually that key support level. I mean, is it a buy the dip scenario? I think the overall market is, but don't rush too much right now to get into these positions. Let that selling phase out, and then let momentum and let price tell you when we are ready to turn around. So it may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, it may not even be next week, but just be prepared. I think that if earnings are strong, we know that we're running into earnings season. Tomorrow we start with the banks, and then the weeks after we have these big names starting to report, and I think a lot of people are looking forward to these earnings reports and earnings season. So let's see what happens with Meta. If we come and touch 585, there might be some more downside to this thing. And a lot of people in the chat are talking about XXII. So we'll touch on XXII real quick before we send it back to Obi and see what this thing has been up to, because it has absolutely been in play the past couple of sessions. Yeah. From a daily perspective, I don't know how much attention you would pay to this, Obi. Me, if I seen this from a daily standpoint, I would be like, see you later. I would need to see some extreme catalysts coming in, some really big news events in order for me to want to participate, but it's not all about me. You guys want to talk about it, so let's take a look at it from an intraday perspective as well, too. So trading really nice, really strong 5-minute opening drive here, guys, and then breaks that 5-minute orb. And then again here, using VWAP as support and resistance, even though it is a little elastic here, but again, trading above the volume weighted average price and now going to test some new highs of days on XXI. Other than that, guys, in some TQs, we'll talk about IBIT real quick and then TQs, and we'll send it off to Obi. So again, playing the VWAP breakup on IBIT didn't work out, got out of the position at some key support levels being breached. And then now we're gonna catch some bottoms here on TQQs as we start to slowly climb higher here, slightly rejecting this. I don't know how strong the recovery was gonna be. NVDA once again raining on the parade. What do you got going on there, Mike?
Yeah, no, I'm watching that Nvidia as well. Got the futures on watch, and kind of reading the chat as well. Curious to know what you guys have been trading on the day today. We talk about this market being very bountiful in the types of opportunities, all different kinds. And yeah, that XXII as well. Again, not necessarily part of my playbook, but opportunities definitely there. Again, I think I was reading some Twitter posts yesterday about traders kind of capitalizing on some of those moves. We can see that small caps, if you run a scan in the pre-market session, you can see how many small caps are really running, and the opportunity set that may be being presented depending on whether or not you have playbooks set up for those small cap tickers as well. But yeah, I think you're right. When those tickers get a lot of RVol, some strong volume, I think there's definitely some edge there to be found. But I haven't really looked into it as deep as I really should be if I want to kind of be involved with those tickers. So I'm not going to say too much about that. Small caps not necessarily my cup of tea, but I'm getting comfortable watching them and kind of building a kind of idea around certain setups in and around some of those names. But again, very those ideas are in an infancy stage there. Nothing really concrete. But yeah, watching a lot of other tickers here as well. WBA was probably one of my top ideas as well. And oh boy, have you seen Fannie Mae today? Oh my God!
Yeah,
this thing is absolutely running. Like I'm looking at it right here. 5.6s all the way to 7.20s on Fannie Mae today. Oh boy, yeah. There's that. Like I said, lots of and that's traded on the pinks, right? So it's like, all right, there's markets everywhere that are definitely providing us with this solid opportunity. This thing is still going there.
I didn't even know about this Fannie Mae and Freddie.
Oh, it's been running
like a couple of weeks ago.
I know Wayne and Mateo are kind of in there as well. But yeah, bigger picture kind of trade. Again, it's another Trump trade as well. But absolutely wild price action. But yeah, no, another name I was watching was, I think, was it EIX? Yeah, Edison International was one of them. We can see, again, related to the fires in California. We can see that selling kind of started aggressively on this name on Wednesday. We got continuation on day 2 and day 3. I was like, all right, well, day 4. I had eyes on it yesterday, so that goes to show that I was late to the party as well. I got eyes on it like middle of the day, in and around 12:30, and I'm like, oh boy, this thing already sold off. And you can see kind of, again, showing us that VWAP. This blue line is VWAP off of the open. Majority of participants kind of sitting in and around those 74s, and it extends away from VWAP, showing us that selling pressure is definitely there on multiple days back to back. Coming in today, not really there as much just now, but again, if it gets below this 55, I like that. Day 4, maybe not as strong for the continuation. I'm just like, they've been dominant 3 days in a row, back to back. 2 of those days being very, very aggressively dominant, day 1 and day 3. And yeah, majority of day 2 having a very directional kind of action there as well. So we're going to get that on day 4. I don't know. I was skeptical, and I had, I guess, good reason as well, as we've only been pretty much mainly trading sideways. So nothing too crazy going on there as of yet. Maybe we get that continuation after some chop up. Again, I know you look into price action a lot as well. You always get those, like, for continuation trades, you get that leg consolidation leg, and some of these legs looking absolutely beautiful on some of these tickers that have a directional move with a strong catalyst, right? Yeah. So I think there's some insurance names as well, ALL as well, Allstate. We saw these ones catch a bit of a move or relative volume since last week, but not really selling off as aggressively as Edison International there. So distinctly different, and I think Edison also does something else. They're in a different business than some of these insurance companies as well. So stuff to keep an eye on. Again, yes, very it's a disaster. It's very sad, and hopefully everyone is safe and recovering well if you have been affected by it. But at the end of the day, we are day traders, and if something is moving to the upside, to the downside, if there's buyers and sellers, there's definitely opportunity to get involved, and that's how we want to be kind of keeping the perspective, trying to keep emotions and bias out of it as much as possible. There, you gotta leave the human at the door when you come and sit down on the desk.
That's, most definitely. And to be honest with you,
think about it.
Yeah, and to be honest, what we were talking about before, and you mentioned this as well, Obi, is that like you could care less about the numbers on the side of the chart or the ticker, right? It's essentially, right? It's price action. And I couldn't agree more with Obi. And how we interpret that price action is totally subjective. But again, when things are in play, this is what we're looking for. This is what Obi is looking for on a day-to-day basis. If you were to eliminate the numbers on the side of the chart and then eliminate the ticker as well too, that's not going to affect your trading. That's not going to affect your thought process and how you plan and build your thesis in the morning. So I look at it as like that as well too. So I really like that part. But yeah, we're going to send it off to Adara and then bring it back to Obi and I.
Just be aware of Meta here trying to consolidate at the lows. WhatsApp reportedly, or they just announced here, they're introducing selfie stickers, camera effects, quicker reactions, and some sticker pack sharing to help enhance the chatting experience. So WhatsApp here with some new features. Keep an eye on its owner, META, guys.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Don't forget to like.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. Yeah, guys, make sure you like. If you enjoyed the lesson today that Obi and I brought forth, just hit that like. It helps the channel out a lot. Much appreciated. And also when you guys chime in too, and don't forget to share. Yeah, so make sure you guys share that. Tell your friends, tell your family, and let everybody know that we are here trading live for you guys. But yeah, I mean, going back to that price action, I think that's really key and really important how Obi said, just leave those emotions at the door. It's not as easy as it may sound, but I guess over time you get more...
You have to be dead inside.
Yeah. Well, because it'll make you dead inside if you care too much. Absolutely. So just think from a mechanical standpoint. Think as if you are an algo yourself, just coming in to operate and just do your own job.
Yeah, it's a good mindset. And again, shout out to Wayne for kind of bringing this, this personality, this character, this historical figure into my perspective is Musashi. I don't know if you guys chime in the chat if you guys know who Musashi is. Kind of way of the warrior. He was a samurai, I think, during the Edo period, and kind of his way of battle and mindset and coming into battle. These markets every day, kind of, you got to show up with the right mindset, with the right tools, and with the right armor as well. Kind of that being that risk management, and again, being able to effectively use your mental capital in moments of distress and moments of stress as well. But I think it's a great mindset to have. You got to have, it borders that like a kind of like a stoic mindset as well, which I try my best to kind of follow. At the end of the day, I'm not as good as I'd like to be, but again, I've come a long way in how my mental has changed over the past 2 years to kind of tackle on some of these what do you call obstacles that I have in my trading journey relative to the market. But that Meta trending to the downside. I always forget that WhatsApp is owned by Meta. But interesting stuff there. I don't think we're not getting too much volume on that. A little bit of a downtrend here. I just want to do a quick check of these Mag 7 real quick. So yeah, Nvidia to the downside, Softy as well. Take a quick look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. VWAP sellers, are they in charge? Every time we've gone up to VWAP, bang, bang, bang. Yeah, exactly. 418 is a little bit of a resistance there. On Softy, right? So it's like, it doesn't really matter what the ticker is. It's a concept that if you see that it's working, that you might want to take a look at it when it does revisit that VWAP as well. Let's take a look at Goggle. There's Softy printing some fresh lows as the market comes to the downside. Oh boy. 21 100 all the way down to 20,900. 5900, trading below that now, and yeah, can't really get past this 5910 on the ES as well. We did wick up a little bit higher there into what seems to be just in the 59 teens, but can't really make it, slumming back through that 5900. It was talking, I think it was Day Trader Cut in the chat. I was like, yeah, he said he's been trading futures this morning, and I'm like, yeah, what a wash on the futures. You can see it on the 15-minute chart right here. Slam down at 10:45, wash up on the next 15-minute candle, and then flushes right back down for a continuation to the downside. So making still, even though we had that wash, we still technically made lower highs and lower lows, and we got that continuation to the downside, and we're seeing that happen. Let's see how my friend Amazon is doing on the day today. 221s. Okay, all right. So yeah, let's see. Amazon again. Amazon, interesting ticker. We're coming into earnings season, right? We're coming into a lot of these large caps are going to start reporting their first earnings of the year. The Q4 earnings report is going to be coming out in the next few weeks. Earnings season is, or we've pretty much started it. We have banks tomorrow. Yeah. So that's going to be interesting. We already got that DAL and Walgreens on Friday. We might have had some other earnings as well, kind of trickling in, but bigger names yet to come on the day here. Yeah, Day Trader Cut saying facts, bro. Yes, definitely. That wash was wild. Hopefully, you know, we kind of. Yeah, Fabian. He said Hawk 2 in the facts. He put the Hawk 2 in the facts. Yes, thank you. I didn't know what to take off of that, but yes. Amazon continuing to the downside. Meta we saw as well. I know there's one that we're missing. Sometimes I like to take a look at Berkshire as well. Again, this ticker is also somewhat related to what's going on in California, as they might hold and do some insurance business themselves. And you can see on Friday, aggressive selling that they had with relative volume, doing about 2.5 times. Again, for a ticker like Berkshire, doing about 2.5 times to 3 times R-vol in the middle of the day is definitely a little significant. And you can see the range and the volatility that the ticker had on the day as well. Pretty outlier as well.
Glitch in
Yeah. Was it Berk A?
I think it was B. I think it was B.
I think no, it might have been Berk A.
Was it A? Yeah.
Berk A, because I remember that wash
crazy.
that happened, and that was absolutely wild. Let's see if we can go back and kind of find when that was. It happened sometime during last year. There it is.
Insane.
Found it right there.
Was it Berk A?
Yeah, it was Berk A, man. And Berk A definitely kind of wiped. This is a 15-minute candle from Monday, June 3rd, 2024 on Berkshire, where these are the Class A shares trading at $630,000. And you can see a little bit of a wipe. Into the ask, it would seem that maybe a fat finger, whatever it was, wipes all the way from 6.3s to 7.4, 741,000, almost 742,000 there, and then slams right back in. A little bit of an inefficiency, definitely getting captured by algos who are sitting on the sidelines waiting for crazy things like this to happen. But oh boy, that was a bit of a wipe there on Berk A. And have we traded anywhere higher than that? What was that? 74. Okay, we'll say 741. And no, we've been we've clocked underneath that level since, but absolutely crazy. Maybe pinging some liquidity all the way at the highs there. Kyle Burdett saying SPY at prior day anchor VWAP. Now let's take a quick look at Spider there as well. Yes, Sharif. Big SPY Burdett coming in with those anchored VWAPs. I was having a conversation with him earlier today of anchored VWAPs and how we like to use them, and some interesting things to discover in and around those anchored VWAPs as well. A little bit of a downtrend. We saw that FOMC on December 18th, aggressive selling that came into the markets there off of the FOMC, at 2 p.m., kind of bringing in a strong sentiment of selling. Since then, we've made lower highs relative to where that selling came in from, 602s, 600 failure to follow through, lower high, and now we're trading much lower as well, 585s. But again, taking a look at the bigger picture here, are we within trend? And I think just by looking at these candles, we are well within trend as of right now. Nothing crazy has necessarily broken just yet here. So a bit of a base. So what was this base? This was October. Yeah, so 2022 October. A bit of a base low there, structure low that we're coming up off of. So we've been kind of accelerating since then. You can see, but yeah, within trend as of right now. And yeah, bigger picture, Spider. Stonks only go up, right? Maybe you have periods of years where from, I guess, 2000 to like 06, you kind of trade a little bit sideways. But again, you zoom into it. Some of it was directional. It was directional for a good chunk, and then directional back up to the upside as well. So as long as the market's moving in some sort of direction, I think we're always thankful and appreciative of that. There and Spider well within the trend. So some selling going on over the past few weeks since that FOMC, pretty aggressive. Let's see if we follow through going into the new year, or we are in the new year, coming in off of the Q1 as of right now. But let's see what we do with the Spider. But well within trend is what I basically want to point out there. NVIDIA, oh boy, yeah, I want to show this NVIDIA right here. So a bit of a trend hold on that NVIDIA. Absolutely beautiful coming in. Look at that, nice clean. So we talk about anchors and VWAPs kind of holding. Look at that VWAP kind of doesn't even want it off of the open. And Kyle Burdett, you said anchor that VWAP to that Wednesday, and I did. Well, Wednesday open, and yeah, that is where that sellers step right back in. So aggressive selling past Wednesday, and where does sellers step back in and around the same area, marked by that anchored VWAP coming in today. And yeah, all the way from 135s to 130. So if you had the idea to get short on that price action, oh boy, the follow through has been quite nice. Are we set for a reversion? I don't know, but I'm keeping eyes on this one.
Maybe, yeah, keep an eye because anything can happen. We know we have CPI as well tomorrow, guys. But we have a couple people in the chat. Darius Golden, I haven't forgot about you. And then there's an individual who asked us to take a look at MSTR as well too, and just kind of referring it to from a Bitcoin standpoint. So guys, let's take a look at MSTR. Pull up my chart here. And it's tough, okay? So we found this base here, had this base marked out, and then we breach it. Okay, but we have the inability to hold below this support system, and now price is starting to compress. I want to see where price is going to break from this standpoint and see if it goes to the top side. Bitcoin is going to need to appreciate in order for a MicroStrategy to start to get back onto that trajectory. I mean, by all means, if we hit that 250,000 or the 250, 180, you're going to see MSTR start to recover. Until then, it's going to be a little bit of a tough look. So because they're so highly correlated, when one starts to work, the other will as well. But not necessarily inverse, though, because just because MicroStrategy is appreciating, it doesn't necessarily mean Bitcoin is. It's usually tracking Bitcoin because we all know Michael Saylor's game plan, okay? Now, Darius Golden says he has some NVIDIA puts, 131 with a break-even of 28, okay? And expires at the end of the week. Now, Darius, I love that you like putting on risk, but this is the options game, okay? Time, and one thing, just through my experience, it's always worth it to just pay for more time, okay? Because you don't want that option to expire worthless. One thing that is positive is that you have CPI coming in tomorrow, and if you bought those earlier in the week, you're not necessarily going to be paying for that implied volatility. That implied volatility can start paying you, especially if the market doesn't take it well, and then we start to dump. You can definitely hit those price targets, okay? That is really key, but one thing is just always give yourself a little bit more time than what you need, just in case your thesis doesn't plan out or work out necessarily as quick as you would like it to, okay? But let's take a little bit deeper look into what can happen. If CPI comes in a little weaker than expected, then that can be good for the market and we start to pump. But if you start to sell it, either way, that volatility is gonna step into the market and that can benefit your contract more or less to the downside, but also just from an implied volatility standpoint. Are you going to hit 128 this week? There's a chance, right? If we breach some of these key support levels, then absolutely, you're going to look for your next targets, and that's south of 128, in my opinion here. Sorry, let me move this here. So here's some key levels. As you can see, we got multiple touches, 1, 2, 3, even 4, you can classify it at that 128 level. If CPI comes in, the street doesn't like it, it can absolutely tank south of that. But again, Darius, I'll tell you from time and time again, and from my experience, when you are going directionally biased, not necessarily credit spread trading, just buy the time, okay? Just buy the time, all right? I'll emphasize on that. Enough, like, again, if it's up to you, it's your trading style, but again, you don't want to just be always stuck with time constraints, and that's just my opinion, okay? And I was just thinking about yesterday, even when you're buying out the monies, like if you're buying out the money calls or puts and you're looking for that, that volatility or that gamma squeeze, you still want to buy that time, because what if you're just a little off on your timing and then sure enough, theta just destroys the value of your contract before you get that move, and then you get that move and you're like, well, why haven't I been profitable on that? Well, theta just diminished the value of that contract, all right? I was just looking at the chain the other day being like, oh, okay, let's see what happens if I were to buy these out the monies for say 50 cents with an expiry that's 4 months out or 5 months out. Yeah, I can still participate in that gamma squeeze. I can still participate in that increase in delta if it decides that price wants to appreciate rapidly, because I've given myself enough time that theta won't chew up the value of those contracts, and then gives me the ability to participate in those gamma squeezes and those delta moves, all right, guys? So those long-dated contracts don't pay. Tough, bro. We need Lambos by the weekend. All right, yeah.
Come on, bro. We need Lambos by the weekend.
By the weekend, I hear you, man.
We need to get on those weeklies. Give us those 200-300% movers.
Yeah. I mean, that's the good stuff, right? But again, I just gave an example of what Day Trader Cut was saying, is that we need those long-dated contracts don't pay. That's not necessarily true, because if you were to buy an out the money, like I can show you an out the money contract that expires in 4 months that you pay $1 for, and that gives you enough time that if you think there's going to be an exuberant amount of volatility to step in, you can still be beneficial from that gamma squeeze or that delta increase as well too. So it's not necessarily that quick money. There's ways that you can manipulate the options contracts to still participate in those fronts. All right, but Day Trader Cut, all want the
Would you ever sell 0 DTEs?
Would I sell like 0 DTEs?
Say you're looking at a chain and you're just like, this is mispriced.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, this is going to close, and this is obviously a little mispriced, or this is ridiculous. Would you be willing to sell 0 DTEs?
Yeah, the options market is smart, man. They know, like, okay, so I've experimented in buying and selling 0 DTEs, and I had little to no success while doing it, just because of the gamma at the closing when those contracts expire is vast. And the fluctuation of those contracts is too much. It's just like I couldn't sit in them for too long, because you never know what could happen. I've experimented with them. Maybe I don't have a large enough sample size, but I put myself through enough pain when I was trading at home, just experimenting with that. I was like, okay, that's enough. Let's go back to selling credit on a weekly basis and constructing condors and et cetera is where I found the most success. I'm not saying it's not achievable. I know people do. It just didn't work for me. So I was just like, okay, yeah, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe I'm not entering at the right time or anything along those lines. But don't forget, the options market is smart and will just essentially price you out. Like, you're not going to sell, like, so if we go to a 0 DTE right now on the VIX, and you want to sell the 18 calls, yeah, you can make $100, but what if it starts to fluctuate rapidly? It's not the best example. Let's pull up SPY here, because this is the most traded vehicle, and just look at the 0 DTEs and see what you'd be collecting from a premium standpoint. 0 days, and then, like, look, you can just see the fluctuation in these contracts already. So if I were to want to sell the 580s, which we're trading at around, what are we trading at right now? 579. So yes, so I would collect $120, but then my probability of profit it's pretty high. It's 64%. But the fluctuation within that contract it was just too vast for me.
That's fair. I was looking into like 0 DTs, not necessarily on the Spider, but on some of these runners some of the maybe some small caps that are optionable as well, kind of going into the end of the week, and maybe you have a bunch of hopeful contract buyers kind of YOLOing it, and you see an opportunity where it's just like, yeah, well, this is clearly going to expire at zero.
It's there for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think you're right in terms of like a lot of that is definitely made efficient by a lot of market participants there, and yeah, some option algos maybe potentially all over some of those inefficiencies. But yeah, interesting hold here on WBA. Going to continue watching this going into the end of the day here. Still grinding and holding that $12 area. We've maintained a support on top of that opening range kind of consolidation as well as of right now. So and continue watching this one. The market's heavy to the downside as well currently, so I'm gonna look for a potential bounce there if it does come in. I have no idea. I have no idea what the market's going to do, but if and when the bounce does come in, maybe we get that confluence here on WBA and maybe some other names as well. We were talking about that NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA starting to trade a little bit sideways, so yeah, we've technically broken a bit of the downtrend. But here's the thing: just because you've broken it doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna just bid up. Now, trend break doesn't necessarily mean reversal. It could just mean the trend is slowing down. So we could still bid lower, just in a slower fashion, or this trend is just not going to do anything. We're just going to consolidate sideways as well. So a lot of different instances that can come off of the trend break. So going to continue watching that one. A little bit of a bid coming back here on this WBA. So maybe miss in the reload, but like I said, I'm going to stay patient. I'm curious to know what you guys have been trading as well. We know that earnings season is coming up, so something that I'm kind of doing is just preserving my mental, not really putting aggressive risk on anywhere. Nothing too crazy. Nothing I know that I won't be able to kind of piece back if I do take a hit on it within at least a day or two. So yeah, earnings season on the horizon there. Are there any tickers that you are kind of anticipating or looking forward to?
For tomorrow, yeah, I wanna take a hard look at JPM,
Yes.
One of my favorite banks, the biggest banks. So yeah, JPM is going to be my hyper focus. I want to see how that report comes out, if it's positive, if the street perceives it well, and that guidance. I'm always going to be looking for that forward guidance. I think with strong guidance, the street always likes that, and you'll see them start to price that in the earlier sessions. So yeah, JPM tomorrow is going to be my number one, and Citi, I think. Citi.
Yeah, we'll see how some of the banks come out. But yeah, banks definitely going to be on watch. I think again we got some Mag 7s coming in the coming weeks as well. So excited for those. Yep. Yeah, let's see what this new year and this market kind of not really a new market, but this market. Let's see what it continues to bring us here. I think we're in for, when it comes to market opportunities, I think we're in for an exciting next 4 years, for sure.
Yeah, I think so too.
But things have already begun. Like we've going into the beginning of the new year, we know that 2024 was pretty solid in terms of opportunities. Lots of learning that I did on my part. A lot of good reps that were put in, and let's see if those potential opportunities continue to show up in the new year, and maybe some of those reps from 2024 will start to pay off decently here. But I gotta start trading these futures, man. You ever touch futures at all?
You know what, dude? I know next to nothing about futures, unfortunately.
But you watch them as like, I know you watch the TQs.
I watch TQ.
Well,
I watch TQs.
right? And then if you're trading something like AMD or like NVIDIA, you're finding yourself watching the TQs as well.
I watch. Yeah, always keeping my eye on obviously the spider and the overall market.
Like sometimes I like try to take a move on like Apple or AMD or NVIDIA. Again, some of these market leaders or sector leaders as well. And I realize that the move on futures is much cleaner, but I'm using futures as an indicator to kind of give me that confidence.
Do you know why that is? Like so many futures traders are like, man, it's so much more clean. Like the price action is cleaner on the futures contracts.
I think it definitely is a little bit cleaner there.
Do you know why that is? Like I have no idea. That's one thing I think I'm going to start.
I lack experience in that, so I don't know why it might be cleaner. But again, things are very directional. Things are very strong. Lower highs and lower lows as well. Yeah, day trader cut. I see that.
Said I would love futures. It's like I couldn't even like the E-mini and the macro. Like I know little about them. I mean, if I understand the fundamentals and how they work, then yeah, maybe I'll look to start to participate in them. Absolutely. But thank you for your appreciate that RFID.
It's like options is little brother without the thing.
Yeah, exactly. So that's there are no Greeks. That's why it's cleaner, no premium IV to worry about. Yeah, and that's what a lot of futures traders stick by them. They're avid about it. So yeah, that's good stuff. But I had a good question in the chat, and I forget how exactly what it went, but it went along the lines is, Joe, but out the money options don't pay anything. The delta on them is extremely small. And why is that? The options contract doesn't fluctuate that much. That's great because let me kind of put my thoughts together and explain this to you as best as I can and as simplistic as I can in layman's terms. So when you are at the money, delta is almost neutral, okay? So that's where you get that delta neutral, and then it increases the more you are in the money, okay? So when you are out the money, the reason why that contract doesn't fluctuate that much is because the delta, it has a small or low delta. As you start to get closer to at the money, then that's when that delta starts to increase, okay? And then when you are in the money, that's when that delta is hitting its full potential. But what this can lead to is, okay, you're buying, why people buy out the money is because you have that low delta, and with that comes that low gamma, okay? So when you have those, but then you get that volatility step in, and you have those out the money contracts, and price starts to rapidly appreciate towards your strike price, that is when you can get those gamma and delta squeezes, okay? Because as you get closer to at the money, that delta increases, and then when you are in the money is when it can start to reach its full potential. So yes, the contracts will not fluctuate that much when you are out the money because it has a low delta and gamma. So hopefully that helps you as well too. Hopefully it's not too complicated. I tried to make that as simplistic as possible. And hopefully you guys get a general understanding of that, okay? And that is why I like to write out the money contracts, okay? I write out the money contracts because the delta and gamma are at its lowest, okay? And that's what I want. I don't want those contracts to fluctuate too much while I am selling options, okay? So hopefully that answered your question. Guys, the market is continuing to sell. The TQ is down about 1.8%. Let's take a look at what the actual Qs are down here, Obi, to see what nothing crazy, but again, down about 0.6% here on the session. You want to leave them with some thoughts? I know you got, you're gonna switch it up here, but again, want to touch on something before you leave? Anything you like?
Nothing much. I would say, you know, protect the mental. Wait for the strong opportunities in the market. That's what I'm trying to do as well. Let's see what this market brings us here. So hopefully you guys have a good rest of the trading day. I'll pass it back to Joe, and Sharif will be on in just a minute. Take it easy, guys.
Joe. That guy right there. Obi, oh boy. Yeah, guys, so again, really weak market. It looks like that the Qs were just somewhat of a liquidity grab on that PPI print today. Greg saying 60 BPS. Yeah, there we go, Greg. We're down about 60 basis points on the session here. Thanks for that, brother. Yeah, we took a couple stabs here, guys. Let's pull up the TQs and IBIT. Those are the only two shots. Those are the only two shots I fired here on the session thus far, and they both haven't worked for me. Again, VWAP acting as resistance, and we're extremely weak on the day, so you want to look for the trend continuation until those definitive signals start to arise and show themselves, display themselves. Then I'm gonna have to look to continue here and sell these pops on the overall market. So unfortunate look here. Even though IBIT is still up about 2.2%, I know I'm not gonna complain about that, but guys, we're gonna send it off to Adara, and then it is Neil with his lesson of the day.
Let's take a look here at the futures, which are, or I guess the S&P 500, which is decidedly red, though looks like we could be trying to bounce at this previous support area that would be going back to Friday. Let's see what this mid 578 area has to bring us, but likely more downside. We also had some updates here in addition to the PPI prints, which came in. They were positively initially well received by the market. Donald Trump saying that now there will be the External Revenue Service, maybe it'll be called the ERS, This will be apparently for collecting tariffs, duties, and revenue coming from foreign sources. So just a quick update there. Interesting stuff. We know that the Fed has really been saying they're going to be having to analyze the policies coming in from Donald Trump. So this external revenue station, Tesla initially pretty strong off the open, now still up on the day, but trying to potentially flat bottom break at this 404 level. We know Elon Musk is on watch here, potentially set, or at least the Chinese government likes him as a potential target here to buy TikTok for the US. Then we have Eli Lilly, which is pretty beaten up here. They dropped below the $800 level with guidance that was not as well received. They actually initially still are guiding pretty significant revenue growth, but it's 3% lower than their previous guidance, so the market is not a fan. Eli Lilly about 7% lower right now. And we are brought to you by Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader, but you're lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from $5,000 to $500,000, and you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. Let's check out Neil and what he has to say in his always exciting lesson of the day. Without further ado, take it away, Neil.
Welcome, Adair. I feel like I say there's a term I use all the time. Is compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. But when it comes to risk management, and there's a couple of videos or the shorts that are going to come out where I talk about risk management. And I'm going to double down on something which is we're probably going to put out in the next couple of days. You might have even heard me recording it. Because to our live audience, you guys, this is an important one. Because you'll often hear, hey, like this stock was a win, that stock's a loss, you're up or down. But you might trade 4, 5, 6 different types of strategies and different types of stocks. And what can get lost in the sauce is not comparing apples to apples. Like there's nothing, I'm going to show you 3 stocks today. I'm going to show you Mara, I'm going to show you Intel, I'm going to show you Tesla. When you are grading a trade, you are grading that trade against itself. It's a weird thing to think about because when you look at your P&L at the end of the day and you take a bunch of different trades, they all stack up against each other. But in the long run, that is flat out not how it works. I don't care what any trader tries to tell you. What matters on an individual trade is what you make versus what you lose on that trade if it goes against you, on that trade if it loses. Not how much you lose on trade B relative to how much you made on trade A if those have nothing to do with each other. Now, ultimately, you want to have winning strategies. So yes, you should care to have as many winning strategies as possible. But here's going to show you an example of judging your trade based on its own risk management. And I'm not going to just show you winners because I think that's boring. I want to start off with Intel, which to me, let me just break the whole trade down. There's your quadruple bottom, all-time low on Intel, then another hold of 1875. So I'm looking gap and go strategy where it breaks above the double top resistance, breakout to here, stop under here. Targets to there and there, right? So you're long, take some on the break, leave myself some room because I want to be risking. I'll get into why, but 15 pennies here above this top end break. So we take some breakout, but leave ourselves some room so that we have a 15-cent risk. Well, if it breaks this top, that's 40 to 1970. So first resistance is 30 cents away. So that's why I wanted to make sure I had a price of about 45. So if it breaks that 30s, I'm out risking 15, 16 pennies. If it works, first target, second target, want to make sure we're scalping into here and then scalping into there, the second half of the position. That's the risk to reward on that trade. That trade has to stand on its own based on those merits. That has nothing to do with when I'm looking at Mara. It doesn't matter what I'm up or down on Mara, if I'm up 10x Mara relative to Intel, or I'm up 1% of what I lost on Intel on Mara, because this trade needs to be graded against itself. So when something doesn't work, was it within my risk parameters on Intel? Absolutely, because had it worked, I'm easily going to be able to get 2 to 1, 3 to 1, and I don't hold it past my stop. I don't take anything more than I need to. And a similar idea here, and this is what it looks like when it works. Now, in Mara, I could have been a little bit more aggressive adding to the short position. Now, the basic idea is a similar one, except I'm bearish on Mara. Tries to break out, never does break out the 1820. My short is back through 18, give to the local high. Here's where it gets a little bit trickier. Now, I said openly that I wanted more shares of Mara, but given that it was 1820 to 1825 that I was considering where I was wrong, much like that 30 stop on Intel, taking all in as it's breaking down under 18 was skewing the risk to reward. Now, the current high of the day was only 13 pennies. But if it broke that high, I wanted to be wrong at 1825. Now, if I load in here at 1799 and then just simply take more and more and more shares on the way down in, adding here, adding there, and I'm scalping into the same range that I do at 1770. That's about 30 pennies into the low. See how I'm aggressively scalping out? That only makes sense because I am not all in, admittedly, on that 18 level. So therefore, I'm not actually risking full risk into 1820 because I only got a half a position because it never got up into that top. So therefore, scaling out in here is going to still make sense 2-to-1. Now, if I jump in here and take a full position that I'm risking 1.5% on, and I'm scaling out aggressively for an average price of 10 cents or 15 cents, that's 25 to 30 cents worth of risk with slippage. So if I'm grading it against itself, aggressively adding in here and still giving it above the high of the day is no good. Because even though it would have ended up working, relative to what would have happened if I was wrong, that's not a good trade. And that's why I kept saying I did not get all into Mara, because I didn't want to violate my rules. I'll give you one last one in here. Mara just can't seem to get out of its way, by the way. I'm holding on to a small piece. We have our patented like 5% left on it, just letting it ride. I'll give you a similar example with Tesla. Now, Tesla is a prime example of this is a clean breakout trade that it broke 420. Breakouts are different from other trades. You gotta grade these types of breaks, not just against each other, but on that particular stock. Now, when we were all bullish on Tesla, and I think we know when this was all happening in Tesla breakouts from the month of December up until maybe like close to the end of the year, they were pretty much the best trades out there. NVIDIA had some breaks that were like that. But again, you've got to be able to measure it against itself. This 420 break, ultimately, I could have scalped aggressively on this. And I admitted here that I'm scalping into the 2021 on the initial push. We reload it. When it comes back in, it does not get back above that 21 high, so there's no reload a third time, and it's a simple stop out. The only thing that I should be grading this against is not a dip buy on Tesla, not an afternoon trade on Tesla if you happen to have that run, but what the other breakouts looked like on one of those crazy runs in December. And if I look back, and I took multiple shots at Tesla today, so if I take 2-3 swings at a breakout on Tesla today, and I've lost more than what we had in December, then that's not going to be good. But in this particular case, you've got to make sure that you A, size correctly, B, adhere to your stop levels, and try to lose less than what the breakout would make for you. Because ultimately, every style of trade is different. Tesla had the opportunity to have been by far the worst stock I could have had today. However, it is 1/10 of the loss of what we had on a breakout trade back in December. It doesn't matter what it is relative to stock B, C, and D because they have nothing to do with each other. Tesla breakout has to do with Tesla breakout. Now, I might make it akin to NVIDIA breakout because those have similar properties as well when they're going, but there is nothing similar about this when comparing, say, Tesla to Intel to Mara. Ensure you compare apples to apples, oranges to oranges, because the one thing traders always get wrong, excuse me as I'm choking, always get wrong, is they do not grade the trade relative to the risk that they put on in that trade. So if you would have lost, say $100 on a trade, if it went through your stop, but you only made $50 on that trade, that's not good risk to reward. You've got to be able to measure it against what the risk you put on, how much it drew against you, and then you have a sound understanding of what to scale up. There is your lesson of the day. I'm sipping a glass of water as we speak.
Dang.
We got to do it.
Oh, man.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent.
Told him.
Just
I told him.
awesome as always,
I told him.
I don't know what's going on here,
Yeah, it's
Joseph.
insane.
You need answers.
Bro, I need answers, man. Hey, I know. I tried to switch it up this morning intentionally too, and I was like, all right,
we're completely different colors than we were
bro.
yesterday.
Yeah,
no overlap whatsoever.
Yeah, none whatsoever. Yeah, so there we go.
Yes, sir.
Matching once again. Great minds think alike. Apparently.
There it is.
Yeah, but Obi said something about some samurai guy. Earlier in the chat, I forget what his name was, but it brought me to the thought because on my way in here this morning, I was like, and it's a common saying, is I would rather be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. And what,
warrior in a gardener in a garden
rather
than a gardener in
a war. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
you'd be completely out of place in gardener where you could probably get clipped real quick.
Clip liberty because there's no gardening out in those ends. So yeah, I just thought about that. But I was just watching some videos, Sharif, of just kind of like kids in China and stuff. These guys like train martial arts and like avid in sports and stuff. And like we're over here banning tobogganing hills and stuff like that. It's just like, man, yeah, like what is going on? Like these kids are in combat and we can't even go down a hill that has some snow on it.
It's a little different out there.
Oh my God, crazy stuff.
How was the morning?
It was good, man. It was good.
Selling off, I see.
Giving everything back
baby.
from PPI. So
yeah, well, I don't think PPI is the more important print anyway. It's CPI, it's more wholesale stuff for producer price indexes, closely watched, obviously, but not as much as the CPI, the consumer price index. Obviously, that has a lot more effect. Guys, sorry, I'm just adding the small cap gappers right now to the set side chart over here. It's a very light day in small cap gapper world. There were a few triple digit winners to start out the day. They're fading and fading quickly. There's a few holdouts over here that I'm going to keep my eye on. We have one of them currently halted to the upside. It goes by the ticker DRIO, Dario Health, a healthy $43 million market cap. And if you couldn't tell, I was being awfully sarcastic. The volume, though, a little bit suspect. It just started to trade. Here we go. Now it's breaking out. Buck 40 right now. And the volume picking up incrementally. Have a look at those volume bars, baby. Those volume bars started basically meaning something at 12.05. Everything before that was bupkis in terms of actual volume traded. So we're going to keep an eye on this one. This one was halted for 5 minutes initially at that buck 16, buck 38 now HOD as it comes back into that buck 24. DRIO looking over here to see if there is a headline on it, and there is. So here it is. Dario Health expands. GLP-1's GLP-1 weight loss solution unlocking new revenue streams in the rapidly growing multi-billion-dollar market. So we're going to keep an eye on DRIO. Obviously, counter to that is Eli Lilly getting shellacked today they basically forecasted early their earnings, and the market was none too plussed about that. Adira was telling me about some of the Lilly trades she had today, so we're going to keep an eye out on the Lilsters over here. It's basically doing a bear flag. This is LLY right here. It had one breach of the volume weighted average price. The others over here all rejected VWAP. There's the symphony of selling off that 800 print, and we tank all the way to the low of day of basically below 730, 729 and change. LLY really taking it on the chin today, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Got some holdovers from yesterday, but we'll talk more about them once we're finished paying some bills.
Pay some bills, guys. Worksport introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. Worksport, ticker WKSP, all right? Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport, folks. So, hey, there it is. The QR code is in the description. Hit the link, scan that QR code if you're looking to get into some Worksport.
Hey, there it is. All right, we're weaseling into DRIO. We're going to wait for the pullback into that $1.16, $1.18. Let's see now if it gives us the gap fill over here. There we go. We're going to take the now it's going to be that $1.13 that we're going to give this to right here. So let's put in the order to basically what I'm looking for is for it to hold the halt gap, okay? We halted at $1.16, so if it fills that halt gap on the first attempt, I want nothing to do with it, okay? It's likely gonna be a Christmas tree retracement if it does that. We're long $1.27, we're printing $1.23. Here it comes. It looks like we're gonna get stopped out for the first trade of the day as it does fill the gap. 114 now showing up on the level 2, and there we go. We'll get stopped out there. So, we still have a little bit left. Okay, that's good, that's good. All right, so we didn't take out the entire thing. Let's see if this one continues to run. I'm okay staying with this unless it drops below $1.14 again. So DRIO up 50%. It's a midday mover over here. Let's see if this one can curl back into the upside. Into $1.20 we go. So we're holding about 50% of the position that we originally had here on DRIO. Very anemic small cap gappers today, but there are a few. We'll talk about SPI as well as XXII. Those are two holdovers from yesterday. So let's keep an eye out here, Joseph, on DRIO. See if this bad boy can hold up at said level. What are you looking at, sir?
Yeah, nice look there, my guy. In some TQQs here, might get stopped out as we start to break down diamond hands. Are you still short? Are you short there? That's 78. Short 78 on TQs. So I don't know, $3 at least in the money from our guy to the right of us who just came back from the gym. What was that? What was the session today, my guy? Swimming. All right, how many laps you get in? 42. 42. Okay.
1.2 kilometers. Hey, we have short Apple, $3 in the money, short NASDAQ, $3.
Bang, money storm. Nice stuff there, my guy. He's putting in a stellar day from our guy to the right of us. As the market starts to pull back in here, folks, let's see what happens. If we break 74.90s, I'm at a dodge, which is looking like we're going to happen right this second. So let's see if we can hold up off of these levels. NVDA just being the bearer of bad news on the session. Guys, continuing to crawl lower and lower and lower. Let's zoom out here for a second on NVDA and see what we got going on. We went over this for Darius Golden, and hopefully that put that he bought is starting to work out really nice because we are starting to sell heavy. Let's see if we run into these key support levels at that 129.50. I would look at that as a next target, even though it's close to a point away at this standpoint. Continuing to drag the overall market down here. Yeah, so I'm out of the TQs here, folks. Broke through that level. So we're going to get out of dodge, reassess the situation, and it looks like the primary trend, well, it really is to the downside.
Just got great news, bro.
Yeah.
We are done a major step in the build-out, and now we're officially on the last 10%. So the X-ray machine got put in, and that is the biggest thing we were waiting for. Yes, dude, you have no idea how much stress this has been the last 3-4 days.
So you guys have
bro.
an X-ray machine?
Yeah. Well, it's an X-ray, it's ultrasound, nuclear medicine, the works, brother.
Nice.
So pumped about this. The X-ray machine is in.
Bang, going there.
Going there.
Going fast track. Little fast track. That one, if I ever need it.
Fast track to the coffin. All those X-rays. Yeah. It's just I just got the confirmation right now from the project manager. Super pumped about that. That's like basically we got 10% left, and then the entire thing. You know, I've been doing this for almost 11 months.
Yeah,
we're in 2 jobs here. So really pumped about that. Just want to share because I was feeling really good about that. All right, so here's the deal, guys. Now I'm looking at SPI. So we got stopped at a DRIO. It's kind of what I've been seeing with these small cap gappers as of late, where they get the big midday pump, but it is a Christmas tree retracement right back down into the low, and there's no continuity. And as I look at the Russell's flat. So I mean, small caps really are not getting decimated decimated or anything like that. We got 0.04% on the rest. So I was expecting maybe a little bit more continuity on the small caps, but I got to tell you, the biggest winner since the bell, like up percentage on the day since 9:30 is 34% in its SPI. It's the one we're looking at right here. And so that is really not the recipe to trade these small cap gappers and really, you know, try to look through continuity through the midday. You're not getting it. You haven't been getting it for like the past week. I want to say maybe even a little bit, week and a half. So I'm going to have to be tread carefully with how we trade these small cap gappers. So I'm going to keep my eye on SPI. I'd like it to go back above that $1.20. That $1.20 is where the volume weighted average price is. It's also a key area of technical resistance. We're below that right now. We seem to be bouncing off that yellow line. That yellow line is the 20 exponential moving average, but that isn't my plan. It's going to have to trade above $1.20 and close $1.20 above $1.20 on the 5-minute chart for me to get involved. So SPI is one we'll keep on the side chart, but won't trade it quite yet. XXI, this is a holdover from yesterday. It was a big mover there right at the midday. This one started getting its footing under it right at 11 o'clock. And look what we did over here from that 550 area all the way up to 1250. But true to form, like we've been seeing with these small cap gappers, we get that big move up, and then you're quickly right back down where you started. In fact, this one traded into 4 o'clock and went right back to where it started in that 550, 570 area. Today, it defends that $5 area. It doesn't trade below it. In fact, I think the closing print's right at $6. And we look to break 10, but that was a long time ago, or so it feels, because right now it's all the way back down at 750. Again, it seems to be kind of respecting the 50 exponential, but that isn't my strategy with these small cap gappers. It will have to trade above VWAP. There's none that are trading above VWAP right now, so I'm going to have to either not trade these small cap gappers at all, or, you know, keep my eye on the scanner for something that could be popping up anew here. And quite frankly, I don't see anything. So if you guys see anything, make sure to tag me in the chat. I'd love to know what small cap gappers you guys have on your watch list. And recall that I filter everything south to 85 pennies. So there may be some running south to 85 pennies that I don't know about. If there is, and if you see them, I'd really love to hear from you guys. So tag myself or Joe in the chat. Let's have a look at the MAG. So there's nothing else moving. Let's have a look at the MAG. So everything down and to the dang right. There are no exceptions. Everything basically near or at the low day. Case in point, Amazon about to break the low day. Meta just printed the low day, a quick wick below 590 into 589.20. Soft one as well, 414, just printed that LOD. But now as I'm seeing this, it looks like some of them have made an attempt at the 10 or the 20 exponential. So this might be an opportunity for us to enter the short here. Softy looks like it weaseled up into 1450, 415.50, which is a 20 exponential. It looks like it's headed right back down below 415. So Softy could be an interesting entry there because it was a 20 exponential retracement. We also have Goggles. Goggles got right back into that 190, which happened to be the 10 exponential moving average, and looks like it's the topping tail right now, looking to reject that area. So we'll keep an eye out on the MAG, see if we can get into something over here, because I'm none too plussed with the look of the small cap gappers on the day. So we'll look to trade the MAG. I like the way that soft one is looking right now. So let's go ahead and weasel on over and type in MSFT. What do we got over here? So we're right back into that 415 area. We're whiffling, we're waffling. I'd have to give this right here 50 pennies minimum. I would have to give it to 415.50 to this area crest over here. If I didn't, then if I don't, then basically I'm trading it wrong and I'm doing myself an awful disservice, because you don't want that new high. Right, is what I'm trying to say. So if you get that new high above the key area crest, then you know your trade is wrong. But if you don't put your stop there, then you might get stopped out early, and that's how you're doing yourself a disservice. So I'm thinking I'm going to weasel in here, Joseph. I'll watch this a little bit more over here. What do we got on the NQ? The NQ's down 0.5 point. The ES down 1/3. The Dow 0.15. The Russ is absolutely flat at 0.00. Yeah. Okay. Let's zoom out a little bit here on the soft one. Is this a key area of technical support? Not really. No. I mean, kind of. 415, we danced with it yesterday, but we definitely got a little bit below into that 412, but it was short-lived. What are you looking at there, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm actually just looking at the TQs here, trying to catch these bottoms. I mentioned before that I wasn't necessarily going to, because I just want to bring this up here. These were my top 3 ideas on the session. Every morning as I started, what I write down what I'm looking at, and I break it down into my 3 favorite tickers, and TQQs being the top of the list just because of the macro events going on today. So we like that one there. Make sure you do that every day, guys, or even if you don't, just find something. You got Sean with his sticky note. Just find something to get you in the groove. And I bet when Sean is doing his sticky note, he's like getting in game mode as well too. It's like getting ready in the dressing room. You're just getting prepared, mentally prepared for what's to come. And that's what I do in the morning with my Notion. But I want to talk a little bit about Tesla here and why it was second on my list. So what I've seen here on Tesla from a daily perspective is that we sat on top of this range. So you can see the open in this underlying right at the top of this resistance level, all right? So this is exactly what I'm looking at. So I'm looking for that sit on top of resistance level and then the continuation in strength. We didn't necessarily get that today, and that's totally fine. Totally, I can't do anything about that. It was a strong 5-minute drive, and then after it sold, fine, missed the run, don't want to cry home about it, just reassess the situation, realize where you went wrong, and then the next day see what you can do a little bit better. But those were my top picks there. In the morning was the TQs, Tesla using TSLA vehicle, the leverage derivative, 2X, I believe, and then also IBIT. Didn't work out. Fine, totally fine. We reassess the situation and we come back tomorrow. But we are in some TQQs right now, folks. Continuing to slowly crawl higher. Again, stop out 1, back in it, stop out, break even, and then boom, we're going to take it again to see if we can slowly start to recover in this market. What I want to do as well, too, guys, is I was looking at the top performing sectors in today's session. And we have XLU at the top of this class, up about 0.8%, closer to 0.9. And then we have the financial sector up about 0.5%. So here's XLF. I love XLF, one of my favorite vehicles here. And so we are trading below the volume weighted average price, but slowly starting to recover. So looking for any relative strength, find those top performing sectors, break it down. We can go to JPM and see what JPM is up to, probably just following this. And here we are just sitting on top of VWAP right now. We have JPM tomorrow, 8:30 sharp, or 8 a.m. sharp. That is on JPM. So looking forward to that, having fun with these tickers, especially leading into earnings seasons. Obi asked me, what are you looking at for tomorrow? I'm looking at JPM, and I know Sharif will be looking at some stuff as well.
Yeah, I'm just talking to JFlow there in the chat below VWAP. So he was telling me about OPTT, Ocean Power Technologies. So I had a look, JFlow, and the deal with this one is it's below the volume weighted average price. So I can't take this bad boy long. It's going to have to reclaim that VWAP area. It's up 9.5%, $121 million market cap, about 23 million shares trade on there. So even though it's sub $1, you know, it's got a good amount of volume. Looks like a head and shoulders pattern if I've ever seen one over here with the breach of VWAP. So I'm really not inclined to take this long. It's got to be trading above that white line right there at 91 pennies. That is a VWAP on my chart. But we're doing well on the soft one. So we just took some profits there on the short for Microsoft. We took some there at 70s. I'm waiting now at 60s, 61, excuse me. Showing up on the bid, 76 though on the ask. It's going to have to drop below that 60 penny area on the ask for me to get filled. So we'll pack our patience to see if we can extract some more profitability off Microsoft. We're going to set up some more beak wetters there. So now 59's showing up on the bid, and there we go. We get the print. Now we're going to wait for, now I've set up at 50, so I'm waiting for that print now at 50. MSF dang T. It was a 415.50. Boom! We take that one, Joseph, into the downside. All right, I haven't traded the mag in a hot minute, but I do, huh?
In a hot mini.
In a hot mini. So Softy rejecting that dang 20 exponential moving average 415.50. Was also a price action support level previously at that 11.15. 11, it did drop all the way down to 14.50, worked its way back up to 416.50, and then dropped again. So it was an area of possible previous resistance, and this time previous support, this time acting as resistance. Waiting for now a print in the third of a dollar. 47s now showing up on the bid. It's going to have to drop obviously a lot more for us to get printed. 47s still getting defended here. There we go. 37s now on the bid. It's going to have to keep dropping though. As I'm watching this, I'm keeping an eye on the market to see what levels we're at the market, and we're awfully close to 20,800. So the fact of the matter is these 100-point levels act as areas of support and resistance. So if we dip down to 20,800, I get concerned about my short because it's possibly that we could bounce off that level. Just kind of like what we're doing. We dipped right now into the 30s, didn't get the print right now on Softy. So I'm keeping my eye, Joseph, on that 20,800, and we'll see what's up with that. Escape Planet, Archer or Joby? Say less, sir. I know what both those bad boys are. I happen to like both companies. You guys know my affinity for these eVTOLs. Let's start with Joby. Okay, so Joby getting shellacked, brother. I mean, there's nothing for me to do here. I don't usually short these small cap gappers. I take them long. Let's see ACHR, Archer Aviation. Kind of the same look, brother. They're both getting creamed on the day. Archer just bounced, I think, off $8. So this is clearly negatory on the day. I'm gonna have to respectfully decline to short these small cap gappers. That's kind of not my modus operandi. We take it a third of a dollar on the soft one, Joseph. Now we're going to set up at the whole dang dollar. So let's set up for 414.05. We'll see if we can wet our beak on that. That would be a new LOD for MSF dang T, because right now it's 414.16. The Katina man hitting the bear emoticon because everything is headed to the downside in the Mag 7, in the futures. It is blood on the streets. Well, not as bad as yesterday. I mean, we're only down 0.2% on the NQ, but you get the point. So moving into 414 right now, we are at the low of day on Microsoft. It's 414.16. I submit to you that most of the Mag 7s are at or printing the low of day. Case in point, 216.66 for Amazon, 590 now for Meta, and it's 589.21, the low of the day, and boom, there it is. So the trade is done there. We take 80 pennies. Appreciate you. We'll take that 414. All right, soft. Hey, the Katina man's getting amped over there, baby. Katima is gonna, okay, so he got short there. We all saw that initial short that he was at when we took in the pre-market, when we got that PPI number, he added into the shorts. That's the short on Apple. It's kind of the same thing, Katina man, because the Apple and the future could both get murked today. There it is. He's got bottom wick. Shout out to the dang Katina man. He took those prints. We're shouting him out, and we're sending it to Joseph.
Dang, yeah, the diamond hand dancer right there is the Katina man. Good stuff there, my guy. But we got a lot of super chats here, Strip, that we got to touch on. $2 super chat from Zion, Lala, Neil, the real deal. Great midday lesson and reminder. Thank you, Zion, for that $2 super chat. Then Kyle Burdett. Shake weights for the ladies only. $5 super chat. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say that one anyways. Stevenson, thank you for the $2 super chat. Spy with an inverted head and shoulders on the 15-minute. He asked me to take a look at that. We'll pull that up with you. I said, I don't really see it, but maybe on the 1 minute. But I really like this bottoming signal here on the 1 minute on SPY. I like pointing that out. So I'm going to take advantage of that here. But let's go to your 15-minute time frame and see. I'm going to ask Sharif because I don't necessarily see it. Do you see a head and shoulders anywhere along these lines? Yeah, I don't. And I was just trying to be frank with them. Maybe on the 1 minute we can maybe try to take a look at something, shoulder one, head, shoulder two. But again, you don't want to force it. You want to be able to see it a lot clearer. But yeah, just being frank with you, but thank you for the super chat as always. But you're not wrong. We are starting to turn around here, which is really key and important. So way to point that out, Stevenson. Good look there, my friend. And then another $5 super chat from Kyle Burdett, the big one, 0.0 hilarious. Get down. There you go. So thank you, Kyle, for the
does it mean
$5
there?
super chat. Pardon me?
What does 0.0 mean? Is that where he wants the ES to go?
Yeah, I think so. I don't
think
know.
he'd be very happy with
Zero, imagine.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
still
he'd be-
riding the bear, man. Just keep riding the bear. There you are. Those puts working out for you on IBIT, on everything there, Kyle. Hopefully you're in some index options as well, too. We were talking a lot about options earlier in the session. But here we are, bouncing off the lows here. Really like that 1 minute print on the SPY here. Let me bring up the Qs because I want to see what that print looks like on the 1 minute time frame on the Qs, because we're going to use the TQ vehicle. A nice little hammer there, not as clean as the SPY. I think XLF is helping the SPY be slightly stronger here. So let's pull back the XLF here and see what we got going on. Still hovering below the volume weighted average price, but I'm going to look to get involved here on the TQs. We like this one. A potential bottoming signal. That volume started to pick up. We got that hammer. A bunch of key signals now. Let's see if we can take advantage of this one, Sharif.
I like it, Joseph. Shout out, first of all, to Melihi Mumu, and then somebody else. I did answer them back there in the chat. They both told me at separate times about GLXG. Okay, finally, we get a small cap gapper that's not, doing a Christmas tree retracement. Up right away and then down right away. Okay, so this one is definitely defending the volume weighted average price. So how we work into this is going to be key here. Okay, so VWAP at $1, low 40s. But what I see here is all sorts of initial rejections at $1.50. Now we're down into that $1.50. Do we defend the $1.50? So it's a $1.59 HOD right now. Let's see if we can weasel in here at the $1.50 and defend this level. I'd like to be able to scalp as this one, if this one ascends. So we're going to throw out some beak wetters here to possibly take advantage of a spike up in price. So what I'm seeing is here, candle reject, finally breaking. There it is. Okay, so now we take it out, $1.55. Let's see if we can take out 56. Let's hang out as well in the high 50s. So as I mentioned, the HOD is 59. So I'd like to front run 59 and possibly get filled at 58. Because, once you get into that HOD, there's usually some selling, whether it's profit taking or people reinstituting shorts. A couple of prints on this one so far, but it's very volatile. It's moving up to 157, then right back down into 150, which is kind of crazy for a dollar name. That's a big percentage move right there. So let's see if this one wants to continue to the high side. I've set up at 58 and 61. There goes 58, 59, 60. Oh. Here we go. Big size at 60, Joseph. Let's see, but it's re-upping the size. That's the word I'm looking for. Look at how we got into that 60, and then the size was getting taken out, and then new size started coming in. That tells you that there's a lot of aggressive shorting into that HOD. Let's see if we can get that print. What did you want to hit?
I was ready. I was getting ready to bang there.
That's all good. All right, so we take it out a few exits over here on your...
Even Roger said it, and bang. He was ready for it, too. Everybody was ready, yeah.
All right, shout out to Big Spile. I see that $5 super chat. Well, he also tagged me. That scam number... That's scam number this morning. Oh, I see. You're talking about PPI. I get you. Yeah, look, Big Spile, you know how it is, man. PPI is kind of like the ugly third cousin of CPI, right? So let's see exactly what CPI brings. Down we go on GLXG. We're only holding one more out on this bad boy. I'd like to defend VWAP at this level, but let me tell you, anything below 140, which is below VWAP, we're going to be gonzino on this one. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Hey, good stuff there, guys. We're in on some TQs with those signals that we mentioned before. So we're going to just load up, push a little extra size here, see if this one starts to work out. As it is, beautiful signal. We went over this in VPA. The VPA lesson, all right? We're at an extreme low. Are we going to get a bounce? Let's see how deep this bounce can go, all right, guys? So thank you for that. I also wanted to mention we have the Playmaker poll up as well, too, folks. Only 637 likes. Votes. We need to get that up. Guys, get that to 1,000. You know we like that 1,000 benchmark. And let's get the likes up as well, too, folks. Please and thank you. Get those votes in. And we can see which way we're going to go. I probably know which way. I'm rooting. See, I'm one of those guys, like, it's all fun being the king and everything at via sports. You like watching the Kings go on their runs. But then there's nothing more exciting than watching a king get dethroned, all right? So that is what we want to see here. Will the shorts eventually win? And that's what may happen this weekend in the UFC, Sharif. massive fight that I'm looking forward to. So yeah, we'll see what we got going on with that, guys. But get those votes in. Let's get that to 1,000. And we got some more super chats as well here too. So bang, let's get those. Vasil. Hey, Vasil. I noticed that if I trade daily, I can make more money than just holding long positions, and it takes time to recover. Okay, yeah, we like that. You got to find what works for you, my guy, and then just exploit it. Okay, so if you found a system that really works for you and you find that you can be more profitable within that system, start exploiting it. Take as much advantage of it as you possibly can. So we love to see that. I'm glad that you are trading extremely well. That's what we want to see. And then why? I don't know. Okay, so another $5 super chat. This person every day asks this. Rivoli, what is Sharif's ethnicity?
Oh, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Walking like an Egyptian. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Very Egyptian. Yes.
Very Egyptian. Yeah.
One of the, I think my marquee things is the eyebrows. That's one. Two, I give everybody a nickname. That's very Egyptian. Now, like, you cannot be called by your regular name in Egypt. It's blasphemous.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to be called a pet name, right? So that's kind of the nickname, whatever. All right, guys, we got in a little bit here at 144. A couple of outs already on that dip trade on GLXG. The reason I had that 144 dip trade was that was VWAP. So I said to myself, look to defend VWAP, and took a smaller position. Anything below that $1.40, I'm gone. We've already had a couple of outs on the refill already. So let's see if this one wants to continue to the high side. I'm going to set up at the $0.50 again to wet my beak on some profitability here. GLXG trying to hold VWAP, but you know, I really don't have a whole lot of faith in these small cap gappers continuing. That's why I'm trading it a little bit cautiously right now. So let's see if this one wants to run up. As I see it, that $1.50 now is acting as a key level of resistance, which is not surprising. On a dollar name, the 50 penny area probably will be resistance. What is surprising to me, though, is its proximity to VWAP. So we've got basically a 5 penny range. VWAP and then the 50 penny level. VWAP's $1.45. The 50 penny level, obviously at 50 pennies. So a bit of a tight range establishing right now on GLXG. Let's keep an eye out on this one. What is this? What is the difference from little to very? I don't know, bro. Leave me alone. Let me just trade. What else we got over here? Keep your eyes, guys, on the small cap gappers. If there's any new ones, I'd love to know about them because I wasn't here, obviously, in the earlier trading day. So I may not be as in tune to what we're doing here in small cap gapper world. So make sure to tag me, though, because it's really hard to see all the entries in the chat. I'm seeing some people talk about Rigetti. Palms are sweaty. Yeah, this one's just a little bit above VWAP right now. Get it, Adara. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. If Rigetti wants to hold and stay above VWAP, it might be a different story. Joseph, what do you got?
Hey, good stuff there. We got a good question from Sarah Bredat. Okay, she said, do you guys use the bands when using VWAP? It's clogging my screen so much.
Bands make
Excuse me. No, we don't use the bands. I don't use the VWAP bands. Sorry, I eliminate those. So feel free to as well if you feel like it's congestion on your screen. You don't want to see that at all, right? You want to be able to read price action on that front. Okay, can we see SPY back in green? Today, maybe it's going to be a tough look. I mean, let's take a look at how much we're down here from a percentage metric. SPY tab AM. And yeah, let's see what we got down. Only down about, 0.2% here. So totally recoverable on the session. If volume starts to pick in, you see that volatility kick in and that volume as well too, folks. We can definitely recover on the session and then continue to the northeast. So I wouldn't rule it out. Is it going to happen? Only time will tell, as I most obviously say all the time. So yeah, there it is, Joe. Bro, somebody kick Nvidia because it won't let go. Yeah, I know. Man, I know. It needs to jumpstart or something because this thing has been just dragging the overall market down. I thought we were going to continue to the northeast, especially out of the opening drives, but NVDA had other plans and decided that it wanted to sell off, dragging a lot of the market down with it. So here it is. Let's see what happens. We are forming a nice consolidation phase on NVDA here. Let's see which way it decides it wants to break. If we sit on top of this resistance range and then volume steps in, sure enough, you can get that move back to the volume weighted average price and then continue to the northeast. But again, Time will tell. You have to be patient. Let that volume step in. Don't anticipate. Look to participate with those consolidation break phases, all right? Let that volume step in. Let it tell you, like, okay, yeah, we're ready to start moving, and then you can look to participate on that front as well, too. So good luck there, guys. Let's get back to the TQs and see what we got going on here. Slowly taking some off, mentioned before, hey, this is a beautiful signal. This is what I want to see. Slightly isolated. Play the break of it. Slightly late with RVR would have been a lot better, but here we are, continuing to recover here on the market, running into some resistance zones right now on the TQs. Let's see if we can sit on top of those, and then we can trade higher, my guy. Also, you're talking about nicknames. Do you know what my nickname is in Jamaica, in our hometown?
No, I'd like to know though. What?
Russian.
Russian?
Yeah.
Okay, explain.
Yeah,
we need
because I'm foreign, right?
Yeah.
So that's what they call foreign. Yeah, Russians, right? So, I'm Russian.
Okay.
And my dad's nickname is Cow. Ko, they call him.
Why?
Cause I don't know. He's cool. He's big. He's like, he's not like obese or anything, but he's just like solid. He's solid. He's solid.
You call him
cool.
Ox.
Yeah, he's cool. Yeah.
Joseph, do you see what we did with 20,800? We dipped aggressively into that 20,800 on the NQ March contract, and we dipped. Actually, we broke 800. To be quite honest, we got to 791, and then we popped up. We popped up into the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart on the NQ March contract, which is 20,875. A 2-candle hold up at said level. It's not the 20 exponential that I'm really interested here. It's this area right at 11 o'clock, the low that we printed there. We came into that level and then we popped up and actually went green on the day momentarily on the NQ, but that was as green as we were going to get, at least into the late morning, early afternoon. And then we move right back into the lower end of that range. That low end is 20,875. We bounced off it right there, and now we seem to be rejecting off it. It's not a one-off event, though. Look at what we did over here at 12:10 and 12:15. We rejected off that exact same area. So we could have a possible double bottom in our midst off that 20,800. And if this area right here that we've been rejecting off since 1140 gets cleared, we could move up. We could move up into about 20,950. That is the closing print from yesterday. So if we clear this obvious area of resistance, well, what's the next area of resistance that we rejected off previously? It's that closing print. 20,950. But no, let's not count our chickens before they hatch, because we haven't cleared 20,875 quite yet. I'm just saying this is a possibility right now, with this area being an obvious area of previous support, now acting as resistance. So keeping my eye on the future, and by extension of that, of course, keeping my eye on the MEG. NVIDIA looks like a hockey stick at this level. I mean, I'm not sure what's going on with NVIDIA. At 136.58 HOD, we move all the way down, and then we're locked in the tightest of ranges over here. It looks like it's defending that 130 area. It's a skosh above 130. In fact, the low of the day is 130.32, and we're knocking the door of 131, but we're still in the 130. So NVIDIA looks awfully range bound and a very tight range. You can't say that for the others. The others look, like the range that they've established a lot shorter, and they look a bit more, I don't know, like the likes of Meta, the likes of Amazon, they look more inclined to start curling back up, but you never really know until it all manifests. So right now, Meta been very respectful of the 20 exponential moving average, which on my chart will always be the solid yellow line. We reject off it initially over here in the 11, say from 11:15 until about 11:40, and then we're kind of straddling it right now. So Meta looks like it wants to take the 20 exponential, and you could kind of make the same argument for Amazon. Amazon wasn't straddling the 20 exponential earlier, but it is now, and it's a nice move off that 216.50, and now we're knocking the door of 218 here on AMZN. Still down about, in between a third to a quarter percentage on the day. The dead one Apple looking as well like it wants to hold above 233. We'll have to see how that all works out there. Yeah, so no clearance right now on the future of 20,875. So these the Mag 7 likely going to stay near that low. All right, going back to these small cap gappers, see if there's anything afoot. Nothing really going on over here for the small cap gappers. Oh, I'm seeing a new one that just found its way onto the scene. MTNB up 56%. Let's load this bad boy up over here. MTNB is the one I'm talking about. MTNB. I can type, I promise. There we go. Okay, so this one, what's going on over here? So this bad boy shows up for the first time on the day at 12 o'clock. Pops up, knocks on the door of a buck, drops all the way back to 70 pennies and below VWAP, and now we're knocking on the door of $1 again with that 95 penny top wick. Technically, we got into 99 pennies before. That's a nice U-shaped retracement and a good reclaiming of the volume weighted average price, but obviously still below the high of the day. So let's throw on the ticker over here because this one could be interesting. I'm talking, guys, again, MTNB. It is a sub $1 name. And yeah, definitely looking at making moves over here. So MTNB definitely in focus. Now, your boy, RR, Rich Tech Robotics, I'll always associate this with you because you called it out that day. I traded it. It's getting back into the VWAP area, the volume weighted average price, and it had a failed attempt also of VWAP once it dropped below it. And that failed attempt came at 11.55. We find ourselves there right now again, but we're kind of putting this rounded bottom. Shout out to the Spiled one, who likes rounded bottoms very much. But I think that's pretty much, we can all get behind that. No pun intended.
No pun intended.
So there we go. We'll see if this one can clear that 290 area. Joseph, RR. Rich Tech Robotics.
Hey, good luck there, my guy. Yeah, I like this Rich Tech Robotics play here. But here we go, guys. Off that signal here, we talk about it in the lessons. Little VPA there for you guys, that increase of volume on the lower time frames with that indecision candle. One thing I did is I went and I looked on multiple charts to confirm that print, and sure enough, we're getting that bounce here, breaking through some key resistance levels. Let's see if we can still recover on the session. Mentioned this before, we're not down too much, so you can recover from a day like this. Are we going to? I mean, we're trading below the volume weighted average price for the majority of the session. So in order for us to break through that, we're going to need to see a program step in and us break through with some volume. But anything can happen at any time. So just be prepared, guys, especially with these mags. Like NVDA is just consolidating. Price is starting to compress. So what happens when it breaks? We want to see that volume step in. Let's pull up NVDA for you guys real quick as we continue to monitor what we got going on in the overall market. So here, as you can see, slightly forming these higher lows here, folks, but price is starting to compress here on NVDA. And when price is compressing like this, in order for it to break, you're going to see that volume step in, all right? So that is huge. Once it steps in, that's how we can look to participate in this. Okay, so Money Talks. I like this show even more now. Yes, sir, Spanish Town, born and raised. Let's go.
Hey.
Yeah. My family is from Lioneltown. And we go to like Maypen once in a blue moon. I used to drive the car to Maypen to go to the KFC in Maypen, if you're familiar with that, Spanish Town. But yeah, Money Talks, there you go. Thanks for joining us. I know there's a couple people from Jamaica, a lot of traders from Jamaica that tune into the show because we were talking about it from before. But yeah, Lioneltown is where we're from. Kempsville High School is where my cousins go, and I go hang out with them at Kempsville High School, and then we go to the KFC in Maypen. So good stuff. Yeah.
Look what Neil wrote to you.
Can you cross it? What? I don't get it.
Nobody can cross it?
No, I don't get it.
He said, Neil's saying nobody can cross it. I know you guys can't hear him off camera.
But yeah, I don't get it. No, I don't get it. Am I slow or what? let me know.
You set yourself up there.
All right. But anyways, back to anything. So yeah, back to what we were talking about. A little slow to that punchline on that one on Neil, so we'll have to get back to that. But guys, I mentioned the price compression on this here. Let's see what happens on NVDA to see. Oh, can you eat Scotch bonnet? No, I don't usually eat that. You get a little spice in the curry chicken, but other than that, I'm not. I let everybody else cook for me. But the volume is starting to.
You let everybody else cook for you. That must be nice, Joseph.
Yeah. Well, that's what we do down there, man.
I know. But I thought the way you put it, it's like I let everybody cook. You know, I cook.
But I do cook. But I let them cook. Yeah. See, there you go. Yeah, I let them. Yeah. But a little supervision going on. You can see what's going on, oversee everything, make sure we get the the right spices in there. and everything.
That's how you roll, eh?
That's how I roll. I make sure. You know what I mean?
Properly.
Yeah, we need proper execution. You know
love
what
it.
I mean, my guy?
I love it.
That's it. That's it. What you got going on?
We're gonna send to Adair in a second, but I'm keeping my eye, guys, still on MTNB, excuse me, because it is continuing to hold up above the volume weighted average price. It's putting in higher lows on the 5-minute chart, not necessarily higher highs, but I am kind of hopeful for this one. Let's see what Adair has for us at the big desk.
We have a crypto segment. As you guys know, usually during the afternoon, I like to spice this up a little bit by not talking purely about Ethereum and or Bitcoin. So let's take a look at XRP. Basically, my idea for this is I just kind of wanted to look at some of these month-to-date or week-to-date, whatever, changes in some of these crypto takers to see what was particularly strong. And I mean, look at XRP. Up 8% in the last 24 hours, up 15% in the last 7 days, up 30% in the last month. So, or a month to date anyway, and then in the last 30 days, we're still up about 10%. So XRP clearly outperforming its peers. So I want to take a look here at this chart. And I mean, if you look at it here, this anchored VWAP, by the way, is our AVWAP from the election on November 5th, which we know was a really great look for a lot of these, the market in general, but especially a lot of crypto takers. XRP also had the benefit of the resignation of Gary Gensler, who we know was not necessarily pro-Ripple. So Paul Atkins, new SEC chair, could be a great look here for XRP, which, as you can tell, rounded bottom, bull flag. Yesterday here, this is the daily chart, we have this beautiful slice through the AVWAP and then pushing back above it. So I think it's a really great look here on the XRP chart. I wanted to give it a little bit of love because it's not one we talk about a lot, and it's one that looks great, and that percentage move so far backs it up, guys. Back to you.
Bye, Gary. It's been
Bye, Gary.
It hasn't been nice.
Later.
No. It hasn't been nice knowing you at all. And, you know, if we don't encounter you again, I'd be good with it. So shout out to the anti-crypto extraordinaire, Gary Gensler. I hope you have a good whatever the hell you do.
Yeah, a lot of Jamaicans in the chat, man. What happened?
She's laughing, makes me laugh. All right, guys, I'm trying to load MTNB. Am I writing it? MTNB, yes. I don't think this is on the NASDAQ. Let's check the Amex. Okay, so this is an Amex stock. And I'm just keeping my eye on this one because, again, we got into about 97 pennies, 97 and a half, and the selling comes in fast and furious again on it. So it's holding VWAP. 86 pennies, give or take, is the volume weighted average price, but I don't like the lower low, excuse me. And the fact of the matter is it's a bearish engulfing right now on the 5-minute chart where the current 5-minute candle ensconces the previous green candle from the top and the bottom. So that's a bearish engulfing candle and usually not a good recipe to enter along. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. If it wants to, you know, buck the trend right now with small caps, which have all been selling off, well, then we'll get involved. But it's going to have to prove itself. I'm not going to try to dip trade this one and then catch another L. So we'll keep an eye on that. Back to the MAG we go. Let's see what's afoot. No, the selling is still in play. I mean, we haven't cleared that key area of technical resistance that we talked about on the NQ March contract, but we're not really dipping below with any aggression. We're kind of hanging out a little bit below it. The level I'm talking about is 20,875. And that's a level we bounced off initially, and then we've rejected multiple times off that level. Not once or twice, but more like 5 or 6 times on the 5-minute chart. So it's a level of importance to me. But the thing is, we're not making any newer lows either. So we're kind of just hanging out near the lows on the future. So pack our patience, see if we can extract anything. I don't have any takers right now that I'm liking. I'm looking at Rich Tech Robotics. I was going to look over to the Katina Man and Neil and see how much these shorts are going to cost me. But I'm thinking, you know, like, it's awfully close to VWAP. Why don't I just hang out here, see if it clears that $3 level and gets going. It's got a great looking rounded bottom. It's just the problem is I base my small cap gapper strategy on VWAP. And this one has been south of VWAP for the majority of the morning, so I'm less inclined to want to trade it. So moving up into 290 right now, about 10 pennies away from that 3. And just because VWAP's at 286 doesn't mean that's the end of the resistance. I mean, look what we did over here with 3. We couldn't take 3 after clearing it initially, and we dropped back down into that VWAP level. Then all hell broke loose. We couldn't break above 3. And look at all these candles over here. Each and every one of these 5-minute candles is below VWAP. So clearly somebody using VWAP here to short or take profits. And I don't want to stand in front of that, obviously. So Rich Tech Robotics up 35.5%, give or take. Above VWAP right now, but not really a glowing endorsement. So well, let's see what else we got over here. Look, Jimmy Donnelly. I think he's talking about options over here. This might be down your alley. Lucid. Look at call option activity at the $3 strike price, Joseph.
We can do that.
Yeah, he's going to do that for you right now. So we're going to give him an opportunity to do that. Rohit Sharma talking about QBTS. I'm going to have a look at that for you as well, Rohit, once Joseph has a look at Lucid.
Yeah, that $3. So we got a lot of open interest here, around 41K open contracts as of right now. But again, that's with 3 days till expiry. I see a lot more open, well, not a lot, 45,000 around that $2.50 strike price. So yeah, I mean, I don't follow Lucid enough to say this is unusual, but the at the money IV is extremely high on this thing, sitting at 104% on that front. So yeah, I mean, let's take a look at Lucid. I kind of want to see the price action. I don't pay too much mind to this thing. LCID, oh yeah, and starting to recover here. So yeah, let's see what happens. Volume really starting to pick up. So with that, you'll see projected in some unusual options contracts. So nice stuff there. Really like that look. So yeah, good luck there with that options activity. You want to follow the volume, but there is some more to the put side though. There's an unusual about 67,000 contracts at that $2.50 strike price to the put side, Sharif. So that ratio looking a little bit more dominant to the negative side there, my friend. So yeah, good stuff there. Let's see what we got. Join from Portland Cottage, which is about 10 minutes drive to Linotown. Here is too hot for me, though. I'd rather cool Mandeville. All right, yeah. You can go cool off in Salt River, because if you're from those ends and you know Linotown, then that's where I go, and we cool off in Salt River and swing from the rope. So, K-Shaw, nice look there. I'm glad that you're close to that area. Cool stuff. As I mentioned, my cousins go to Kempso High, and we go to I drive around there and go to like this nice, so there's a big mountain and the water flows, the mineral water flows into like a pool, and we call it Salt River, and it's nice refreshing water.
Sick,
yeah, it's so nice. Yeah, it's so nice. Yeah, good stuff there.
Sure.
Yeah, it's good stuff there. But what do you got going on there, my guy? So you got a video for the people.
Well, we're talking about Lucid,
Really?
Joseph.
All right,
You think
all right.
I can't talk about the SUV?
Yeah,
So
there we
this
go.
is what I perceive to be one of the possibilities that could help move the needle for Lucid. I'm not a big fan of sedans, and data supports my contention that most people are not as much of a fan of sedans as they are SUVs, and this is Lucid's first foray at the SUV world. And it's a 7-row SUV, so it's not, definitely not my cup of tea, but I do, because I don't want a 7-row SUV. I'm a single guy, right? So what the hell am I going to do with that? But there's a lot of good stuff to like about this, and it's not the final product. So this is the first one, the first SUV is what I'm trying to say, but we've seen this story before with Tesla and with some others. They drop their most expensive product, usually their biggest product, which has the most amount of margins, shores up the balance sheet a little bit so they can get some cash on hand, and then they move into something a bit smaller, more, down my alley. So this is, if it's going to look anything like this, I'm definitely a fan. The interior is really what gets me. And Lucid, if you know the brand, they spare no expense. They execute cars like Rivian, where like the production process is super rigid, very tightly monitored, and they want to execute the cars to the best of their ability.
Serious,
yeah,
man.
bro, it's a serious look. Look at this, and see the screen up here, Joseph.
Yeah.
I can send different things from this screen down into this one.
Oh, yeah?
Just by swiping.
Oh,
yeah.
So you can do that? Yeah, that's what we need, man.
Bro, and it's at a huge screen, and from what I'm hearing, there's likely going to be a passenger screen on the future iterations of this
I like
product.
the LED lights in the back.
100%, dude. There's so much to like about this. We don't have enough time on the show. And what I do like as well, with a lot of these EV companies putting all screens, I do like hard buttons for certain things, air conditioning, some other stuff, and you have those right on the bottom there. Then you have the weird-looking steering wheel that seems to be very popular right now, yokes and these rectangular, weird-ass steering wheels. But point is,
How do you like those things?
I personally don't, but they do that so that you don't block the screen, so that it doesn't eat up much of the screen. That's what I've been hearing. I mean, I don't
be able to.
Yeah, exactly. You got to adjust your driving skills.
Yeah, you got to be able to.
Yeah, so this is the Lucid Gravity, guys, and so they're actually delivering these now. They did a little video on their YouTube page where they're inviting purchasers of the first batch of the Gravities to kind of pick up their cars at the manufacturing plant, and they do like a whole PR thing there. So the Gravity being delivered finally, and it's still obviously not available in Canada. My understanding is California customers first, and then they're going to go, I think, New York second, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So Canada will be after all 50 states. I wasn't going to say it, Joseph. I wasn't going to say it.
It's going to be
No, it's not. So the Gravity definitely could move the needle over here. And we've been talking about this for a while. I don't know. What do you guys like? Do you guys like the Gravity? What's your favorite EV SUV? Are you guys a Model X? You guys like the Model X or the Model Y possibly? The Gravity, what other EV SUVs are there? The Rivian, the main one. The R1S, obviously, Rivian, that's got to be one of my favorites as well. No Cybertruck here though, just SUVs, guys. Which one do you guys like the best? Shazan says 7 rows, just 3. No, not 7 rows, sorry, 7-seater, excuse me, 7-seater, but 3 rows. Yes, you're right, I misspoke there. Rivian says, Shazan Aksari, should we call them SUEVs? Adira?
No.
We're dropping the cash for Adira. There you go. The Hummer is a nice one. Yes, Shazan, you're absolutely right about that. I like it, but it weighs like 10 million pounds, and it's absolutely huge. The Piper couldn't care less. Excellent participation
the electric Mustang too. Isn't that
the Mach-E?
SUV? Yeah,
the Mach-E's, yeah. It's like it was supposed to be the Model Y killer. How'd that work out?
Yeah, how do you feel about it? I don't know how I feel about the SUV Mustang.
I don't even know why they called it the Mustang. Just call it like a 40 something or another. I don't know. You're
Stallion or something.
Bora Hut, he likes the model, or they like the Model X. Easy Media, the Rivian, Escape Planet, the Volkswagen ID Buzz. I gotta give you some credit on that. North Tube likes the Volvo C30. Eddie R, I like the Rivian. Tesla's look is boring. It's very minimalist. You're not wrong about that, but I think they do that on purpose. Mason Moore is a fan of Tesla, and Butta Biscuit Head is electric Mustang count. Yeah, we just talked about it. Crassy Model Y or the R1, the R1S. I'm assuming, obviously, you're talking about what's going on, Katina, man.
Zuckerberg and Bezos will all
Elon, Zuck, and Bezos all gonna be at the inauguration. Can you say you're surprised about that?
Where's Alex?
Where's Alex Carps as a Katina man?
AK gonna be there.
Yeah, he's at the Pentagon, bro.
He's gonna be there.
Money over there.
He'll be there.
Alex Carp?
Alex Carp will be there.
Yeah, he should bring him and his hair over there.
Yeah, he should bring his hair. Yeah, but you don't want to leave that behind. Shreve. All right, Shreve. We got to send in the next tickers for the rundown. But first, you know what time it is, my guy. Time for the Playmaker poll. All right, so guys, let's get into this one. We are absolutely smashing it here, guys. Let's get in our metrics, and then we'll take a gander at the equity curve here shortly, because we're putting in a banger of a session, I feel like, here today.
Let me load up.
Yeah, load up there, my guy, and then we'll get ready.
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Are we ready here? All right, brother, what's the entry price?
Okay, the entry price, $580.71.
871, bang.
So we're taking profits at $582.71.
Sorry, you said 581. I put 587.
So at 580.71, yeah.
580. Yeah, okay, so then 582. 71, perfect.
Yeah. And then we're going to stop out 579.
579.
71. There you go.
Good stuff there. Yeah, it's not, don't complicate it there, Joseph.
It's all good. All right, we got to go to Dara. What's up, Dara?
Providing more context there. So this actually came out about 40 minutes ago, NBC reporting this. It's not been confirmed, but Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos reportedly set to attend the inauguration of Donald Trump, which will be on our market holiday next Monday. So Monday, January 20th, apparently we will be expecting Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos in attendance. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the stream.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on just as long as they separate Zuck and Elon. You know what I
You
mean?
don't want them
'Cause-
going at it, eh? I don't think they'll go at it.
No, they're not going to do nothing.
I got Zuck
of
anyway.
billionaires.
I got Zuck.
So
on that
Zuck
one
is
anyway.
clearly the one who's actually training and putting in the work and stuff like that. But Elon is like 5 or 6 inches bigger than Zuck, and I think he outweighs him by like 80 pounds.
Yeah, that means nothing. That means nothing. He'll
Sit
gas
on it,
out.
bro.
Yeah, but he'll gas out.
Yeah.
right. He'll gas out.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't have the athletic ability that Zuck has acquired. And Zuck's actually training with some real fighters,
Yeah,
man.
I know, man.
So yeah, I'll put my money on Meta.
You got Meta on that one? Okay.
Yeah, I got Meta.
It was interesting because I've been listening to the Joe Rogan pod with Zuck on it, so I got to take it in pieces because I listen to it on the drive down, right?
in there.
So it was actually refreshing to hear Zuck compliment Elon on something, specifically community notes.
Did he?
And he doesn't just do it passively. No, he's like, they got it right. We got it wrong. Their system is better. We're taking their system.
With what?
Community notes on X rather than fact checkers and moderators and stuff like that can be obviously inherent.
So what's
bias.
the difference between community notes and?
So you put in something controversial,
Yeah.
right? I can chime in under your post and it'll say community notes, and then people can have a discussion, be like, no, you are misrepresenting this part of it. But people can see the original post. It doesn't get removed, but there's commentary on it. Prior to that, obviously Meta was filtering and removing things, right?
Yeah, trying to get rid of the Leonardo DiCaprio.
Do you remember?
Meme.
It's funny. Yeah. So that's the situation there. Let me know what else you guys are looking at. Everybody's yelling about QBTS. All right, so let's have a look at QBTS over here. What's the situation on QBTS? I didn't have a look at this. Okay, so it's taking out VWAP here. It's up 15%. D-Wave Quantum, $1.18 billion market cap. Now, the reason VWAP is important over here is because it clearly rejected it at 1145, 1150, dropped back down to that predictable area of support at that $4 area. Now we're clearing VWAP. In fact, the last about 20 minutes or so on the 5-minute chart, we've been using VWAP as support. I'm talking about that 430 area. Now we're moving into 443. We're about to take out that $0.50 possibly soon. HOD on QBTS, we printed that at 950 this morning. It was a quick wick into 469er, and then down we went. I think we were continuing to be positive on the day on QBTS. Let's just load up the ticker over here so everybody can follow along. Yeah, so this one is moving nicely. Good call out, guys. No question about that. It's a good call out by you guys. Now we're going to have to load it up on a trading screen and get ready and formulate a plan on this one about how we want to weasel in. So QBTS, Joseph, in focus.
Hey, good look there. Darius, it's funny, NVDA is going to do this into the close. I was just pulling up to see if we broke that consolidation phase because, I mean, if it decides that it wants to break out of this consolidation and then go to the top side, I think it's going to drag the overall market up with it. So just got to be prepared for that. But if it breaks to the downside, Darius, you're going to be looking, sitting on some pretty pennies as well, too. So rooting for you on that front, my guy. Hopefully you get those prints that you need and close those contracts up for some nice gains, brother. So much appreciated. As always, when you chime in, it goes a lot farther than you think. So yeah, guys, here we are sitting in some TQs. Still letting this ride off of that same signal. So let's see how much of a bounce we get off of the overall market. Now starting to reject around some resistance levels as we kind of are around that 115, 130-ish time of day. So you can see that momentum really start to slow down and that volume just kind of steady flow in, all right? So nothing crazy. But if NVDA decides that it wants to take that second leg lower, I believe it is going to drag the market along with it. But let's take a look at Google because we haven't talked about it too much today. And I thought that this was going to be somewhat of a long on the session, but it has been the total opposite in this case. Nice consolidation phase as you see price start to compress there, forming that descending wedge or whatever you would like to call it, and then that volume steps in. Look at that volume step in, Shreve, right on that break of those key support levels there.
Great call out.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a really good look there, and that's what you want to see. So you can take this example here on Google and then transfer it to kind of what NVDA is doing. And then if you want to see a genuine move, you want to see these volume signatures start to print like this here. All right, so that can give you more conviction within that setup that like, okay, yeah, I'm in the right direction and I'm on the right side of that trade because you are following the mass volume. So that is a really good look, picture perfect example right there on Google. Let's see what happens as we run into these key resistance levels as well too here. Putting in some higher lows as well, guys. So a good look on Google. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective as well. And we're running into some support systems here on the daily with Google. Just the other day, we were just about to touch the all-time highs on this thing, and I wasn't even really aware of this. I'm like, oh, okay, the overall market has been kind of in a 4 or 5% drawdown. And then Sean mentioned Google is like, yeah, we were just knocking on the door of the all-time highs, and I look at it and I'm like, whoa, okay, it's kind of moving inverse of the overall market, but sure enough, slowly starting to pull back in here, my guy. I will send it off to you in 1 second. Let's see how far off those all-time highs we are. So only about 6%. Totally healthy stuff there as the market is starting to recover, looking good for the playmaker.
Sounds good, man. We weaseled back into softy here as a long this time because I think, well, we'll see. I mean, I hate to go long on a day where everything is red, but the fact of the matter is we defended 20,800 and now we're above 20,900. Not by much, certainly not by much. We're about 902, 903. I'm waiting at 88s over here on softy for the second print. 88s on the ask, sadly 77 on the bib, so we won't get printed unless it crosses, so I'll pack my patience there. There it is. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see if we can cross 416. I'm waiting on the north side now of the whole dollar on 416. I just absolutely love something. It's about 416.80. That's where VWAP is. I'd like to save the majority of the prints into that 416.80 level. You'll see it right on my screen right here at 417, but that's because the software that I'm using, P-Pro 8, starts generating VWAP later in the day. My actual software generates it a little bit earlier, and bang, we take out 16s there. So 3 prints now to the high side on the soft one. So let's set up now at the whole, at the third of a dollar. We're going to sit at 416.33s. So number one, it's going to have to take out the 50 exponential moving average on the 5 because that's exactly where it's at right now. Not a level that, I typically use, but ex post facto analysis looks like we did reject multiple times, at least initially in the day at 10 or the earlier part of 10, and then later part again, we rejected the 50 exponential. 416 is kind of overlapping. The price 416 is kind of overlapping with the 50 exponential. But what I'm looking for is a retracement into the volume weighted average price, which currently is 416, a little bit above 75, maybe 80s, something like that. But we're going to have to clear the whole dollar before we even look at that yet. But that's where I would, have my target for the last out there. Keeping an eye, obviously, simultaneously on the future, the NQ March contract above 20,900 now, underline that. But we're having a lot of trouble with it. Like, we're only a couple of points above 20,900. And it looks like we might reject it. Back below we go into the 800s, low 90s now. So definite selling coming in on the NQ, and that's obviously going to push down the soft one, which it does. It goes right back down into the 75 print. So packing my patience on this. Let's see if we can clear 20,900, and by extension of that, the Microsoft curls possibly, Joseph, back into that volume-weighted average price. Josh J says Amazon back above 218. Yeah, the Mag 7, all catching a bid right now. Even NVIDIA is above 131, and that's been very kind of flat at the bottom, just kind of straddled between 130 and 131. It's a skosh above 131 right now. What else we got over here? Apple above the 20 exponential as well, but still sell to 34.
That's a banger short though on
this one.
So
that was the initial entry, and then we got in here, and now looks like we're gonna drop into my price again. But I'm gonna defend, or not defend. I'm gonna give this one to below 415 or 415. I'll risk a little bit over here on the what's it called? Microsoft. What do you got?
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about Bitcoin, right?
Cool.
We all like Bitcoin. Well, I don't know if we all like it, but a lot of us do. And I'm really curious to see what's going on. Kyle and I were talking about this as well too, folks. Where are we headed from here? All right, so let's pull up. Let's do some basic TA on this front, and just look at it like this, okay? That's it. I'm not getting, okay, we don't want to buy any right now, but okay. But again, this is what I'm looking at. Price is starting to compress here. Even though we did wick out, basic TA just forming that wedge. And I want to know, where do we go from here? Are we going to break up or are we going to break down? I'm really curious. I was like, okay, once we breach that 92K to the downside, I'm like, okay, now I'm getting ready. I'm going to get prepared for those mid 80s, those high 70s to get involved and add extremely heavy on this thing. But what we kind of do in Sharif's terms is just continue to whiffle and waffle in this specific range here on Bitcoin. So as price is compressing here, I'm going to look for that breakout and that volume to support that as well too. I would obviously prefer that it broke out to the top side, but with this wedge, anything can happen. It all depends which party wins first, okay? And I think the more we trade around in this range, for some reason, I want to favor the sellers on this end, but I could be so wrong just from a supply and demand standpoint in this underlying asset that we continue to move to the top side. I mentioned this time and time again. Even though this is a fantastic move, Sharif, you can't really complain about this, up over 33% in this move here, but just the duration of this consolidation phase from March all the way to November to break out and then only trade 33, well, I shouldn't say only, but we went 33% higher when in past Bitcoin history, that's when you get those 100%, 150, 200% moves in this underlying asset. So I'm still looking forward. I still want to see that move where everybody goes like 150, 200.
Yeah, well, dude, I mean, there's no shortage of analysts that are not predicting 200, 250, 180, you
right?
know, like in and around that area. So I think you've got the analysts on your side. We'll have to see, obviously, if this manifests. Obviously, I'm right there with you. Very pro Bitcoin now, and, you know, I'm involved in it financially as well. So I've been talking about it for a long time, but never had skin in the game. Now we got skin in the game. So.
Wayner had a good point, and we were talking about on Friday. And he's like, yeah, well, people still say, well, what's the use case of Bitcoin? And he said this.
I get that.
He said this, and I think it's such a valid, fantastic point.
Let's hear it.
Speculation.
Okay.
Gambling, right? This is speculation. One of the use cases of this can be a gambling aspect, right? You can trade this thing now on the markets and in regular crypto brokerages. So that is a use case. Right? Speculation and gambling can be classified as a use case.
Yeah. And like, look, I mean, there were so many comparisons. I forget who it was, Michael Saylor or something like that.
It's the primary one.
No. But he was like, oh, he compared it to New York real estate. Well, it's not the same comparison, right? But I don't understand why an asset has to generate income or has to generate revenue. What rule says that? Why can't it just be strictly an inflation hedge? We know central banks and governments cannot be trusted to maintain the value of our money. They print money. We saw quantitative easing for a decade, more than a decade, and they love printing money. The point is, why can't there just be the inflation hedge aspect of it? Does there have to be anything else? I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm just thinking out loud here. I'd love to hear the chat and what their idea is.
I think that's a fantastic point. Right?
Hey, get it, Neil.
I think that's fantastic points. So.
I mean, that's just the way I see things. I see basically what we did during COVID. Did you hear some of this data? The 2 years that we had to print stimmies.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not questioning whether we had to do it or not, but the fact of the matter is the amount of money that was printed, I think from 2020, maybe to 23, maybe to 22.
More than ever.
It was insane. It was like the same amount that was printed from the war, World War II, to like, I don't know, 2020 or something like that. Or like very 80 close.
60, 70 years or something.
So the fact of the matter is, why can't it just not be an inflation hedge, full stop? Does it have to be anything else? Yeah. I want to hear what you guys have to say.
Let us know.
Let's see what people are saying. Pretty. Okay, he's talking about RR. I'll get to that in a second. Shout out to Neil. Neil already got me shorts for that. Let's see. Jimmy Donnelly. Gold doesn't generate revenue. It just goes up in value over time, like crypto. I get that, but you could make the case that gold can be used as a
system.
Yeah, well, exactly. You could wear it as jewelry. There's other uses. I'm sure it has uses in the industrial process as well. Eddie R. You need to put a tinfoil on that right now. Shout out to you. Corruption, Don Cherry says. Don Cherry, okay. I know, there. Caught me off guard too. Kyle Burdett, isn't that why people buy gold too? Took the words out of my mouth, my man. Let me see. Jellybean, Algo, got so many government checks with his name on them. I don't know who you're talking about, but sure. Eclectic Passions, simply money. BTC equals currency. Okay, I respect that. Rogelio Concepcion, right on target, Sharif. Thank you, brother. This is kind of how I'm seeing it right now anyway. Benali Hawk, fiat is supposed to be backed by gold. LOL. It's been LOL since your boy Nixon decoupled them in the 70s, and we haven't looked back since. All right, so guys, just to kind of wax poetic right now, we're involved in QBTS. We're taking some profits here to the $0.50. We're also still holding Softy. I'm waiting for that print over here at the $0.33 on Softy. We are now at the $0.25 MSFT, and the future, by extension of that, moving to the high side. I'm earmarking around 416.75 for my final out on MSFT. That is the volume weighted average price. That all obviously is predicated upon it taking out my fourth out over here, which is not forthcoming. Cal Burnett, I know, surprisingly, I agree with you. Love the guy, but we never see eye to eye on anything. I think that's what makes a good friend. People who typically disagree and then you can butt heads with. Jimmy Donnelly, exactly. Crypto so dang useful. Shout out to you, my man. Happen to agree. Brendan, you just described physical gold and silver. Gold can't be hacked and works without power. Thank you. Look, you're not wrong, man. You're absolutely not wrong. Let's see what else people are saying here in the chat. Mitch, the Permabull. BTC is just a better Western Union, cheaper fees. It costs $96,000 worth of electricity to make one Bitcoin. This should shut up 99% of the people. Look, you're not wrong about that. Everybody talks about the excess amount of electricity, energy in general, used to generate Bitcoin. I don't think that that's a static thing and a stagnant thing. I think that that probably progresses as we adopt more cleaner versions of energy. So your point is well taken, but I don't know if that's going to be the case going forward. Let's see what else people are talking about over here. Coin on the move says Evo Hugs. Let's have a look at COIN. Weasel over here.
Yeah, thanks for chiming in, everybody. There,
yeah, I'm loving it, man. And we're seeing names that we don't typically see, and that's the good news there. Right? All right, here it is, Coin. You're not wrong. Yeah, Coin defending to the dang T. That 251 level, look at that. The exact low of day, 251. And guess what? The closing print was on Coin yesterday, 251.14. Beautiful hold up at the closing print from yesterday. And here we go, 256 in sight. Volume weighted average price, 257 2/3. If I was in Coin, that would be where I'm earmarking my out. Kind of the same thing that I'm doing with Softy, earmarking my out for VWAP. I just have a bias that we do reject VWAP. So we got the print on Softy. There we go. All right, so now we're going to set up at the $0.0002. Let's hang out over here at 69. As you know, if I'm sitting in the 60s, I'm going to be sitting at 69. There it is. I don't know why I'm feeling nuts today, but yeah, shout out to you, just what you got.
Yeah, good stuff there. I mean, the detail, I think paying attention to detail is really key here, folks. So I just want to touch on this again. We've been over this lesson. We'll update it. We'll go over it again because these signals, look at this. From a whole daily perspective, you can identify out of, I don't know how many 1 minute candle prints they're on a daily session, but one print can help you identify a potential trade and entry point. So I'm going to emphasize on this one. As we start to recover and head back into the volume weighted average price, here on the overall market. SPY a little stronger here, guys, but look at that, and then sure enough, boom, we continue in this and just continue to appreciate in price. Now trading just below 76 on the TQs. It's just that little signal that says, hey, we're ready to rock and roll. Price is ready to turn around. All those sellers are exhausted. Let's start that cover rally, and then now we can start appreciating to the top side. So yeah, I like that look a lot there, guys. Let's see what IBIT is up to, because Bitcoin is what we were just talking about. Now trading above the volume weighted average price as well too. So nice recovery there on IBIT, up 3.19%. So yeah, big up Jamaica. Yeah, thank you, Prophet Anthony Green. Appreciate that. I told you, man, there's a lot of Jamaicans in the chat. So Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Clearly, huh?
Yeah, there is, bro. There's a lot of them talking. And it's weird because a couple of them are not too far from the small town, so that's really interesting that we're from. But yeah, guys, here we are with IBIT continuing to slowly crawl higher, sorry. And one thing that I want to mention, and I talk about it a lot, is the volatility skew that can happen in this underlying asset. We can get really squeezy. We mentioned this yesterday. At the end of the session, you've seen how Bitcoin just we rejected the bottom and that support break low and then started to appreciate. That can happen at any given moment with this thing. Shorts get squeezed out or someone just starts a crazy cover rally and then we start to appreciate in price and head back towards that $100,000 price target. I mentioned before, it's only a matter of time until we break one direction. So let's see what happens there on that front. And I think I mentioned, I thought we were going to break lower, but we just keep rejecting those support levels, bouncing off of them, and then now touching against some resistance levels. So one party is eventually going to give, and I think that might be the Bears at that point.
Joseph, I got a question for you here because Fugazi Bear asked me this, and I didn't know the answer, so I'm going to put it to you because you're way more of a crypto guy than I am. Sharif, I'm not anti-crypto. However, who do you call when your crypto purchase, refund, transaction, whatever it is not accurate, or you think it's not accurate? Who can you call? Is that does that even happen though?
I don't know.
Is the blockchain prone to failing?
No, but that's the thing. It's that's one thing that they say about it is that you can have enough confidence, sure enough, with no reasonable doubt that the blockchain is very rarely wrong.
Very rarely.
Yeah, but I don't think ever wrong, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Let's see what Chat Gupt has to say about this whole thing over here.
So that's the positive thing about it, right? Is that you have confidence that that transaction is going to go through at what you need.
Ever gotten it wrong? For example, oops, I hit tab. That's not good. For example, has it nullified a valid transaction in the past? Let's see what Chat Gupt has to say. Bitcoin blockchain is designed to be highly secure and immutable. Okay.
There you go.
And operates on a consensus mechanism. It's called proof of work that ensures the integrity of transactions, while the Bitcoin blockchain itself has not gotten it wrong in terms of nullifying valid transactions due to its design. There are a few scenarios worth noting. There's something called accidental forks. We're not going to read this whole thing. You can Google it if you'd like, guys. Accidental forks, double spending attempts, transaction reorganizations, human coding errors, soft and hard forks. I'm going to have to obviously read this in a little bit, but this is interesting. So it looks as if most of the time, just like kind of you said, it doesn't get it wrong, but it looks as if there are some things that we need to be on the lookout for.
The forks are interesting, and fact check me along to, sorry, as well in the chat, but so a Bitcoin fork is something using kind of the same code, but in a different direction. So that's what Bitcoin Cash is. So Bitcoin Cash is a fork in the actual blue or white sheet of Bitcoin.
Interesting.
Yeah, so and then that's what Ethereum, the original Ethereum was. I forget what the name of it, the original Ethereum, and then the fork is now of what the Ethereum that we're accustomed to, right? If that makes any sense. I don't want to get too into that because I may be wrong, but that's what the fork is the Bitcoin Cash being the fork of Bitcoin, and then the Ethereum Classic was the fork of the Ethereum now is the fork of Ethereum Classic.
Very interesting stuff, man. Very interesting stuff. All right, let's see what the chat chimed in when we talked about that. Well, it means that this is just Brad. Well, it means that it is what happened, not that it was authorized by the owner, okay? Crypto FOMO says never wrong. He needs to give more info. I don't think he was saying it was wrong, brother. I think he was just asking a theoretical question, but yeah, you're right. John Womack, I looked into buying BTC through PayPal, $2,000 spread? No, come on. I don't know if that's right. Let's see what else. Damien, hi, you cannot have a mistake in the transaction. It's only come from the user who did a mistake on the address. Very interesting point. So human error, I'm assuming, is what you're saying there. Let's see what else. Asking about, what about BlockFi? One day there the next is gone and your account is locked and liquidated at a discounted price. I don't know if that's Bitcoin specific. That's probably exchange specific. The exchange that's housing your Bitcoin. I'm assuming that is the issue there. Darwin, that is until Quantum hacks the chain unless they are upgraded. Yeah, we've been talking about that for a hot minute. People already, singing the end of crypto as a result of Quantum. We'll have to see. Mario chiming in the same thing. Quantum will break it eventually. Sounds good. Big Spile. It's like wiring money, basically. If you send it to the wrong account, it's on you. You lose your loss, someone else's gain, and virtually impossible to get back. I see what you're saying there. Flex 1. I like that with the PH. Okay, I see you, sir. Human coding errors on keys are the biggest problem / mistake. Makes absolute sense. And before we send it to Joseph for the ad read, Paul, exchanges, platforms have different prices on Bitcoin, not like the stock market, where all quotes are the same. Yeah, we kind of know that based on, the percentage up on the day. Joseph, we got to pay some bills.
Hey, it's it, guys. E-Signal, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Or see profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game, customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning, predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description.
I like it. All right. We're still involved in Softy, believe it or not. Where are we long? We're long at 60s. All right, we've got one more out here, and I've been waiting for the volume weighted average price at 416.75. Here comes the $0.50 again. Let's see if we're able to take out the $0.50. Last time, the best we could do was 416.50. Okay, now we're at 416.43s. Let's see if we're able to take out the $0.50. I think we can probably squeeze if we take out the $0.50 decisively, at least into VWAP. Looking at the future, the NQ is now green on the day. How long does it stay that for? Stay like that for, I should say. I don't have a whole lot of hope in the NQ staying green. We are at a key area of technical resistance right now, which is the 830 down before PPI. Get it, Joseph?
Come on, 20 cents. We're with 30 cents until we hit our target on the Playmaker, baby. Let's go.
I wouldn't mind that at all. I wouldn't mind that at all. Drop that cash, baby. But this is the area I'm looking at, Joseph, right here at 725 or 725 Central, 825 Eastern. That is before we got the producer price indexes and we shot up. Obviously, it was a sell the news type event, but the point is, this is the area, the turning point, the TSN turning point, baby, when we got up into that area. So we could absolutely reject off this area right now. I'm talking about 20,950 on the NQ March contract. Technically flat on the day. No print right now on Softy. Comes back into that 20 print there. Let's go to QBTS because I'm involved in that. Okay, we took out 55, so I got the print there. I've moved up my stop to 38s to account for this area trough. So it's got to have to hold 38s. We're in at 444s. Let's see if we can wet our beak a little bit above that area. So we got 55s last time. Let's go ahead and wait at 59s. What's going on over there, Katina, man? Oh, yeah, he's talking. So all good. All right. So here we're going to keep an eye on QBTS, up 18%, but definitely having trouble with that $0.50, Joseph.
Hey, good stuff. Kyle, I almost hate the Playmaker as much when Frank used to, I don't know. Okay, I'm not
Frank the Tank.
I don't know who Frank is.
Oh yeah, he used to be on with Brendo like at 2:30, 2:45.
Okay,
he would
so
always
veteran
talk.
stuff.
Yeah. Well, we lost him because he had to go on like his company moved at a different show, so he wasn't able to come on anymore. But he would always talk currencies. He talked markets. He talked economics.
So good
bigger
stuff,
picture stuff. Yeah, excellent guy, bro. Excellent guy.
Okay, well, Kyle, sorry. I'm gonna have to stop a fail on that one. I only got the bang on that one, Kyle. But I mean, come on, man. Maybe just flip the bias a little, and then you'll enjoy it a little more. You know what I mean? So that's all you got to do is just flip that switch, and then sure enough, you'll be participating with the rest of us, because we got to go see what Adara's up to.
We do have here the DXY. For this segment of Money Talks, I want to take a look at the 15-minute chart because it's pretty bleak. We know that we did take a bit of a beating here with the DXY earlier today, just due to the fact that we had that weaker than expected PPI data. This was really viewed as positive for the market, but a little bit negative for the US dollar, which is trying to actually make a new low of day here. Day's low would be just shy of 109, around that 108.9 area. So that is what's happening here with the market, or sorry, with the DXY. Definitely a bit of a rounded top here. Now let's see. We're actually, looks like we're even going to be filling this gap from earlier today. So we're going to have to wait and see here. Other areas of support that we could potentially bounce off of. I mean, the one we did kind of bounce off earlier today is going to be this low from yesterday, which is also, I guess, today's previous low, that 108.90 area. That could be of note. Then we also had this even a lower low, that 108.70 couldn't be another bounce area. But either way, it looks like all of this bullishness we had in this run up, this beautiful bull flag look for the DXY, could be eluded with this drop that we had today. Also, I think one thing too, potentially part of the reason that Frank was mentioned there in the chat was because people talk about the Frank pump. The market would go higher when he went on. So either way, bullishness, regardless for those who did not get that reference. Either way, make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the stream. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, for explaining that. Because, yeah, like a lot of us, we don't know. Frank, obviously, it's been a minute since he's been on. We miss him. We love him. Shout out to Frank, obviously. Okay, so I'm really happy with how we've traded Softy today to the short side and to the long side. There was the initial short. We got back in. Once we took out this area crest, I said to myself, look, if that area crest got defended multiple times before, well, what happens when it breaks? So that's exactly what we did. Print. We just got the print at VWAP. So I'm happy I stuck to my plan on this. Volume weighted average price right around that $0.75. Obviously, you know, true to form, I'm going to take it out at 69s, right? So that's where we're going right now. But it looks like the soft one might want to go green on the day. To go green, it's going to have to take out 417 and a fifth. So we're awfully close to that right now. We're at 416 3/4. So we'll keep an eye on this one. The future. I'm talking about the NQ. When I say future, almost 99% of the time it's the NQ. We're up 0.1 now. We're getting real close to the volume weighted average price, but VWAP on the future is at 20,985. And then 15 points above that, obviously we have 21,000. So which level are we using? Are we using 21,000 being, you know, that 1,000 point area, or are we using VWAP? So we're going to have to wait and see whether it gets to any of them first and foremost before we can start looking at these levels. But yeah, very close right now is the volume weighted average price on the NQ March contract to that 1,000 point level that the future's going. Okay, so here we go. The future is on the way up right now. The NQ, here it goes. It's been greenery since this 12:35 candle. VWAP is, I think, a few points away, 83s. We're seeing 77s now. Volume weighted average price is the white line on my chart. We take out this level quite decisively. We hung out there for, I would say, 10 minutes. 2 candle hold up at the break-even point on the day, which is 20,950, a little bit below that, 47s. Here we go. We're at VWAP right now. Aggressive buying in the afternoon as we have 15 minutes left before the big kahunas come back on right now. And we're going to see if this one can clear 21,000, but it is at least green on the day. So keep an eye on that. Apple also coming into VWAP. We could be in prime shorting territory here if the future turns around at 21,000 or at VWAP. This could be, you know, really good entries, top wick type things for a short on the Mag 7. We're going to have to wait and see whether that manifests or not. But we definitely got a bit of a trend change here midday, at least since I sat down. So keep an eye out on that. Let's see how we're doing on QBTS, Joseph. I haven't been looking at that one. What are we doing? Okay, so we're still dancing with that dang 57s level. We've been at 57s multiple times, but sadly it has not crossed, so I didn't get printed. So we're going to wait and see if this one can continue to move up or what the situation is. Rippin' Ron Pan. I like that. Rippin' Ron Pan. Look at Cat. Absolutely. This one, if you've been watching the show for a while, this is in the long-term account and has been for quite some time. Well off the highs. Let's see what we're doing here with our friend Cat. Okay, so what we did is we got a 1 period close, Neil, below the 200 exponential on Caterpillar on the daily. It gave you 1 day. The Katina man's nodding. He knows exactly what's up. So you don't get a 200 exponential move. And when you do, look what we did. This is Black Monday. Okay, this was the yen unwind, or the yen carry trade, unwinding of the yen carry trade. I'll get it right.
There you go.
So I don't want to say that this was a real breach. This was, a very specific event, and look how quickly we retraced above it. So this could be an interesting ad right now if you're involved in Caterpillar. I'm not trading Caterpillar obviously intraday, and I never have, probably never will. But this is one of my long-term. In my long-term account here, so it might behoove me to weasel in a few more shares at this level. But thank you for calling that out, by the way. I did not have eyes on that. Rippin' Ron Pan, look at cat. So I like it on the daily at the 200. I don't have a trade for it intraday. Apple Green, says Ryan Hamblin. All right, we'll keep an eye out on that. Bob S. Every time I sent it to a friend, had a problem. Okay, I guess he's talking to somebody else. Kevin Lalka, super healthy rotation across all sectors. This thing could run for days on end. We've been talking about the rotation or lack thereof in this market as of late. With the rust, definitely had its moment in the sun. I don't want to say it's all over for the rest, but it definitely had a lot better of a 2024, certainly, than it did a 2023. T says Bitcoin is 70K. You're not the only person saying that. I don't believe that's going to happen, but what do I know? We'll have to wait and see. I'll tell you one thing, though. I'm a buyer, no doubt, of Bitcoin at 70K. I'm done with that. My mind is made up on Bitcoin. I don't know what Kamika LB, what? Joseph, another Joseph in the chat. Rigetti on fire, says that Joseph person. Let's have a look at your boy Rigetti. Yes, it is. It just printed the high of the day, and it took out this area crest over here that we printed at 10:30. So that is a good look. Now, what's the situation with respect to yesterday's high? Well, we're right at yesterday's high. Joseph, look at this. Look at that 935 print. The high there, 833. Guess what? We just printed 829. So we're arguing over dimes and nickels over here. So Rigetti could be at an area of resistance. But I tell you what, if we get above that 8 1/3 and stay above 8 1/3, this thing could certainly squeeze at least into 9, right? But we're going to have to clear yesterday's high. Certainly, we've done kind of half the work over here by clearing this intraday area crest that we printed at 830, which was around 810, 815 or so. So we're above that right now. Sadly, QBTS not following through that 57 print down into 54. So I'm going to have to continue to pack my patience there, Joseph.
Hey, good luck there, guys. Okay, so here we are, Playmaker poll. Now at all-time highs. This is the all-time high, guys, here on the poll. So we had that beautiful head and shoulders in the equity curve, but rejected it. And then now but that's the whole point of the 2-to-1 ratio, is that we kept those losses extremely small. And then now we just went exponential to that size. So that's fantastic. That's the whole point of tracking this data. Interesting stuff. Over 24 trades. Let's see our accuracy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 50%. That's crazy. Wow. 50% after 24 trades, guys. So a really nice look. We had a really rough stretch here as the market was starting to go on the descent there. But again, here we are just sitting back up at the all-time highs of the Playmaker poll. So hopefully you guys started tracking data like this within your trading as well too. You can break it significantly more down than what we had, even using time frames, whatever it may be, strategy, etc. So this is just an example of how you guys can track your data as well too. It doesn't have to have the same parameters that we have. You can implement your own DNA into your own system and find things that work and find data points that are legit, and then help you come to a conclusion, like, does this work or does this not work, all right? So the SPY really starting to move there. Congrats and thank you all for participating in this. Much appreciated, but I just want to touch on some SPY here real quick as we continue to the top side, now turning green. But it's crazy to see that, like, okay, through all of this selling, you have these small prints, Sharif, that display themselves time and time again. And sure enough, one of them is strong enough and just turns the whole market around here. Like, look how identical these prints are before the price starts to turn around. We have one here at an extreme low, recovers above VWAP. We have another one, recovery not so deep. Then we have another one where we're now fully recovered here in the overall overall market. So those are the things that I'm looking for on a day-to-day basis, whether it be at an extreme high or an extreme low, or even somewhere hovering around the volume-weighted average price in primary trends to the downside or to the upside. So yeah, I think that's really interesting. Hopefully you guys find it equally as interesting, but just this one little signal can give you this whole move in the session, and that's why I love correlating volume and price, because it gives you ability to find those types of looks. But yeah, guys, here we are. IBIT's starting to recover as well too, but let's get up to the TQs as we start to continue to move higher. So there it is, took the TQs right on the break of that signal and just holding on to shares as we continue to move higher and higher. Now let's take a look at the actual Qs and see what's going on there. So yeah, up about 0.25% on the session. So there you go, beautiful recovery. Apple's starting to recover as well too. Let's take a look at this from a daily standpoint. Now we want to zoom out and we can see those same signals. Here they are. Is this recovery as strong? But let's see, that thesis isn't invalid until we break 229.80. Can we appreciate, like, this is a bounce play that I am personally looking to play here in Apple, in the swing. So if this works out, we did break it to the top side. I want to wait for CPI to come out in order for me to kind of decide what I'm going to do with this. But I think, considering this move that we went on, and then we just retraced about 40% of it. So yeah, I think that we're going to get a little bit of a bounce here in Apple. So that's something that I'm looking forward to play here in the short term.
Pete Hegseth confirmation hearing happening right now. And there was a really interesting duel he had with Elizabeth Warren. We're not going to play it, but anybody interested in that, go and have a listen. It's quite funny. All right, we're doing well here on QBTS. We're long 44s. We just took out 61s. I've set up now at 65s. Here comes 65 on the ask. Looks like there's a bit of size there, about, from what I can see at least right now, about 400 to 500 lots on a $4 name. Not too bad. They're up 21%, knocking on the door of that 4 2/3. And now, guys, I want to digress a little bit here from QBTS. The future, we got into 20. We are at 21,000. Decision time here. I mean, do we reject the 1,000 point level? We're above VWAP, but I was less inclined to want to base anything on VWAP given its proximity to the 1,000 point level. We're not clearing the 1,000 point level decisively by any means. That doesn't mean it doesn't continue to go up. Right now, we have a bit of a wick through 21,000 and below it, but by very, very little. Shout out to the individual who told me about Rocket Labs, RKLB, having itself a great day today. I mean, it was negative at one point, but quickly recovered off that 23 looks and a half, give or take. And now we are looking to test the high of the day. The high of the day, 24.86. We're printing 68 right now, so about 18 pennies away from that level. But whoever was telling me, and again, I apologize, I forgot your name, but he's like, look, the algo is on Rocket Lab. Your point, very well taken. Since this bottoming tail doji candle that we printed at 12.35, there's one measly red candle in a sea of green candles to the high side, whether it was the closing print at 23.90, that was an initial resistance level, or the volume weighted average price at 24.40. Nothing has stood in the way of RKLB to the high side. Can't hold down these green candles, but we are still below the pre-market high. We're below the high of the day, so it's not the best case scenario quite yet. Keep your eye on Rocket Labs up 3%. Keeping my eye continuously on the future as we are at a critical level of 21,000. This could be the end of the good times, so to speak, for the longs anyway, and this could be the beginning of the good times for the bears. Where are you at, Big Spile? 21,000 could mean we get into that 1,000 point level and then see ya. So we'll keep watching this, not guessing whether we reject 21,000 or not, but we are at it right now. It looks as if Amazon is destined for VWAP. We're a couple of pennies away from that. Meta above VWAP, so is Microsoft. Google trying to work into the volume weighted average price. Apple and Tesla both are at VWAP. And the laggard on the day, and this has kind of been the case all day, NVDA, still about 50 pennies or so below the volume weighted average price, which is a little bit below 133. Here we go with QBTS. Sorry to digress between all these different names. I'm waiting at 65 here on QBTS. There's about, I want to say 600, 700 lots at 65s, Joseph. So still not getting the print. We're going to pack our patience. Get it. We'll see what we get.
Whoa, we get the screen switch there. We need to get the bang.
Hey, well, now we're covering the.
We're waiting. All right, that killed the anticipation. Yeah, I killed it.
64 is a go.
It killed the anticipation.
Let me just answer my man Gorev. Hood has no red candles on the 5, breaks high day and very close to breaking 52-week high. Shout out to Gorev. I was reading a little bit of a tidbit on Hood today, and let me just get what I was reading over here. I think it's on the first screen. I apologize about that. I did load up my notes here on Hood. No, I didn't actually make it. Okay, so I don't have anything to report on Hood. Sorry, but let's look at it on the technical side of things. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, shout out to Gorev. I mean, this is a buy program, right? That aggressive. It doesn't always have to be on from 9:30 a.m. You can turn it on whenever you want, but looks like 1 o'clock was the beginning of the buy program, and it has been uninterrupted green candles since 1 o'clock on HOOD. It's up 10.5%. Jeez, this Robinhood did have a headline, so I need to report on this because I didn't talk about it today. Robinhood news. Here we go. There it is. Okay, so it's an SEC. It's actually a negative catalyst. So the SEC charges Robinhood with securities violation, brokerage to pay a $45 million penalty. Neil's chuckling because $45 million penalty is not much for what is Robinhood now in terms of market cap? $38 billion, Neil. $38 billion? When did this happen? Yeah, you got to come stronger than that, Neil's saying to the SEC, and I happen to agree. So I guess maybe this is one of those times, Joseph, where the bad catalyst not as expected or not as bad as expected, and it kind of goes up as a result.
Yeah, that's good. That's always good. I guess like with the SMCI case there.
Yeah. And Hood is at the high of the day, boys. 43.77. This thing is going HOOD. It's up over 10%, 10.5%, excuse me. Keep your eye out on that. Just give you guys some context as to where we closed out yesterday on the hooded one at around 39.60. That is the closing price. We haven't even looked at that price today. The low of day is 41.26, so we haven't even been to that level, Joseph.
Hey, good luck there, guys. Yeah, just keeping an eye on some of these IBIT and TQs as we continue to just slowly crawl higher, guys. So only got one more out here on TQs. Let's pull it up here and see what we got cooking. And then that's it. So yeah, there it is. Just off of that one little signal, we get this nice little move here. Let's talk about the losses here. 1 loss, 2 loss, and then 1 break even. So 2 for 2, or 2 for 4, sorry, on that front. But one that really works out well. And then we have the IBIT as well too. That didn't work out for us. But again, that's just why it's important to stop out, reassess the situation, and then find that better trade because they usually do.
Yo, what's your boy IBKR doing over here, bro? They're getting us to bet on the weather, Joseph. The elections weren't enough. Now we're betting on weather on IBKR.
Actually?
Like yes, this is not an ad. This is actually a post.
Wow.
So IBKR, will the average U.S. temperature in January 2025 be greater than 34 degrees Fahrenheit?
And you can actually place a bet.
Yes, I showed Adair this morning. I don't.
What are they going to get into sports?
They're trying to. I'm assuming they want to like compete with Kalshi and Polymarket and stuff like that because that's the kind of stuff you can bet on in those on those sites, right? So it's like IBKR is like, why wouldn't we do it? So 24%.
That's crazy.
Odds for yes, 74%.
I don't know how I would feel about my broker.
That's exactly what I said to Adara, bro. Right? I'm like, I have all my money with these people.
But like, I don't need people betting on how long the anthem's going to go on in the Super Bowl on IBKR, what the temperature's going to be, or if it's going to be heads or tails. Like, I mean, well, maybe that. The more that I think about it.
Super Bowl there is no bet.
You know, the Katina man brings up a good point.
Absolutely, right? Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know about nobody, but like I know a lot less people. Yeah.
But I'm assuming Katina man, people are betting on the game, brother. Like not the weather.
At least, yeah. Even the coin flip at the beginning.
The people bet on everything, though. Point well taken, right? Yeah, and this has been the case in England for a hot minute, dude. Like we're just getting this here, but in England, you could bet on like what color cleats someone was going to wear or who gets the first touch on the ball or whatever.
Yeah,
you know, like
the anthem one is usually a good one.
There you go. All right, guys, it is now officially 2 o'clock. Stretch it, no worries. So we're gonna have a look at QBTS because we're gonna stretch it for a minute over here. QBTS, guys, we got the print at 65s, and now I'm basically we got almost into 69s. So I'm assuming I'm gonna wait now for my last out. I'm gonna wait at 75. And when I say at 75, I always wait at 74 because the $0.75 could be an area of resistance. But before we leave you, I want to tell you something that for the moment we got a couple of red candles at 21,000. We haven't had a Christmas tree retracement or anything rejecting 21,000. We're kind of caught in between the volume weighted average price and that 21,000 point area on the NQ March contract. But I've officially gotten the clearance from the best production team around. Joseph and I will be back, same bat time, same bat channel. Big boys.
Dang.
All right.
Welcome, everybody. The program buying started a heck of a lot earlier today than it did yesterday. Like yesterday, everything waited until, what was it, like 3? Let me just double check. Because, like, look at Mara. And what time was this? 3:30 on Mara. I feel like Tesla was maybe a little bit earlier, but today they started in earnest at 1:30. So it is what it is, but that's why this market is ever so resilient. And the best part about it is, was doing a shoot of like talking about some answers or answering some trading related Google queries. And one of them has to do with bull markets and markets being overvalued. Doesn't matter why things go up. It only matters that they do go up at the end of the day. So there's a lot to cover here because you're right back to VWAP. I'm looking at a reversion of VWAP literally right now on Mara. That's why I'm on this chart. Rigetti's up 40% and at the high of the day. Robinhood is at a 52-week high as well, so that bears watching. I know the boys were just talking about that one is a super strong one. And the NASDAQ got back into green territory. Obviously good for the Playmaker poll, which is always,
Yes.
out of principle, by the way, I don't know if I said this live, out of sheer principle, I'm voting short every single day in the Playmaker poll until it actually wins just once. I just want to see a single short for that strategy. But it's working, so it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. The point of the strategy is to get what the people think, and they
It's
think,
true. It doesn't
they
matter
think
what.
one way, so it is that way. We're going to go, so we got out of Apple. We tried shorting again right there. I mean, we had a huge, this trade there to get that out at the bottom of the day at 233.30, like 233.80. I feel like that was just like, I don't know how. Sometimes you pick some of these levels, it's like whatever. But right back up to VWAP. We'll see if it can hold. I'm not going to be holding this one. We had written down Apple. This was yesterday, 235. So we're going to wait to see what happens right now. It looks like 235 coming up a little quicker than we had hoped. But yeah, great market rebound there. Nice to see both the ES and the NASDAQ both up now. We saw that bad PPI print, the good PPI print, but the bad fade off of that. Touch out, boom, down there to the downside. We had the big trade with the futures. We just tried again, actually, at VWAP on the TQQs. So we're going to get into some stuff. Don't worry about that. There it is. Again, like, we got that bottom on both the futures. That's 300 handles, $3 or so, more than $3. What am I talking about? This is 78 short. That's 74. So $3.50 there on the last piece. We tried to get it again here at VWAP and missed. It did break through VWAP, but now we're just kind of hovering right now with the future. So I just put my money into Apple. Let's see if we can go down. We're short right now at 66. That's where we at right here. So a nice little move into the 80s where we're waiting for 85s to get there. We did not. How come we did not get filled there at 85? Oh, because it didn't go there. The highest it went to was 80s or so. So all right, so flat now on Apple, looking lower here as we go. So that's going to be one trade here that I'm going to put on for you. Apple short. Target areas, like we get something at 50. We always like to do a 50 dance. That should be relatively okay. And then after that, down here. I'm not super confident right now in the direction of the market. It was such a battle back right now.
It's wild.
Yeah, to fight the shorts right now.
You know what's interesting? Today is a day where the bad stocks are bad. Like if I look at my quote board, and I'm not trying to pick on them, but I actually don't even know why I still have GME and AMC on my quote board. But those are the two bad stocks. And so many things are, if you look at it from the open, are pretty strong because we've had that big move in. But if I sort it in the other direction, in here, a host of names that did not start that well are looking fantastic. Palantir is back up to 67. Coin, Affirm, like all these names have managed to get back in. Like, these were all trend down. Now, some things have fared better than others. It's the ones at VWAP, like with the market at VWAP as well. So the idea being market, NASDAQ, there it is, pressing VWAP. If something is over VWAP and trending, that's not the thing that I would want to short. If something is at or underneath or at a resistance level I like and still working with the trend, then I think taking a shot at it for a pullback makes a little bit of sense. That's why I'm back over in tomorrow. Part of that has to do with what I saw over in IBIT. So I'm just going to quickly show. Like, IBIT broke trend and is above VWAP. Okay, so there's strength of 3%. And Mara breaking trend at just slightly underneath VWAP. After that, a little bit of a parabolic move up. So we break a fresh high. I'm jumping out of this. I do not want to be fighting this past any local tops. If he breaks a local top, I'm going to jump out of that trade. There was one more thing. Well, yeah, Robinhood, just very quickly for everybody. We had mentioned Robinhood was at a 52-week high. It got within 6 cents of that 52-week high. I have 43.83 as a 52-week high on Robinhood, and then pull back. Prior top in here at 43.25. If the market's going to continue to go, that trend up was fantastic. If it starts another upward trend, I want to try and catch the curl on Hood and see if it can't work long into that 52-week high. Obviously not an all-time high.
All right, looks like we're ready to go. So let's go over to the screen and find out what's on the rundown for today.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join Joseph and I during the How to Trade show during the midday and get in your votes. But you got to be a subscriber in order to get into the chat and vote. So make sure you're liking and subscribing the video. Let's have a look at the major averages. This is the triple Qs, the NQ now green on the day, up 1/5%, followed by the ES looking to break that 1/3%. It's the Russell and the Dow, though. The Russell up above 1% on the day, with the Dow about 0.5% right now as the NQ continues to print green candles to the high side. The first ticker, though, as decided by you, TSLA. No real big catalyst on this today, but it's green. It's up 1.85. And looks like the Model Y refresh got 50,000 reservations on the first day in China. We'll have to see how it ends up being in Europe and North America once that model is available, boys.
50,000, not bad.
Good number,
so that's,
good number.
49,997 more reservations than Mullen has made vehicles. By my simple math, which is very simple math when the number is 3. And apologies to Mullen if Mullen has done more than that. I have no idea. That was just last we'd heard. But Tesla, let's start top down. Tesla up a couple of points today. It did not hold what I thought was a good chance at a breakout past the 420 level. As you can, I'll get to the 3-minute chart in a quick little second. But there was a fail and a miss. I was not sitting at my desk when we bounced off 402. So that's probably the only, like, I was looking longs on Tesla. It was either going to be a breakout over 415 or it was going to be a long off the 400 to 402 area. It bounced off 402. So it is what it is. You get up, you miss an opportunity like that. And now you're at VWAP. But we did take a 420 break. It did not work out. I had a VWAP trade, which ended up being flat because I took some profit and got out. But that was the hit. It could have been, like I said earlier, this could have been green, but I was holding on to a bulk of the position for a bigger move. So yeah, it's a tight stop, but what we've done in the past with Tesla on breaks like this is look for $5 and $10 as opposed to 1 or 2. So if you're looking for 1 or 2 on an even dollar break, you were fine. You probably did just fine. But that's not what I was looking for at all. Just to keep in mind, yes, it's at VWAP and one of those stocks that's underneath some resistance. But remember what happened to this thing at 330. In the back of my mind, if it starts trending at 330 or somewhere in and around that time, probably just want to join it, regardless of what happened. That was pretty relentless. I'm not saying it's going to happen again, but we saw this happen to some degree. At one point, it was like 8 days out of 10 in December, where Tesla would catch a bit of a bid somewhere in the final hour, especially in the final 30 minutes of the session. And when you saw it happen, you just wanted to try to join it. It was just program buying or whatever you wanted to call it, relief rally. So I want to be ready to look for it.
Yeah, the good thing about program buying is we'll be able to see it, so we'll be yelling and screaming if it does go that way. But again, Yeah, for me today, pretty choppy. I mean, we did not expect 420 today, but came in anyways. Great trade all the way up there. If you thought the short, great. The only thing we wrote down today were dip buy opportunities. And unfortunately, I mean, you got to be here to take it, so it doesn't really matter. But there it is right there in the 402, 403. Like, those were levels that we liked, but it didn't really even get down to 402. I feel like if you're waiting for that level, you probably would have been waiting a little bit closer to 400. So for me, obviously, we'd like to see this market come back down. We're short Apple, but yeah, underneath VWAP right now, looks like a short to me. It's just the market is at 21,000. We've pegged this level many, many times as being sort of a concerning spot for us. So yeah, right now you are dancing around. It's been pretty I don't know, eventful at this level today. So let's just see what happens right now. I don't really have a bullish or bearish case right now for the market. So for Apple, we're short in front of 235. Maybe we'll get to that. But for right now, I would just wait for Tesla. It's kind of stuck in the middle, right? I mean, you had a 420 high and a 402 bottom, and you're at 410, 411. So yeah, hands off at Tesla, and we'll just wait to see if there's anything else that happens here today. Yeah, for me, no trade until we get back up to like 417, 418, then we'll look to short, but I'm not even sure if that's the right call either. So yeah, great opportunities, man. I mean, Tesla went from 220, 160, 130, all the way up to 480. So it's like, if you're not capturing profits at some of these levels, then yeah, that is what it is.
One Randy related note on EV.
Sure.
I forgot to mention this because oftentimes I'll get we'll discuss Rivian in the context of what's been happening with Tesla. So like Tesla's had a pretty good bounce. The market's had a pretty good bounce, as you can see. This is bad, right? So almost everything caught a bid that was tanking this morning. Rivian down 1 and 5 and holding it down here. Not good. And this is going into major support here at 1275. So I feel like tomorrow we should be talking about, can we bounce off 1275 on Rivian? And if we can't, pull back into the even dollar. But yeah, it's distinctly different. Some things, I know we say like it was an everything program buy just now for the last little bit in the market. When that happens, you want to pay attention to the names that don't go as well as the ones that do. Let's talk about one that was not going for a lot of the day.
Yeah, kind of dead, Neil. Down 1%, defends that $130 level. We're talking about NVIDIA. It's been a tougher look for NVIDIA this week after the Biden administration, the outgoing Biden administration, put new export restrictions on NVIDIA's chips and advanced AI chips. Jensen Huang coming out and saying basically he doesn't like these new sanctions because he feels the chips that the new sanctions cover are already widely in use in gaming and other PC features. So NVIDIA guys down 1% again.
All right, we're still here, man. Let's go. Let's spin it right now for Apple. Apple goes right into P&L number 3 today. Like, we shorted that name against 235. We said we would try to do it. We've done that. We're starting to take a little bit more profit here at VWAP in the 60 area. So nice little trade there for us shorting Apple. Look, we were in trouble there. We got out. No, that's where we started the short, sorry. We got out right there. So again, we talk about this all the time. I mean, some people will talk about it. We'll actually do it right now. And it's just like, go short there, take the hit, add it back, get it back. So it's like, it's kind of a flat trade, but let's see if Apple wants to move down. I don't know. NVDA, I mean, my hunch is yes. NVIDIA today still down at 1%. I mean, this might have been a good short as well, up there at 132. Again, if there's going to be a name that I want to dip buy in my own account, it probably will wind up being, for one day, will be NVIDIA. I don't know if we're at those levels yet. I really like that 128. All right, Neil, I got to pass over to you, man. I have too many shares on.
Yeah, I got to go pull up weekly chart. Our chart does not do like all this split adjusting. So when I want to look at some of the major moving averages, you can't. The 200 period on NVIDIA is at $120, and then on the weekly chart, it's at $115 on the weekly. That's a 50 period. So that's the buy zone. I'm buying the dip. I should stink bid. Sometimes I do. This time I actually don't have a stink bid on NVIDIA. I think if we get there on the weekly, that means you've gotten to the 50 period on, sorry, the 200 period on the daily, which does line up at 120. You just can't see it on this chart because if I go back 200 periods, then you get the split. So for today, this one, when I said it wasn't going, I just meant it wasn't going up. Obviously, it was moving today, and it was moving to the downside. This 133 is a bit of a problem. I think as long as you hold underneath 133, then Adara just opened up a Coke or something? I don't know.
No, I laugh at because everything Adara does, Sharif's always like, get it, Adara. So it's like...
All I heard was like a Coke...
Yeah, so she cracked open her Monster Energy drink, and he's like,
Oh,
"Get
it's
it.
a Monster
Get it,
Energy.
Adara."
It's a
Or
it's Rockstar.
It's Rockstar, yeah. So, anyways, that's what the.
It's a
funny thing is.
mesmerizing sound, by the way. Yes. Anytime you open like one of those beverages, it just kind of gets your attention. I actually flat out don't drink pop anymore unless I'm having a mixed drink. I just keep it real.
All right, hey, get it, Sharif.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate you, my man. All right, guys, Palantir next. Good day for Palantir today. After a bit of a tougher day yesterday, up 2.6% as I see it there on the chart off the highs, but it defends that key high that we had yesterday. Look at the lows and basically compare that to the highs from yesterday. So good technical support there, support and resistance. Cathie Wood, though, and ARK Invest trimming their Palantir again as the Peter Thiel firm tumbles nearly 15% in 2025, regaining, though, some of that today, guys. Palantir up on the day.
Down, 3% up. I mean, this is the life of Palantir, unfortunately, right now, but it's a nice recovery day for them for sure. We actually went over this earlier, and that is that, you do have, first of all, we're getting more and more out of Apple. We now have about 35 to 40% left on that. I mean, here's the daily for Palantir. We talked about this sort of really a bad 2 days here to start the year, right, as profit taking hits. And there's not much you can do. It does fall right back in. We heard Cathie Wood selling a little bit. We heard some insider sales as well. And I mean, that's going to happen. I mean, this was it's a 30-year-old company, right? I mean, this is direct listed a couple years ago. And the people that believe in it, let it run all the way up. I think it's great that Cathie Wood's getting some out now, right? Get rid of some pressure, start buying it back up. I mean, they'll do the analysis. They could sell on Friday, buy on Monday. I mean, this is what they do. So we'll wait to hear about some better news for Palantir. I'm still waiting for $60 to break. I may get some out if it breaks below $60. I don't know. We were getting some out on the way up. We didn't get anything out up here around 77 or 80, but this is like a 7-bagger. So it's all good on PLTR. But at the same time, it's like looking at Rivian and being like, wow, it's about to break. Like, I don't know what to do. It's like you got to make decisions when stocks are at levels. So if you don't sell any up here at 80, you got to think about what's your next plan. Anybody can look at a chart and be like, this is looking good. But did you actually buy it or sell it? So right now on Palantir, you want to sell your positions? If you're long on Palantir, I mean, go ahead and do that. I really like the stock. I like everything that it's in. I like the business space for Palantir. So yeah, I mean, I think, dip buy opportunities have been here for it. And I don't think you missed them. I mean, it's still $66. I think you can get that back again. To me, today, the shelf break is right here, right? We're going to have Chris Bretcher back on Thursday. I've invited him back on, so he's going to be with me on the recap show on Thursday. But this right here, 65.70 right there. I mean, this breaks. We have the pre-market lows plus the low of the day. So I'm pretty bearish if we break that level, and you could see this thing either go back to zeros today or hover in and around this 64. So watch out there for a break right now on Palantir, 65.65. I mean, we're nowhere near that. It's $1 lower. So yeah, I mean, pretty good so far here. I'm watching this Apple trade because honestly, this is what I'm talking about. So I can't just ignore positions when I have them because of the share sizes. So we're going to get out another piece right here at 70 and just start to rethink about our Apple. I don't like the fact that it had just bounced right here off of VWAP without even thinking about going down and testing the 50 period. That was our next spot. So we'll get more and more out. Another piece out right now, under 30% left of Apple. But again, just adding it up, right? The number one P&L name will be TQs, and then it'll be Apple. So that's what that is there. So, and then we also have the biggest loser on board as well. I only have 3 names today. We'll have the 2 biggest winners 100 times, and then DJT will lose, give or take what happens to this Apple, we'll lose about a third on DJT that we'll wind up making on Apple here. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. But yeah, we'll get to DJT, I assume, at some point. So
this is not a crazy statement, but after February the 3rd, which is when Palantir reports, if they get 2 digits on their forward PE, I think it's going to be a buy. And obviously that's absurd because everyone knows that that's a ridiculous forward PE, but or PE in general doesn't really make a difference. Like triple digits is a lot. That said, it's coming down, and you can pick. It's all well and good to sort of pick bombs. I played that game and sort of decided I want to stop doing it in a name like ARM, which is again a relatively expensive one. I think sometimes you just have to say if you like the stock, then just look for a metric. As long as it doesn't completely crap that metric after earnings, then dollar cost average into it. So I think Palantir could be at 44 or 60 when that happens, or 54. But if that starts to normalize, because it went from like PE 340, forward 140, if they blow it out and that turns into single digits, I think that's a start for some dollar cost averaging. But yeah, I mean, 60 is a good level on PLTR. I think as a day trade, 60 for sure. If we get it this week, you're going to look for some kind of a bid on it. It's very sleepy. I said this morning I wanted to short Palantir at $70 and then was like, we're probably not going to get a chance at it. Well, inside day kind of for Palantir did not really break out the highs, did not break out the lows. Plenty of other names are.
All right, guys, QBTS, one that I was involved in during the How to Trade show during the midday. Jensen Huang really did this entire sector a disservice, basically saying he sees them 20 years away. Mark Zuckerberg going on the Joe Rogan podcast, kind of echoing that sentiment, saying about 15, 20 years away. And that really hurt this group of stocks, getting a bit of a bounce up today. Anyway, QBTS up 25%. B. Riley Securities maintaining their buy on D-Wave Quantum and raising, guys, the price target up to $9.
I'll raise you a price target. Yeah, so look, we bought some Rigetti yesterday at $6. I think it was like 605 or so that we got filled yesterday on our GTI. So, I mean, this is an absolute banger right now, up almost 50%. On the trade, to be honest with you. So Rigetti keeps on going up, upside. Actually, my buddy today, he did the same trade. He got out at 801. So we'll see what happens. I'll probably get out after hours today as well. But Rigetti, straight upside. This was a monster trade yesterday for me. And we didn't trade it at all today. We didn't have the same feels, but we should have because they're off 660. Nice move there. And again, the reason why we went long, Neil, and again, you know, one of those questions that you answered is, are day traders smart? I said no. But right into there, if you're just sitting there picking up some levels, 650 or so coming in right there, the 50-period moving average. If you just stick with what you're doing, you can find some winners. So right there, that's it right there. Sometimes you got to, fortune favors the bold. And if you're able to sit down there yesterday and able to catch that falling knife, I think it was a great trade. I hope some of you join me with that. You always ask us for some of our positions. And that was another one, Rigetti swing trade. I'm out of it at the end of the day. So wherever it goes right now, hopefully it just doesn't tank back in. Maybe I should set a stop order. And if I had one right now, I would probably just use 750. But you know what? To capture some profit up here, check this out, Fabian. I think $8 right there, I think is a decent area to put a stop in. So if you're long with me at 6, grab it at 8 and put that money in your pocket right there. So far so good, man. On RGTI, we did it again right there today. So congratulations, anybody that tailed that.
Yeah, great look on what, just candidly speaking, I've said this before, I'm not personally in QBTS. It's actually, my wife owns it. It was a play that was made when it was a penny stock. So we are in it. Just very quickly, there's a note on WiseKey here. Shoot, I put it in the chat. I'll have to go there because I haven't been singing. WiseKeys, WiseSat satellite powered by CLXQ next generation post-quantum security successfully launched to orbit by SpaceX today. So WiseKey, there was a big volume spike both up and down. It's now going sideways. If you're wondering why, that is the reason for it. QBTS, D-Wave did basically the same move at a different price, came right back into a $4 support. I'm just looking at the 50 period here on QBTS. You know, the play that got made, and my wife's like, what should I do with this? We were just like, when it broke the trend, take out enough so that you're playing, you got a double up, and it was weighted like $1.20 something. She added, like, cash the double up, or actually was more than that, and then sort of play with house money. If we get any chance to maybe replay off of a trend reversal, then go into it. But I'm not really, I kind of like the safe nuclear plays, and I want to look to get into some of those in addition to, quantum names. I want to make sure that if I'm picking one, I kind of like IonQ. And I'm not there yet for IonQ. It's the same way I feel about the nuclear. I'd rather be in the one that has a little more something. And IonQ, I want things to break and regain the trend back into the upside, which IonQ hasn't really done just yet. You've made a bottom, but maybe regain the 50 period or maybe even retest down into a bigger support level for myself. And Bitcoin, well, I don't know if it's actually got to 100,000, but it's still in a range. But technically, you have to get to 100,000 to be in that range.
Right.
Oh no.
That's okay. We'll go over here.
So Bitcoin about to take in $97,000, guys. 96.9 last time I saw it there. Up nicely on the day. This is IBIT as well, moving up nice. Bitcoin was at 96.5 obviously this morning, defying the $284 million of net ETF outflows that we saw yesterday. Keep an eye on that one. We've been ranging, as Neil said. I think we got into about 89,900 off the bottom there, boys.
Yeah, and okay, so it's not quite 100,000. It's been like 97 hard stop the last little bit in here. And really, since we've made that bounce off of 90,000, which, as we were talking about with Michael Noss last night, was a false break. Like you broke underneath support on that daily. Why do I still have a fork coin up? Usually I'll have a BTC daily, so it's easier for me to go back and forth. Let's go Coinbase, and there you go. There's your false break of the prior low. But we haven't gotten anywhere near any of the prior highs. And even if we got to 100,000, that's still a lower high, everybody. So ultimately, like you tell me if that looks like sideways trap action or bearish. So bounce off support, take longs off support, and maybe just work trends until we get a test of that 100,000 level. Look, I didn't really trade IBIT today. I didn't really see anything particularly. It just couldn't break the highs. It didn't break the lows. There was just nothing on IBIT. So I ended up trading Mara. And it's nothing bad about it. I actually think it's good that it didn't break the highs lows. Consolidation days are fantastic when you've got a reversal of trend. But I was in Mara off of 18. Prior highs from, today's Tuesday, so that'd be Friday. I failed to break that high. We shorted at 18s. I came back in at 17.30, and that's when the trend came in on Mara. So I shorted off this level where we trailed out, which was 18.30. It broke just like yesterday. Like I didn't reverse. So I don't know if program buying is going to come in at that point. It's silly. So I trade off VWAP, breaks the local high. Now I'm away from this stock. Like if it's going to continue the trend, I don't think this carries the way it did yesterday because it's too early in the day. But if it's going to continue that trend, why not wait for it to get back into the high that matters, which would be that 18 area here on Mara. So up 3%. As we said, IBIT, if you're looking at that all day long, great if you got the bottom, right back into some of those tops, but an inside day, good consolidative day for Bitcoin.
All right, so there we go. Congratulations. Neil's number one stock today, Mara. We'll say what's up to that. Good trade on Mara. You never know where your money's going to come from. Okay, man, Apple, though. This is the Apple of our eye right now, making that move back down. So let's go, Apple. We're now bidding 40s to get a 45-cent winner. It's 40 cents right now in the money. Remember where our stop was? So again, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, this is why the show just keeps on leveling up, because not only do we give you the lessons of the day, this is an actual live lesson of the day, trading here, talking about our stop being worth 15 cents and then giving us this sort of 36, 45, 3-to-1 kind of ratio right there. You know, just an example. I mean, we do this every single day. I prefer, actually for my style of trading, we used to be very, very much all mega caps, but recently futures, which I think is the number one P&L symbol for this show probably over the last year. And then also some of those quantum names that have been super hot lately, like a Rigetti. We've really done really well on many of those names. So it's been a good little run lately, especially in the month of January for many of these names and many of the strategies. I mean, it's all about the strategies, right? I mean, they're the things I got to keep on printing. The names are easy to find. You just got to make sure that you find the right levels and just continue to play that game.
Quick question answer.
Google, yeah.
Really good question from Brian Owens here in the chat,
Sure.
Which is important because we're a little bit different from you guys as day traders. Can you guys talk about how you pay yourself as a trader? How do you balance growing your account while taking withdrawals for bills in life? I think our community is going to be great to answer that, because a prop trader trading a firm's money gets a commission every single month, like usually a month in arrears, right? So, at the end of, what are we in January? At the end of January, at the end of next month in February, you get your January settlement. So you get paid a commission on it. It's not the same in terms of account building if you're a retail trader. But if you are a retail trader, I think it behooves you, when you have profits, you've got bills to pay. If you get consistent profits, make sure you're finding a way to save.
Wow.
Make sure you're protecting your account. All those things matter, but it is different for prop traders because we don't sit there trading our own capital. We're trading the firm's capital.
Oh boy, there it goes, man. I mean, moves down. There goes Apple right now. So as we talk about it, like, there it goes, man. 15. Well, I mean, we're short at 85s. Give ourselves 20 cents worth of risk to make 70. So far, so good here as we watch out for Apple and see if we can get even more of a downside push right now into 234. I mean, we were wondering what was going on right there at the 50 period. We're able to get advantage of that and now make it down to that downside. I'm going to get out another bid. We still have on decent amount, like not as much as we would have liked to have on right now, but we still have on about, I don't know, about maybe 15% or so, maybe 17 or 18%. So let's take another piece out right now as we go. So yeah, keep having the questions come through, man. I mean, I'll handle the trading. Neil can do the questions. We'll both do the questions if we do see anything here. I think like the average trader around here, like if you can make $300 or $400 a month, I think that's great. So I don't know. I'm just seeing what Roger put here. I have no idea right now, but I think that's. For trading as an income, I haven't seen a trader around here trade as an income for a long time. It's tough. So I think for me, and I've said this, man, I'm going to stay true on this. I've been saying this for 25 years. You know, the best thing for trading as a living, I don't recommend it for anybody. I think that day trading as a side hustle, as something that, you know, you're trying to throw some money around, maybe you've got some money, maybe you've made some big trades in the past, and now instead of investing, you're looking to put your money to work a little bit. I think that is great. But just take it from me, like, it's very, very tough to make a living trading. And like I said, I don't know if I'll get in trouble or not, but like, honesty is what I'm all about. There's not a trader in a long time that sits here right now, at least that I've seen, able to make money for a living. Okay, so I think that's very, very important. And if you don't like it, and I'm too honest, I apologize. Okay, but I just wanted people to be realistic about their expectations, about how much you can make trading, and you have to be super consistent in order to even consider this being a living. Like, I'm talking about like 80 to 90% winners if you're going to make this a living. The only people that I know that have made this a living, and I'm not even sure this to be true, I can go ask them right now in the algo room, but that's because, again, they're taking out human emotion, and they're not using their hands, and they have an algo that is a consistent thing, right? And so that's what it is. And yeah, great questions. And I think that's very important that we discuss that.
I have seen a trader absolutely make a living, but he didn't, that wasn't at 80%, but his style of trade was something that you would not necessarily like. So,
but imagine,
you'll know. No, I'm not
one guy.
No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say his name. But this was a trader who had the Pareto principle on another level. So, like 80% of his profits would become in 20% of the trading days. And so, for him, I don't know exactly, but I would say he was probably at a 40% win rate. But when he won huge. Now, the thing about that is, it was a difficult strategy to sustain. He had a pretty good career, I think almost a full decade of profitability, which is pretty good for a trader. But that was his style, and he knew it well. Like, he would bugger off when there was nothing there, and then, you know, he would go ham when he would have his opportunities. But I can tell you, you know, with certainty, like, some of it is good fortune as to the time that you start trading, maybe lining up with some strategies that work for you, right? I think that, I know that's a lot of what worked for me. And I'm fortunate for that, because not a lot of people have been able to last long. And ultimately, I feel like if I had started in 08, I would have had a completely different experience. Because some people that started out in the financial crisis, well, you were doomed, because something that worked for like 6 months to a year, and like that was like an outlier. And if you learned during that, you probably didn't develop anything that was gonna be consistent for you. Oh, okay.
I mean, guys, let's not get twisted. I had 12 and a half years of no negative months. I'm just trying I'm trying to be honest about everybody else that I know. Like, I can talk about myself, but I'm just talking about everybody else. It is, to Neil's point, it is very, very possible. Very rare. I mean, Neil knows one guy in 20 years, right? So let's be and plus you know me, 2 guys. All right, it's Mr. Mendel. How's it going, my guy? Very, very exciting times here in day trading. And have you ever dabbled in day trading?
Well, if I was good at it, you never would have had me at OTC Markets and on the show. So
exactly.
I'd probably actually be running the show right now. So,
Yeah, I think
Okay.
I mean, I've tried to get you over here. You want to come over? You can definitely run the show. I mean, Brendan, he's getting a little old in the tooth and everything like that. So we wouldn't mind that one. All right, look, man, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac continue to be the talk of the town. You and I went back and forth about this a little bit. We've emailed each other. I mean, Bill Ackman really set this thing on fire a couple weeks ago, and it's just been really going ever since we've had the election and some more talk about Fannie and Freddie. And today, Jeff, up 28% right now. Fannie and Freddie over 45 million. And you can come over to my screen right now. What a move up there, Jeff. Any comment on this, Fannie or Freddie?
Well, I mean, we've been talking about this for the past couple months, like you were saying, past few months, right? And no, it's always been kind of like sporadic here and there throughout the past few years, but this is the biggest move that this thing has taken in I don't know how long, right? It's up $1.50 today, 27%. And right now it's fighting right now with $7 right here.
And you're on both the bid and the ask.
A ton of trading going on. There's already 45 million shares traded in Fannie Mae alone today. That's FNMA. Yeah. Oh yeah. You got the chart up there.
Yeah. It's been great.
I just I'm reading some articles here, and depending on which one you're reading, but it's saying that Pershing Square, right? They could have upwards of between Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac 180 million shares, right? So it's definitely going to be some more to watch on this one.
Yeah, FMCC already another 17 million shares there today. I want to point out to everybody, there's OTCN right there. So there's a lot of talk about back and forth, like it's hard to get filled maybe on the OTC market, but not at all. I mean, not if you're in to some of these liquid names where the spread is literally 1 cent. So lots of opportunities to trade here, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. You also still have a few different things that are available to trade, including LKNCY, another name here, Luckin Coffee. What's that doing? Oh, little barcode action right there on Luckin Coffee today. Just south of 1 million shares. Also, DIY is another name. I'm just going over some names.
Then 10 cent on a little.
Oh yeah, TCEH.
Right, it's been getting hit down a little bit with the some of the announcements that have come out, but up 2% today, up 83 cents. So definitely something to keep an eye on as well too. Not a ton going on this afternoon, but this thing's going to be bouncing around for a little bit too. So we have a bunch of names that are trading over here at OTC markets these days. So definitely fun time to be around.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but just to come in here for you, Jeff, but I do have a funny feeling that some of those names are probably going to continue to see very good volume with the incoming administration, and there's no question about it. So make sure everybody, I think we put the Moon link in the chat, but the other thing that you should pay attention to if you want to look for like liquidity, like if you're curious, like why is like what's running, we just go to the current market page, and then you're able to sort of see where the volume is coming in and where it is consistently. But everything looking good for the big, massive launch that we're expecting with Moon. I know that everyone's excited about the overnight markets. I know a couple of traders that are very, very geared up here, Jeff, to be able to go to the Moon and trade the evening session. The market never sleeps.
Yeah, things are looking good actually. So I think as far as getting the word out there, I'm definitely going to be traveling around a bunch over the next couple months. Globally too, right? So we're gonna go over to Seoul, Hong Kong, maybe Singapore as well too, trying to get the word out. But then also here in the U.S. as well too. We're trying to get some of the bigger retail platforms connected to it, just as well as just the trading community in general, and yourselves as well too, right? For anyone that wants to that's part of Trader TV and everything like that, get you guys connected. Lots of opportunity that's going to continue to happen. That along with OTC overnight as well too, and so you get some of these names like Tencent, DD. Especially I think DD and Luckin because they don't trade locally. Right on over on that side of the world, but they do here, and so by turning around for that session, it gives people an opportunity to kind of jump in and get involved, more hours of the day. So really looking forward to it.
Yeah, the ability to play on earnings that happen overnight in Asia, real time, because we like those earnings moves. But I mean, look, if we're not hooked up on day one, that's not going to be a good look there, Jeff. Got to make sure that we're locked and loaded. I'm just saying, and you can't sleep on coming to Canada. You're going all over to Asia, globally.
He's going to come back here ASAP.
Not the 51st state yet.
Where's that mustache? Let me see. You guys still got that on?
Come on. I know.
That never had a chance.
God, it took a month to get there too. And then it took about 3 minutes to get rid of it, and those 3 minutes were amazing. That just wasn't for me, guys. Listen, it's like you try everything once, but you have to live and learn. And so I know that it's just mustaches are not for me. So
the minute you still told us that the significant other didn't want it. I mean, it was at that point it was basically a wrap. So you stuck with it. What made you try that? Just something different? Is that what it was, or
something different?
Okay.
Honestly, I forgot my shaver when I went away for a week, and it grew from there. It kept going. I'm like, let's do this. I got the base. So, like I said, you live and you learn. You try new things, and you learn from your mistakes. And I'm not saying it was a mistake, but it just might not be for
happy accident.
You got to try something.
Might not be for me, guys. Speaking of, so like when I was listening right before I came on, I did not realize that you guys were also psychologists as well too. It's especially in the afternoon session here. I love it. So.
That's where we go. Well, we've made the money. The money's been made in the morning show. And look, we talk about it all the time, Jeff, just like you're being real with us about the market. Someone has to tell the truth about day trading, right? I'm going to tell the truth about your website. I know Neil nailed this as well. I just want to show this. There's often a little bit of a situation where, what do we trade? People are like, the scanners. There's lots of different scanners that are available. For me, this is the best scanner for your market. And again, you just go to most active and you can see the number of trades that go through.
I'm sorted by something different.
So yeah, you just got to click up here. You can see the share volume, all that kind of stuff. Do we want to talk about, I don't know, Jeff, I don't know where you want to take this, but there's little symbols beside here, QB, Pink, QX, and then this Nintendo has one as well. Is there something to look out for when traders are seeing these?
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of it has to do with transparency, right? And so our QX and QB platforms gonna give issuers, right, the companies themselves, the ability to showcase, not themselves, right, but also QX. Having that on there, right? It means that they meet certain criteria to be on the marketplace, right? So similar to like a NASDAQ listing on capital markets or global markets, right? Or TSX versus TSX Ventures, right? QX is our premier marketplace, the highest standards that we have. QB is our ventures marketplace, right? And then the Pink marketplace is it's a place where companies that are reporting, they go in, we put that in there, that Pink current information, right? It means that their information is current with all of their filings. Then when you start dropping into the limited, then the expert market, those are where companies go that aren't up to date on their filings or haven't filed, right? And so we like to distinguish that, and so QX and QB. Actually, there's many names that a lot of the names that you'll see right there are names that trade elsewhere in the world, right? On other exchanges. Yes. And we work with them, and so OTC.
You say Roche, for example, is on your QX, so a big holding. Yeah.
A lot of Canadian names as well too, right? And so Heineken is another one as well too, right? And so we give those companies the ability to use OTC markets as a way to reach the U.S. investing public, Canadians, right? Right. It's a great platform really for the issuers themselves as well too. It's a totally different side of OTC markets as well too, right? Because we're always talking about trading. But, look at you just brought up Heineken. It's a global brand. Everyone knows who Heineken is.
No, I was going to say, as if the symbol's Heine. I mean, this is what it is. Of course it is. Yo, throw me a Heine. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is great. Yeah. I have a new favorite stock, my guy. I'm going to start trading this right now. But there it is right there, 50 best QX. So I think that was really a great segment that we just did there, Jeff, because it does highlight the fact that there's some safety nets here with different stocks. Like the QX will have, as you had mentioned, the bigger stocks, the Pink, get those reports. You could see them, QB, and then sort of of the danger zones here with like an MGDDY here, where you can click on, whoopsies, wrong name here. This one, Nestle, for example, on the pink. That makes sense, right? As a very big ADR. And then whatever this is right here, Michelin, I guess, I don't know, but limited information. So you're clearly telling everybody that, hey, this stock, kind of like buyer beware, right?
We have we have a Caveat emptor, right? It's basically a skull and crossbones, right? That's out there, and so that is like what's thrown on a name when
like poison.
There's certain patterns and there's a set of criteria that it takes to get that put on there, right? Can be put on basically any symbol. Right, if we see something that's going on, but that's the skull and crossbones. That's probably the buyer beware type.
Well, at least you make it easy.
But at least you're doing that. No one's putting a skull and crossbones on Haktua coin or anything like. No, I'm just being serious.
And it's like it's something that we do at OTC Markets that is very unique to what we do. But it is a way to kind of bring transparency and bring bring some type of uniformity in a sense of here's the different things that we bring to the table, and it allows we just did it just now, right? Went there, looked at the stock screener, or looked at that, and we saw that right on the side of it. So it's a great way for companies and also for investors as well to come in and check out the marketplace.
Yeah, exactly, because it really, in reality, like we've just been talking about trading. One of the things for traders is you have to have, if you're going to have any kind of success, you have to have an open mind as to what is going to work for you. And I think sometimes traders are like, well, this is what I want to do. Like I was candid about when I first got profitability was on penny stocks, and that's not what I came there to do, man. I was drawing trend lines on Oracle and AMAT and a couple of other things, but ended up being really good at trading penny stocks. It was a different market back then, but the OTC for some styles of trade is going to be profitable for some traders. And it's about getting information. And I love that transparency because that's all you need. Trading's about getting the right information and then making sure you're not trading blind. And you guys provide a great platform. We look really forward to this launch with Moon. I can tell you there's a few traders obviously here at Real Trading that love the overnight markets and cannot wait for that. So all the best. Jeff Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales, who will be coming back to Toronto for sure. We can, and the next time we go out to lunch, we'll make sure to be on time when we come back.
No.
Oh, God.
I kid. That's all the
chance.
fun.
Are you kidding me? The later, the better.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, Neil. What are you trying to do?
Also, guys, so no more McCarthy.
I try to tell you.
Stephen A. Smith is all in on Dion going to Dallas.
I know you mentioned that.
I know there's other people, but we need prime time there. I'm just saying, we need prime time. He might be the only person that can actually coexist because he's already a star. Right.
He knows the environment. Yeah, he knows the environment.
He knows the environment. I think he could do it, but I don't know. We'll see what Jerry has in mind.
I agree with you on that. I just understand he's not going anywhere without his son. So they've got to figure out a way to get his kid, which obviously is going to require like a top pick, which they don't have a draft pick right now that will actually land him. So there's some things that would probably have to happen.
Dak?
There's
not for a first.
Well, there's not for the first that you need, but there's a path to it because look, man, if some quarterbacks, if they can dump like Russell Wilson's been dealt, like they've dumped. I remember when Matt Schaub, like some really bad quarterbacks have had contracts get dumped. Like they can move him, but you're not going to get the pick you need for that.
You're not. I mean, Russell Wilson went for like an 8th round pick.
That's what I'm saying. You can get it out of the contract. You can get out of the situation and then make room for a Shador, but it's not. He's not going to get you Sanders. That's the problem.
I know, but listen, stranger things have been done. Eli got to go where he wanted to go. So
that's right.
Come on,
it does happen.
There we go. Right. It does happen. If there's anyone that can pull it off, I don't think it's Jerry.
So remind everybody when we're going to be able to see Moon out in the wild here, Jeff.
Guys, we are coming later this week, so we'll keep you guys in the loop. And, we'll have a few names up there the first day, and then we'll slowly ramp up. But listen, guys, by the next time I'm up there, I'd say February, we're going to be full blown, full bore, all of the listed symbols that we can throw up on there, ETFs, right? We'll be good to go.
I think it's important to earnings
that
season
might have been
coming
me.
through, right?
It's just in time for earnings season. That's perfect. And after inauguration as well.
Oh, yeah, after inauguration.
So.
All right, Jeff, thank you so
Guys.
much for coming through again. Sorry we didn't get to you this morning, but we got to you now. So that's Jeff Mendel.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
appreciate
Head of broker deal
funny,
sales.
funny enough, I was actually on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange this morning,
Oh,
and I
no.
almost did it, but I don't know.
no.
Bob Pisani might have tackled me if I was trying to take some of his thunder.
Pisani.
You should.
Hey, man, you should have applied for a job over there. You know what I mean? You want to work with Trader TV Live. You want to work for CNBC or whoever there.
Bob Pisani.
But yeah, Jeff Mendel, thank you so much. Enjoy the time, obviously, with the family, and thanks for coming through. And we'll talk about Link when we launch later this week.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you
Ciao,
soon.
ciao, ciao.
Thanks, Jeff.
Moon and not Link. Of course, their gateway is Link, their OTC Link, and it'll be Moon. So again, we are talking about Blue Ocean. We have that trading in the after hours, and Neil had mentioned that, very, very popular here at Day Trade, at Real Trading, and a lot of people like to make that move. And meanwhile, while that's been happening, we talked about some profits coming through there. There's $1 right now. I mean, we're breaking below right now 234. So we've averaged in to this Apple trade. There it goes to the downside. And we talked about, shorting there, getting out for like that 20-cent hit. And there it comes right now, right back in. So a 20-cent hit to a 100-cent win. Apple now overtakes the TQQs for my number one trade there today. So I'm glad we picked Apple instead of the futures because it's not moving as much. Apple continues to get kicked, man, all the way to the downside. There it is. There's your official Dollar Club member. So nice move to the downside. Thanks, Jeff, for. I didn't even that's why I wanted to ask him about all that stuff, about all this, the QB, the pinks. I think that's very, very important. It's probably a glossary or something on here somewhere, but nice to know, Jeff, explaining.
Yeah,
Do you have any questions about any of those symbols?
What's weird is I've seen it before, and for some reason but it is really important. I think there's also rules which I know I found out at one point. Not that you want to, but I found this out with our TFSAs here. We can't.
Right.
There's restrictions. I wanted to make a trade in a couple of these, and here in Canada, there's some rules, but depending on your account. So a TFSA is kind of like it's like a tax-free savings account. So that particular account, we couldn't do OTC, which somebody should lobby and write some letters over that nonsense.
I tried to buy Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac just a couple of days ago, and then that did it. And then I was like, oh man, I can't put it in my tax-free saving. And then I didn't bother to load it up in the margin account, and now it's freaking hot fire, up another 25% FNMA. But hey, man, you gotta. Sometimes those trades are there, and sometimes they're not. So
yeah, exactly.
We'll find another one. And I mean, we talk about it here. We just talked about how hard it is exactly to make that money and to trade for a living, right? I mean, and there it comes back in right now. So you got to have trades like this, and they're hard to come across. So there's Apple. We got to take advantage when it's there. So a nice little break, hopefully down even further on Apple. Part of it is instinct. I think that's the one thing too. You got to sort of have a feel for the market, and that would be the first thing that I would try to teach anybody that's trying to trade is you got to have a feel for everything. It's just like anything, really. I mean, if you don't have the feel for the sport you're playing, you may not be. And I think sports is a very good analogy to what we do here, except for the harder you train at sports, I feel like the better you can get. I don't think that's necessarily true for trading. So, all right, what's up, Adara?
So I want to let you guys know we have a brand new original Trader TV research graphic out on X. You can check it out right here. Basically, what I wanted to do ahead of earnings season, which we know kicks off in earnest tomorrow morning with the bank earnings, I want to take a look here at some of the revenue growth on a year-over-year basis per quarter for some of these tech names. So because each company kind of has their own financial quarter, we just did winter 2024, spring 2024, summer 2024, and fall 2024. Definitely check out this graphic on X. But I think what's really interesting is a lot of these companies have some of their best year-over-year revenue growth in the first and second quarters of the year. Then it kind of peters out. So we could expect some pretty decent revenue growth. Also, NVIDIA is missing from this chart. That's because I want to do a separate graphic with some of these semiconductors specifically. But either way, we have Apple, Google, Meta, Tesla, Microsoft, and Amazon. Tesla and Apple actually both had year-over-year declines in revenue for spring 2024. So either way, check it out. There will be more graphics in the work as well, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. And also thank you, Adair, for mentioning that Lay's is worth watching on that Wise Key note. As is Wise Key. W Key, it has a tendency to make moves in sympathy. It just broke out the high of the day. Arrows up. Obviously, Lay's is a bit of a repeat offender. Oh, it's 3 o'clock. I always get that at 3 o'clock. Twice I have to hit it. So you just broke out, but what is going on? I'm missing 2 days. There we go. Lay's bouncing off of this 3. There is lots of room for a recap back into like the 5 on the daily chart for LAES. And if you just look at this recent gap fill from about $4, 4 into 5, and then this halfway point, of course, at like 440, 445 or so, there's lots of room for this to still continue to go. So it's in the midst of a pullback in the afternoon. I don't like high of the day breaks. I like a stock that pulls back after somebody else has taken the high of the day. So you got a little double top here at 390, as long as it can hold on and doesn't do some kind of a big dump right through that level into VWAP. As long as it holds in around here, 390, 380, look for a continuation play on Lays. Wise key or W key, kind of not moving as much. And Lays is the one that's moving. So thank you, Adara. She pointed that out to me because I was looking at Wise key and it wasn't really going anywhere. And LAES looking very, very solid to the upside. So going to make a bit of a curl here. Have to wait for it to come in. I don't just want to sit on the bid. I want to see it test, bounce, do something like this, like these candles, get a bit of a turn, and then try and catch along. Right? So you try to be a little bit patient. I don't want to be getting in on that first red candle. I actually want to see it pull back a little bit and then round in to another run to the upside here on Lays.
All right, good talk there. Yeah, we're still, Apple right now, $1.30. Oh, good, we just got to fill at 55 or 56, so $1.30 now in the money with 20 cents worth of risk there for Apple. And you know, there's the proof, like right there. We took that 20-cent hit right there, and then we were going to use 235 as our out. It's still in there, so, but now I guess we might as well cancel our stop order right there, and now there it goes, man. Apple. Again, perfect trade there today as it comes all the way back in. All right, people saying Rigetti short, RGTI right now on Rigetti. Yeah, possibly. That 880 top, good little level there for RGTI right there to get back in. Yeah, right now, actually, I may just get out of my position. Rigetti right now, breaking below. We haven't broke below this 50-period moving average. Great call. Who was that right here? Madhav, you have horse sense to steal something from Jim Cramer. Great call on that one. Again, short right now. I'm not sure. There's no timestamp here, but great call, great look, great idea there. I hope you've been watching out for all of those plays, and I hope you've learned a lot from us here as well, maybe potentially about those plays. And there goes Neil again, like, wow. Here we go. Like we just said that it's very, very hard to do this thing, and then we show you trades like this. But at the end of the day, you know, it's about staying on the right names, and Apple. So there it goes, man. We didn't even have it on our sticky note today. We just knew that, oh yes, we did. 235 short, what am I talking about? So there it is right there, 235 short. Stick with your game plan, you know, and if you get it, then you get it, and then forget it, right? We talked about changing up your game plan every once in a while, and I think that's important. There it is, Apple 235 for the shutdown trade there. And again, man, like put them to bed, right? That's the number one. Like we just shorted, like it's now $1.70 in the money. And still going lower. Look at the futures really falling out of bed right now to that downside. So we go timber as we get lower and lower and lower now, and take another piece out right there on Apple. Neil, many don't think it's possible, but I think we're showing it right there. Apple with, again, probably your reload of the day.
Yeah, you got to have those opportunities out there. You got to be patient for it. Like if it comes in your level and it sets up.
Yeah, you have to.
Well, this is the thing. If it goes to, we talked about this morning, there were plenty of stocks that got to your levels and looked like utter, like I was thinking this about Boeing. Look like crap when it gets there, and there's no reason to be on a bid of Boeing. I'll get to that a little bit later, but Lays is into the level that we want. But as I was saying, where is the bounce? So you know what I'm looking for. The market's bleeding. It doesn't necessarily matter to a small cap stock if the market's going down, but it doesn't help it either. So if it's going to hold up here at about this 380 level, I still need to see the same things before. Just because, well, if you'd gone long off that top, you can get a better price. If you liked it here, you liked it there more. No, it's got to be the right setup. I got to be buying on a little bit of strength, and then you can play into it. I just wanted to go back over to Tesla because the literal opposite of what we saw on yesterday has now happened to Tesla, and it's starting to bleed back down into 402. So this was, and again, this is a very different story from when it came into this level this morning. I think if you're being cautious about this, which you should be, about catching the bid, I'm inclined to think that it could blast through this 402 without catching a little bit of a bid. And I did not hear any news Specifically, Fed Williams is supposed to be talking in 5 minutes, not yet. And I have my Benzinga up. As far as I know, we just lost VWAP and then a bit of an acceleration to the downside. But yeah, Tesla was one of the biggest movers. Bitcoin also making a bit of a pullback as well. Some of the things but this is at VWAP, like it's not nearly as big. It's almost like Tesla was the biggest one. And it feels to me like it was a technical breakdown and the afternoon buying that we saw yesterday, maybe not coming in. But it's lays that I have on my watch. It's still heading to the downside, so there's no reason to jump on the bid of this one just yet. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, it really just looks like here the Q's in a little bit of a flat top. As Neil mentioned, Tesla, I think, is also really emblematic of the same kind of pattern, just kind of hitting an area and then breaking down. I'm not seeing any news on this, but as always, if I see anything, I'll let you know. There's also nothing that I can see that shows that Fed's William has begun to speak, so it doesn't seem like an early Fed move either. I have my eyes on all of the various news sources, and we'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Yeah, and that's pretty much all you can do. Like, you never want to make assumptions. Now, you can make an educated guess. Okay, seems like it's technical. NASDAQ was at VWAP. Tesla was at VWAP. AMD was at VWAP. I mean, NVIDIA, all these stocks were at pretty much similar levels. So it could just be something like that. Okay, here's a little bit of a bid coming into lays. It's still, I'd say, relatively weak tape on LAES. So you can see CLQ, like this is what it looks like at that 80 level. Still a little bit more of a stacked offer, and you're not really churning through bids. A lot of midpoint dark pools coming in. So you're still not seeing a ton of strength in it. No bid support down at that 375 yet, but it's starting to give it a little bit of a turn. The last couple of times that it bounced, you didn't need to have the first green candle. Like this bounce in here, like if you're chasing this move, you're getting 371 off of a 362 bottom. But you could just wait for a little bit of confluence, let's just say, get it better by like 4 or 5 pennies in here and buy that dip. And it's the same thing with the last push. Like you can always just buy the consolidative long a little bit after. JSO, do you mind looking at NMHI? Nature's Miracle, this was a runner from this morning, I believe. I know Derek could probably get the news on it off the top of my head. I'd have to check Benzinga as to what was going on here. What I can tell you is if you false break, if you have an instantaneous false break on a small cap and then this continuation at VWAP that does not, like it doesn't hold the low, that gap fill, if I wasn't looking at this stock, I don't remember why, but maybe it was on Sharif's radar or something. Oh, I typed in the wrong symbol. That's why it didn't come up. NMHI. If you ever see this, this is sometimes a very good flat bottom break because it's a massive gap fill and you've probably trapped some longs in multiple spots here. You've got the pre-market longs, you've got the VWAP longs, you've got the low of the day longs, you've got the consolidation longs. So when this breaks down at the end of the day and takes out two, like that's pretty nasty. Yeah, they announced they entered into a purchase agreement with an institutional investor for $30 million.
Ooh.
So, I mean, how small is this company that matters? Well, I mean, it's a penny stock. Well, not a penny stock, it's a $1 stock. So $30 million probably matters a heck of a lot to them. Market cap.
When?
That can't be right. The market cap of this is $3 million. Well, okay, well, that's much smaller than even I anticipated. I think we're going to go up to Adara. I think she has the news story there.
Update here in NMHI. Also, I have some more news coming in here, too. I'll get to NMHI in a second, if that's all right, Neil. Microsoft apparently pausing hiring in the U.S. consulting unit as part of a cost-cutting plan. So we heard Meta cutting costs, MSFT following suit, as reported by CNBC. We also have some comments coming through here from Fed's William saying that they're still concerned here about housing affordability. Nothing huge. Apparently, he's not made any comments as of yet on monetary policy. So Fed's William, nothing crazy as of right now. But again, Microsoft, now the second Mag 7 after Meta, to reportedly be looking into some cost cutting as of right now. Now, as far as NMHI went, we do have Neil correct about the story, basically announcing here that just under $30 million investment. They do have a market cap, from what I'm seeing, of around $3 million, but the float here is even more significant. It's just under 800,000 shares. 18% of it is going to be sold short. That is a very significant short float given the small size of the float there for NMHI. Hope that helps, guys.
All right, there it is right now. Thank you, Adara, for all of that. And Obi's just like, oh man, these shorts are just cash money. I appreciate that. Obi, as we just continue to go to the downside right now, Neil's long lays there, chips with dip. And then right into here, 233.30, 232.64 right now lays. I bet you can't eat just one. But there it is to the downside for Apple. I mean, we've talked about this. Jeff Mendel even said it himself, like, wow, this is like pretty chill here in the afternoon. And yeah, when you've got a plan and you've got it set, it's pretty chill. And that's what we've been doing here today. And sure, Andre, why not do it right now? Are you a skilled trader but lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills. Access account ranges sizing from over $5,000 to $500,000, and you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? Where are the best prop firms for you to trade at? Well, that's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payout histories. That's super important. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today to find the perfect prop firm for not only you, but for your neighbors, you know, for your pets, all things like that. Because like I said, man, once you get something programmed in, you don't even have to hit the keys, man. Just have your dog or cat hit the keys. No, do not do that. At least then you can blame them for mistakes, right, instead of yourself. But at the end of the day, that's a great idea, man.
I think it's a great, really big
You never know where you're going to wind up.
No. Well, also, too, it's just...
You may like a platform better, too. That's the other thing.
It could be the types of hotkeys they have.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be the access to the API or lack thereof. Like, if you can't program, let's just say.
Exactly.
Like, imagine you don't want to hit keys. Maybe you want click to trade on your charts, and you don't want to be hitting keys like a monkey or like us old heads do. Like, I know some people... Actually, click to trade is technically an old head thing. But some people like to use their mouse. I think it's a little bit clunky. But I just heard something on Microsoft.
Cutting. Yeah, that just came through. I mean, I was like,
Meta was announcing some cost cutting. Microsoft announcing some cost cutting, but the bleed is on. Like I said, the only thing we're into is Lays. It caught a bid, pretty much where we wanted to. Like, it's the only thing that's not dropping like an absolute rock. Want to work it back into the highs. So it's pretty much that simple. I don't want Frex. Let's use BYX.
Yeah, I mean, Obi's back there. I mean, I don't, we won't talk necessarily about what he's trading or anything like that unless he wants me to. But again, only two symbols today. And right now, just because we did talk about Robinhood, Obi, nice little trade there, shorting Robinhood up in here near the 50-period moving average. Nice move to the downside. So again, great trading over on that side with OBI right now. Obi, great trade there, buddy. And actually, as I look here, I mean, he's absolutely killing it. A couple great days there. And like we said, these are the right markets. You find these highs, bring it back in. I really like Robinhood, man. I got to buy this stock. Today up, though, 6%. So many names. Like that DraftKings actually got into, and maybe it's still there. Like at one point, I'm going to have to pull this trigger. I'm not even putting these stink bids in, as Neil's mentioned many times. But that would have been it right there at 36. Like that was a great example. It only went down like 35.90. If you would have gotten that, then you would have been like, oh my gosh. That was a real nice play. It's only up 10% from that level, but yeah, I really like that. Now back up to the 50-period moving average. And like I said, man, I mean, football pools, every sport, basically, the revenues are there and streaming and all this. They want everything. Like Netflix wants it, Amazon wants it, Hulu, Disney, everybody wants live sports. It's also because, content, right? I mean, there's a battle for Netflix, there's a battle for content, but also to the fact that you can also integrate, like you can integrate into like a gambling platform. And I know I thought Fubo TV might have had something with that as well, where it's like,
they do.
You can, yeah, I've never watched that, but I know Amazon, you could actually, if you're watching something, you can go on and there's sometimes links into purchasing whatever is on the screen. So you can just right away go over to Amazon. So I think that, I mean, I'm talking about DraftKings here. I just think sports and gambling, like the ratings wouldn't be where they are. And these sports wouldn't be getting the money that they're getting if not for gambling and TV rights and what that means to people able to watch the game while they still have money on it. I mean, it was like hundreds of thousands of people were like taking that Dave Portnoy touchdown parlay, which we were able to do well on. So yeah, it's just not his particularly. I really like the touchdown parlays.
Why?
Anytime touchdowns.
What was
I don't know what. I don't even know if he won. I'll have to Google it. But I was on. He must have a deal with somebody because I was on one of the books and they were talking about
100% he's got a Barstool.
Barstool has their own.
It's Barstool.
Yeah, they have their own. So
Yeah,
it must have been one of their Instagrams.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find out. Let me find out what that Dave Portnoy
100%. Yeah, I mean, for sure.
parlay was.
Like at the end of the day, like everyone, whether you gamble on sports or you're in fantasy, like,
Well, there's even same
home
day
leagues, same
What do they call
day.
those ones? Yeah.
It's daily fantasy sports.
Daily fantasy sports. Yeah.
You know, like that is a big time business.
2 days.
But one of the other reasons why, and I should have said this when we were talking about that, when we were still talking about the prop firm check, like those types, if you're doing that, you got to make sure you're getting the best odds, right? Like, okay, so is it easy to get my withdrawals? Who's giving the best line when it comes to over-unders? Like, who's giving me the best in-game betting? Well, that matters to you. And so as a trader, it's like who is giving you the best opportunity to express your trades in the way that you want and then be able to profit from them. It's all of the same thing. You ultimately, all of this stuff, it's going to be hard enough, but if you have the deck stacked against you by not being able to execute in a timely fashion, not being able to get your profit out when you make it, by not being able to have reliable stop orders or reliable quotes, then you have absolutely no chance whatsoever. So quickly on lays, it just got to first stop, which is prior high at 390. And if it can bounce again off the 373, I'll look for reload. What I like about it is, it is a stock that was not at the low of the day when we just had that pushback, and it's still above the morning range, or at least at that morning range tops. This is where it dumped off yesterday, so making those higher lows. But I'm not letting this break this trend back in. If we break this low, I'm jumping out of it. I am eyeballing, oh goodness. All right, here comes QBTS.
What happened? Yeah, lays, you're still in.
Sorry, I should cancel. I did not mention that this QBTS made a bit of a trend break, but it's a head and shoulders play here on QBTS. So I was trying to get the breakdown here. When Rigetti was making fresh highs, QBTS was not making fresh highs. And now it's putting in a lower high. So looking for a reversion play, I did kind of miss that little bit of a curl, but I do like this reversion for a head and shoulders on QBTS, at least back into VWAP. And here at Real Trading, if a stock is not easy to borrow, we have to pay for it. QBTS is the quantum name that we haven't had to pay for. We get these ones free on D-Wave for the short. So did you find?
By the way, $2.30 now in the money. We are crushing this Apple right here. Here it is right here. It's only 76,000 people bet it. But everything, Neil, and you'll be happy with this one, except for Cortland Sutton hits. McLaurin got one, I believe. I didn't look up McLaurin.
Yeah, Teddy got one.
Yeah. So the only thing I wasn't sure about was Ladd.
Terry.
Ladd got one.
Sorry, Terry.
Ladd got one. Bateman. Look at this, plus 6,600 right there. So 60 to 1. All these to fill, but he missed because Cortland Sutton didn't get it. We had a three-way parlay that gave us 7 to 1, which I didn't have James Cook. I thought I did.
The good news on that, though, is if you were playing it safe, I feel like Sutton was the one that out of that group, that's the least chalk of those touchdown ones.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because Mims is
a run.
Because Mims has been getting the touchdowns on Denver recently. That was the guy I was worried would score against the Bills.
It's too bad because he was dead right about it. Because right here, Mims only had 2 catches for 12 yards. Sutton had 5 for 75. So like he was right on that. That's too bad, man. I wish that would have won. I mean, 75,000 people getting that kind of percentage in there. Great bet. Needless to say, but I guess it's not a great bet because it did not win. Okay, so here we go. Bitcoin still at that level there. We did take out some more Apple. When you go from basically the level that we thought right into the low of the day, like this is the one thing, man. It's like, and again, we talk about how tough it is, and this is how tough it is to day trade. It's because like when this happens, like, I never have on. Sure, when we'll get stopped out, and we'll make some money. Well, now it's fine. You'll lose some money on the stop out, sorry, but it's like known to have held all of this. That's the one point. But at least we're still in it all the way down there to the downside. DJT, let's just check back on this one. So this is the only loser that I have today. That was bid, boom, boom, right there. So in and out almost as quick as anything. But it does bounce off the 50 period. I'm not sure. Again, this is where we use E-signal. Maybe we'll have to look at a tick replay.
I think it got the 10% down.
Yeah, so right here, now it's down 10. Yeah, so it was probably down 10 in and around, it's probably, yeah, if you were playing SSR, I mean, you got it back up there to 40. So Neil,
I just mean for tomorrow.
Oh, for tomorrow. I mean, it would have been 10% right here too. So that was a nice bump up. So it is short sell restricted right now. You can see by the E right here. So short sell restricted for now is DJT. But as Neil mentioned, that's a really, see, so we talk about like knowing a strategy, like that would be another one. You know, looking for stocks that are down that 10%, either first day or second day, and then playing that SSR bump. Because what SSR means is that if you're going to go short DJT, you have to offer right here. So you cannot just say, I'll sell and then sell to this buyer, unless you're long. But I was talking about getting short. So in order to initiate a short position, you need to sit on the offer. It's in order to prevent just some mass selling. So Kathy Wood just coming in and just selling like hundreds of thousands of shares and just applying so much pressure to this side. She's going to have to sit over here to sell it and get picked up by someone buying into her sale. So that's something to look at, again, for another intraday strategy, as Neil mentioned there. I heard Neil mention also on the trader lessons of the day, you know, level up on styles that are profitable. Don't just like be like, oh, there's an SSR bounce here. Like, you know, I have rockets in my pocket. You don't. You trade it. You see what the action is there. And right now, DJT, I guess, must have got something. But that bottom right there is 38 and change. There was a level that I was like, if it breaks, we're gone. I think it was Palantir. Yeah. So it didn't even think about holding that 65.70. So again, another good trade right there. Unfortunate because you guys know that we're big into Palantir, but there's that break right there. So that was a good trade. Trying to get some pieces back right now. Let's get some more out on Apple and go over to the desk with A.
This part of the show is brought to you by WorkSport. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport.
Thank you, Adair.
Thank you very much, Adair. And thank you to Kyle Burdett for the super chat. Are you not entertained? I hope you are. I know you're going to be for the short side of the trade for short. I saw in the chat, I'm not going to scroll to it. It will take me a hot minute. I saw reflections upon 2020, 2008 and 2000 for corrections. Some people thinking that we could get as big a correction as that. All I will say is, those were generational type of opportunities in the markets. Everyone gets wrapped up on the panic of the moment, but if we get any kind of a down move, like I'm not as young as I was, obviously no one ever is, but you only get so many chances throughout your investing life to buy dips like that. I'm just going to throw it out. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not that bearish on the market overall, but yeah, if you do, that's going to be a buying opportunity like no other. If we see anything resembling 2008, every single time it happens, you're like, didn't buy it.
How nervous are we right now, though?
That's all I think about. I'm not that 2008 levels. I'm not at that point. Right. But I will say this for Canada in particular. There was a stat I saw, and it was like home affordability, like average incomes to average house prices, is worse here than it is in the was in the United States right before the 08 crash.
Okay.
That's a pretty damning statistic.
That's not good
for the Canadian housing market.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's the kind of thing that you sit back and you're like, really? And then you, not to get into politics, then you wonder why we're going to have a new government for reasons like that.
Oh, yeah. I don't.
It's a scary thought.
What are you getting into any cash? Like, I'm not really getting into that much cash. I don't.
Well, there's one position in particular that it ended up one of my bigger holdings kind of accidentally. Like I bought Eli Lilly, and I'll be the first person to admit it. Yeah. I bought Eli Lilly because I thought it was a better Alzheimer's play than Biogen. And then one of the other things about it was, I also get a pipeline into the potentiality of this weight loss stuff everyone's excited about. And then that just happened to hit. So I got like blind lucky on that one, buying it for one drug and then another one blows up. And my intention was to sell again, which I probably will. I wrote a note for myself. Remember, put some bids in for NVIDIA and then figure out where you want to sell some Eli Lilly. And I thought over 800 bucks I was going to sell again. Today was probably the day that I should have just done that. I'm long at like an average price of 190 something. It's just trimming because I think it's turned into a bearish. Well, I mean, it already had. And I did trim some at like 922, but I haven't sold since. And it's been, how long does that have to hang under the 50 period and the 200 period moving average? Like, I don't want this to break down and I haven't sold again. So I'm probably going to be doing some trimming in this so I can have some cash locked and loaded and sort of ready to go. For things like NVIDIA, I think that's one of the first things I'll be looking at for some dip buys. All right, so QBTS, like I said, it reverted this trend, kind of a head and shoulders look, back into this top here at 467. DJ Case says Microsoft is headed for 400, or you said sub 400. MSFT. Yeah, there's a lot of bleeding. This one I don't love as much, Microsoft. It's never got going. I don't know. These guys never got going. I feel like they could be one of the weaker ones. And yeah, you're about to retest this 390. Yeah, I think I would tend to agree with that. This is not one that I'm as eager to dip buy. Microsoft's a great company, and it's the only one back in the Four Horsemen days that was a top 10 market cap. That was a top 10 market cap 20 years later. But can you do that three cycles in a row? I don't know of any names that pull that off in tech. Yeah, I don't know. Microsoft doesn't look that good to me. Meta looks better. Google looks better.
Yeah. I mean, I like Microsoft. We'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. I haven't really trimmed any of those positions. I'm in about, like in my swing account, I'm in probably 15% cash or so. And then in my long term, pretty much, I mean, I have a big deposit. I'm gonna have to deposit something for like our 401k or RSP. So I still got to do that. And that will obviously go in as cash. So we'll have something in there. But all right, so NASDAQ right now trying to bottom out. We already talked about the levels that we liked. Not only was the NASDAQ at 21,000, I mean, we had hit that level for a while and talking about how much we like that. So there's the short giving that to you as well right there, 25,000 and change right there. So a good little level for anybody interested there in the NASDAQ or in what potentially could come from some of these downside plays one more time. But yeah, we're in Apple now. It's the only position that we have. And it's $2 in the money, and we're pretty happy with it, and it's trading really well. So yeah, Apple right now, the apple of this guy's eye, as we continue to watch out for, again, some more strength potentially in the market, bouncing off right now of these lows. I mean, if we open up, this is why I'm thinking potentially some strength. I mean, we had come down into here, but you know what? Like the one thing that I learned, and Neil mentioned this a little bit as well, is like, for me, the thing that I've done differently and what I used to do is, it almost, if it's a level that you've done the work on like we have, then I almost don't really care what it looks like when it comes up to it. And this is something that's changed for me mentally. I'm taking the trade. There's been too many times where we've written things down and we've looked back and be like, well, that was the top, or oops, we didn't take that. I mean, the same thing is true here when you're going to look at, again, the number one P&L name for me is Apple. But the futures were an absolutely banger there right here. And it's like, right off the open on PPI, you're not going to take it. But then once it gives you that level, and we wrote this down as well, once it gives you these levels, then I took it. And we have a stop. So if it goes, obviously, I could remove all these, obviously, right here, does it look like it's a smart move to take the future short here as it's ripping up? No, but not only that, we took it there and took it there. It's like what we said there, and I'm copying this from Kramer, but it's that horse sense. It's like it comes in, you've got the feeling that it's going to the downside, so you take your level. And so that right there, just like Apple, right? I mean, it's the same thing here. If you don't have that sort of trader instinct, right, then you don't really have anything. Like right into there, here comes Apple just ripping up. We shorted it there underneath VWAP. We got out. I feel like that is where VWAP was maybe at the time. And then all of a sudden makes that move up. We check notes, 235. So we took it without being sort of afraid of the position because we had the out. And then there it goes, pay dirt. Like, so, sometimes you take the trades against you and you just have to have your stops so that you do not get blown out and obviously live to see another day, which we're all trying to do every day here live at Trader TV. So, all right.
Before we go to Adair,
go.
if the tap on WNW is correct, this might not live to see another day. We're going to go to Adair, I think maybe for this story. It's halted at 225. The tap is 39 cents right now.
Ooh.
My guess is if it's that extreme, you're probably not opening up in 5 minutes. Usually when it's that big, they hold it for 10 minutes. But let's go to Adair.
Why can't I offer?
There's actually no story that I'm seeing here for WNW. I said to Neil in our own company chat, they tend to have these random parabolic moves with zero context, zero news. They're a Chinese ADR, which I think is worth noting here. I was seeing some people on social media saying they did a stock offering. There is zero evidence of that I've seen. That was one person that said that. So it looks like this is just a random halt. It's worth noting they have definitely had some reverse splits. The most recent one I could find was a 1 for 35 reverse split back in December of 2023, but they definitely have reverse split. I'm seeing a couple different percentages with regards to their market cap or their short float, but here on TradingView, it's telling me 76% short float on a float of 213,000 shares. On FinViz, I have closer to a 200 million share float. So what I'm trying to say is it's really hard to find information on this company. Be very careful, guys, with WNW. Only 8 million shares traded on the day.
Well, I can tell you with 100% certainty, I have never seen a stock that had a chart like this and like a halted downside with a theoretical auction price underneath its 52. Like this, obviously it's a reverse split. I'm cheating. Okay, let's do this.
People aren't going to believe these
cheating
names.
But like this is 72 cents in here since the last split pump and dump. Usually, you never tap underneath something like that. So it just pumped up to like 47. If it's going to open, it will be, if it's going to open in 5 minutes, then the open's happening, that's 10 seconds. And if this opens in the penny range, I'll probably try to take an uphold. Like if it opens that far down, and it's like right now saying 50 cents, I don't know, man. It doesn't have to move very far to go into an uphold if it's a penny stock. So I might take a quick shot at this, see if we can risk like 5-10 cents. But that's on the off chance that it were to open in 5 minutes, which, as I said, I thought was unlikely. And there you go, it's not going to open because it would have opened 10 seconds ago. 10-minute halt, I think, is going to be in play for this one. I'm going to leave it up there. Like I said, I've never seen that before, and I'd be very, very surprised if it wasn't some kind of an opportunity to trade for us. So Qubits, which is D-Wave, I just call it Qubits. We had our short entry, did the reversion trade, we're in, could have scalped it 1-to-1. My bids were down at 450, but it just took out that 465. So trying to keep it small and then work on to the next opportunity, which all of a sudden, I mean, like I said, I've never seen anything like that before on that WNW. So this is going to have my attention. Hopefully, we're actually going to open back up here, now indicating 70 cents. So I think the reason why you have 5-minute and 10-minute halts is particularly for situations like this. When there's not enough liquidity for a reasonable open, which clearly there isn't, too many people dumping. You can even look at the book right now and see that there's just, let me go this way. You can look into this book, WNW. Like this is what the book looks like in the halt. Like lots of sellers and pretty much no buyers. So until they find enough or 10 minutes comes in, we're just going to have to wait for this bad boy. Yeah, it could be wild. But that said, unless I find something that's like entry on a halt with a limit on open or a market on open on the reopen or some kind of a 5 to 10 cent risk trade, then I'm not going to take a shot at this, especially in the afternoon. Try to keep it tight to the vest in the afternoon trade. But this one is a good risk to reward if it opens under $1.
Okay. Yeah, just like this is what you guys. I mean, I hope we're helping you guys understand some of the nuances of the stock market. We had a really fun thing today. I think it was what was it called? Ask a question or something. Our most popular questions, frequently asked questions on YouTube, on Google. That was a lot of fun there. So hopefully we'll get some of those questions to come through. I was looking at this XTIA. Our chart's going to look ridiculous. I understand that, but it just split 250 to 1. And this is what happens, right? Boom, up to $60, boom, all the way back down again. So this is just some of those actions when, you never have an idea of maybe what's going on with some of these Chinese names. I mean, a good example there. XTIA, by the way, is XTI Aerospace. I actually don't know if it's a Chinese name or not. It was more that XXXI name that was going crazy there.
XTI is American. I think it's the other one.
Yeah, there's a bunch. But anyway, this name here, I can show you on the e-signal chart here. I could zoom in, but there's a split, 250 for 1 right there. And again, a lot of these names will do that split because they have to stay above $1 to make, and it's really a stupid rule. They need to get rid of it because there's so many ways around it. Like, who cares if you need to stay above $1 or not? If you can just reverse split all the time and get that play up to 60 and just to get hit back down into $5 again. I mean, the amount of money being made on these things by, I guess, hedge funds, whatever, that can hold these overnight. Absolutely ridiculous. Like, this is what I said, man. One of the questions was the stock market rigged? I've stayed true to it being yes ever since we started this show 5-6 years ago. I feel like it's one of the most rigged markets in the world as we go here, even much more so than sports betting. But here's TIA and the rest of them. So just be careful here as we come back in on this name. And then many other ones are not open yet. Are you on?
No, it should be.
Joby, there
it should be 1 minute. It should be open up in 1 minute. It's now indicating a tap of 80 cents, which is marginally better. But these lows are 73, 74. That could provide a different type of opportunity, which would be this is a 73-cent low. If it opens up all the way down here, now it's saying 82 cents. It really could actually open on these bottoms, which could give you
a problem with order
with
canceling right now. I don't know if it's
okay,
on all
so,
gateways or what. Try to see if I get a fill here on Apple.
Yeah, I had a stop order that hold on a second.
Yeah, okay, I just got a fill. So the fills are working, it seems like. It might be the order canceling that is a problem. As we're almost out, so I'm not panicking about this. We didn't
that's good to know. You wouldn't want to be in this stock.
No, we didn't have too many shares there on Apple, just a couple hundred shares. But again, we have a little bit left. We'll see what winds up happening.
I was just able to cancel some Toronto stuff.
I just think someone in our chat, on our intra-web chat there, internal real trading chat, is saying that there was problems
which I should have had of
orders. So there may be or not. So anyways, that's what we're doing right now. Apple still continues to get to that downside. I'm just going to ask these guys because I do have a pending Apple bid. I just want to see
we should be open now.
if it got filled. So go over to Neil's screen because I'm just going to try to see if I can get a hold of somebody just to make sure I don't punch in and out of too many.
It's indicating a buck. It's been 10 minutes. All right. Maybe they're just not going to open this stock. Is that what's happening here? So, yeah, look, maybe they're not going to open this thing. They're indicating $1 open. It was like 34 cents. All of a sudden, the open's indicating $1 open, so it is getting a little bit better. Okay, well, it's now 11. It's almost 11 minutes. So my guess is, let me just double check. I should have done this. I made the assumption that this was all just volatility. It could actually have been a different type of halt. No, it's a volatility halt. So quote resumption. Yeah, I mean, it's a volatility halt, so it should have been 5 or 10 minutes. I've seen this happen, I don't know, like 1 out of 100 times. Funware was an example of it. It could just be one of these circumstances where they're just not going to open it up because there's no liquidity and they don't want people to get rinsed, which doesn't really help anybody that's already caught long. So this might end up being a bit of a nothing burger. I'm going to leave it up on the side just on the off chance, and I don't want to miss out. I was kind of hoping it would open up underneath the $1, but if it's going to open at $1, that's like 40% away from that prior low, which is a much different trade from, hey, it opens up at like 80 cents and that low is 73 cents. So it's not a guarantee that we take any shots on it. I'm going to go back over to maybe and look back at that Lay's stock because ultimately we got some at 1-to-1 and then it broke down, but it's holding sideways. So there's a chance it could still round the bottom and maybe take out some of those highs, but it is 3:30. Getting a little bit long, late in the session here. Early looks are a nothing burger. So for now, we've got RY, Canadian banks. If you ever see a Canadian bank on the New York early look imbalance or on the imbalance in general, take it with a grain of salt. It usually amounts to absolutely nothing. So nothing really standing out here on the early look. I mean, Nike and Uber are both buys. So that might be something to watch out for. Uber has been holding up pretty well lately. So I think if that actually were to come out of buy, that could be something. But 600,000, Uber's done 15 million shares. Like none of those are going to move the needle. It's all relatively speaking. Actually, Uber in that 50 period is not closing above it. This is another stock. I wanted to see it close back above the 50 or the 200 period moving average, and I'm still waiting for that to happen on Uber. Good balance in that it's held above that 60 level, but a bit of a nothing burger. They might not open WNW. It just might not happen.
Might not. Normally you're open for one last print there.
Usually you do.
Could be something there. All right, so there it is, man. Apple will take another fill at 233. So again, a $2 winner. Good trade. Let's just keep on waiting to see what's going on. Does anybody? All right, someone said there, what's going on with the Tesla, and maybe into something for next week. So let's have a quick look, or into this week. Let's see. Let's look and put on our thinking hat a little bit. Oh boy. Did we ever talk about that short off VWAP? But like I said, man, fortune favors the bold. We didn't have it. We have Apple instead. This one would have been pretty sweet to have this from 244, like as if. What has happened with Tesla there? Huge move down, 412 down to 396. Like absolutely getting tuned up right now to that downside is Tesla. Wow. And they talked about VWAP there earlier today. I've already talked about it being by far the most important indicator that I ever use. There it goes right there, right off VWAP. Gave you a smooth $16, $17. So we'll wait to see. Okay. We will be talking about eSignal in a couple seconds, but it's Apple right now, still continues to that downside. Tesla's really falling out of bed for sure. Did Google most likely broke 190? Yes, as well. Wow. So a lot of negativity really hitting the market right now. I mean, it's been a while before since we've seen sort of that, like just all of the names. We saw with some cost cutting there on Microsoft. We saw some cost cutting by the way of employees in Meta today as well. So a lot of this has sort of sparked some of these moves down, and it's going to be like a little bit of like, I don't know, shock a little bit when you look, because like 3% on a $600 name, right? I mean, you're going to be down there again about 20 bucks.
You don't get too many of those
right now into those levels. I'm assuming that Palantir call that we had as well. Yeah, right now just bouncing off that level again. So look, I mean, we'll stay here. We're right in the pocket. You know, we've made more, we've hit our goals today. Everything is good. And I mean, you can always ask us, you know, like, again, we don't talk about nets, but to that point of, are we up or down today? You know, that could be something that we could always talk about as well, right? And so just to let you guys know, those kind of questions, any questions you have in the chat, or even specific stocks, even more particularly, like if we talked about an idea like LAES, I see you're out of it. If you're like, oh, I missed the play, you can ask about it. I know some of you guys come in and come out of the show all the time. So you can always ask us what some of our big stocks are. Okay, here we go. It is eSignal time. So strategize, analyze, capitalize. Analyze, did I get that in the right order? With eSignal, make sure you do hit those scanners, those screeners, all of that, because again, if you just have a simple VWAP scanner, you would have hit this Apple trade with me. Also, we could have had the TQQs as well. Over 50 plus brokers connected right to your trading platform. We're lucky here as well because our charts are completely connected to the platform that we trade on. I feel like that's a huge advantage as well. So get connected up with your broker, especially if they don't have excellent data points, right? And so these guys do. All of the markets you need. Like your platform doesn't have OTC markets, they do. We just talked about that with Jeff. Take advantage of what's around, right? Moon ATS as well, Blue Ocean, all of that. Find out right now with eSignal, scan that, trade smarter, not harder. And those are the charts that often you'll see me throw down on the screen. So yeah, we really, really like them. You know, for me anyways, eSignal, I've been using it ever since we started trading. So 20 plus years there. I really like the program, and it's been a profitable.
And there was just an example, a big shout out for eSignal, because when we had our own floor, there was a particular strategy. We used to trade the European markets, and the back testing, and then even like the forward testing and a lot of the execution, a lot of that was made possible through eSignal. And it was a strategy that pretty much, there was a point where almost everyone on our floor was trading this strategy. And it was doing really, really well for us. And you needed a very good and robust platform to be able to back test. It involved like tons of symbols and some technical stuff around Bollinger Bands and some of that fun stuff. That would be really hard to do if you didn't have a really good charting platform. So shout out to eSignal. Scan that QR code for sure. I'm now getting more and more convinced they're not going to open this sucker because it's now almost 20 minutes. And if it gets to like 350, obviously, that's the WNW is probably not going to open until the aftermarket or maybe even tomorrow. But the early look hasn't changed. I was asked what's going on in the early look. Still nothing. Like you've got RY. You now have Nike at 700,000. That's not going to move the needle. Snapchat is a sell. Those could be worth looking at here. But obviously, unless you're millions of shares, like Snapchat's a $15 stock or a $12 stock, I should say. Yuck. When you're that cheap, Like, it needs to be massive. Snap would have to be huge. I'd be more inclined to think maybe Nike could turn into something here, especially on a day like today, where I would suspect when you get a market move like this, and a lot of things have caught some strays, when you get imbalances start to come out and shock this, the reason imbalances get put in is so they can get offset and have less volatility. So the reversions that you will see at 355 when some of these get paired off can be really good. And that'd be the perfect kind of day for that. So when I see Nike as a buy imbalance and we're at the lows, well, if that were to spike it up at back into resistance at 71, VWAP at 71, and then at 55, we get a pair-off event, that's the kind of trade I'd look for on Nike. I don't care that it's a buy and balance. I'm just looking for what you could do at 355. Now, it has to set up. Obviously, we have some time before we get there. Kyle Burdett, should you cover? I'm not here to tell you should cover because there's a buy and balance of 700,000 on Nike. I'm just simply saying is if that buy and balance were to push it up, and then at 355, it's near $71 for a reversion trade when balances usually pair off. I would want to fade that buy and balance at like 354 or something, and then just put a stop through VWAP. That's all I'm talking about. Whether or not you want to get out just because there's a buy and balance, that's up to you. You're riding something at the low of the day. I don't know why. If it's at the low of the day, maybe you're covering because it's at support from August. Like it's at the August lows. That's a reason to be covering because it's at a major support level. Oh, yucks. Nike doesn't look very good. Kyle Burdett, flat bottom break alert on Nike. I haven't looked at this daily chart in a hot minute, but $69.50. If you're going to tell me that the August Black Monday bottom, like some people call it Black Monday, I don't really, I'm not sure if he uses that term. Obviously, it's not as bad as that. But that day was epic, and anything that loses that support is a tradable level because that a lot of major bottoms got made on that day, and Nike has been downward trending since, so a loss of $69.50, it looks like, would be really nasty tomorrow. Coffee Trader says ARM is strong. Of course it is. Because if I'm stink bidding a stock, it doesn't want to ever go down. I'm just waiting for ARM to be at or underneath $100. Gimme, 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 gimme. It just doesn't happen. So the new plan is dollar cost average every quarter as long as the earnings aren't a complete crap fest. Because otherwise, I'm not going to get into it.
Okay, this means a lot to me, Marty. Because we're showing, you know, like I've been showing you guys, this, I mean, this is just a strategy, one of many, hopefully, that we're able to talk to you about. And that's why I said, guys, like someone in there asked us, like, how many risk units are we up or down? The better question is just ask if you're green or red on the day. Because, like, everybody has completely different ideas of what a risk unit is. So I put in there, I'm 1.5 daily goal right now. So that's what we're doing there. And I'm green. You can, again, put it in there and whatever. But been scalping the imbalance mechanics, and Sean went through it last week and having good luck on it. Thanks for that one. I mean, you're welcome. That's why I'm here to explain that. We've taken many different imbalance trades and been really successful on them as of recently, including that Palantir trade, including new holdings. You were in and out of something the other day. I don't think it worked, but it was still a good idea there with Instacart.
No, so Instacart, just to double up, Instacart that day didn't come out as an imbalance. Right. I punched the you-know-what out of it.
But just as a strategy, like you were in there for that, and then it didn't.
And it might show up again today.
Yeah.
Because it's actually, Instacart's on our, let me just double check.
But I think
today's the 14th. Yeah, Instacart's there as an addition again. So it might show.
So just to the point of all strategies, whether or not it's in balance or not, like you have to understand what Neil said there. Like it was in it for a plan, and then plan didn't happen. So then you punch out. So I think that's, I mean, it's almost the exact same. Like, look, sure, we're $2.25 in the money. We win again.
That's wrong.
But we lose, you know, and it's like you could lose. It's not. This is why I say to you, and I think the next time we have Obi on, he'll agree with me about position sizing, how that's by far the most important thing. Because, like, we can all have these trades, but if this is an L, this is an L, this is an L, and I'm oversized, then I'll probably get shut down. Like, if you have 3 or 4 losses in a row and you have too many shares, then that would be bad. So it's about being able to understand how much to hold for what kind of moves. Because look, man, we can all sit here and we don't trade huge amount of shares. And there's, you know, we're not trying to talk like, you know, big whale here or anything like that. It's just like when you're in position, you have to deal with that position. And that's why about that question about risk units, it's like, you know, everybody's got to have their own little thing. And, you know, for me, this is why I try to make it as clear and clean as possible. Today, we have 3 trades. We have Apple short, which is right here. We have TQQ short, which is right here. And then there's the quick loss. Should have stayed in it. What are you going to do, right? That's part of what I'm talking about. You're not going to have everything. We went over to Apple because of this break. But there's the move down. So that's a W. And then there's an L. So you'd rather have this W than that L, right? But again, if I have 1,000 shares here, but 10,000 shares here, we could still be red on the stock. You know, so that's why I'm saying, like, understand the positions, understand the importance of what you're doing, and then hopefully, you know, all together we'll be in the same spot and be able to manage risk appropriately. Like, that would have been, whoa. The fact that we were short right there, again, in and out real quick, trying to probably take 20, 30 cents of a hit on that one. But yeah, that's why, again, look at this hit, 20, 30 cents. That's why when it comes in, we start taking out like half of it for that 20 or 30 cents. So that when we have a loss, it's like this. And you look down, and to all of our points right now, and I know it's different, right? Different days will have different strategies, but we always talk about you don't want your biggest loser to be more than, and it will happen some days, you know, where your biggest loser will be more of a P&L than your biggest winner. It happens to me all the time. It's happening to traders today. But at the end of the day, you want to be able to look back, and as someone asked us before, like, when do you get paid or how do you manage it? Yeah, it's like you want to be able to look at it and say, like, you know what, over the month, and we can download this, you can all download your P&Ls, right, and download your trade lists, and you just scan through and say, look, month over month, I've never been up on Apple, never been up on Tesla, never been, like, so it's like, okay, but I am up on Google, I am up on this, I am up on that. And it's like about putting them together and figuring it all out, because some stocks will trade real nice and some will not. And so that's part of it, understanding the yin and the yang of the stock market, which is why I told you, like, it's very, very difficult to sit here and, you know, build a, you know, a very consistent strategy that will get you paid month over month, which is why I will always talk about this as not necessarily being the greatest profession. You never want to be in a profession that has a 95% losing rate. You don't want that to be your profession of choice.
Well, it's a sports analogy.
Yeah. So,
how many, I don't know how many NBA players there are, but.
Right. It would be ridiculous to say you're going to become a professional NBA
like
player.
12, and then
Perfect
they got traveling squads, so like 15, let's just call it 15 players at any given time, 30 teams, so 450, maybe some D-League. Just call it 500 players, 500 NBA players at any given time. Maybe there's more, maybe there's less. In baseball, 42-man rosters and 31 teams, like 1,300 maximum players. You know, and I know a dude who went to AAA and tore out his ACL like this close to getting to the show. He never made it to the major leagues. I should have field with him in a men's league. The guy did things that were unbelievable. But that just shows you, like, he's literally the most talented baseball player I've ever sat next to in my life. And he was a stone's throw away from making it to the big league. He just couldn't make it. And that's how hard it can be. So first of all, there's a super chat I want to get to. The tap on WNW was it looked like it was going to open under $1. I wanted it to open up under $1 so we could have a stop to 70 cents, which was the 52-week low. It opened up at like $1.75. It was nowhere near the indicated open. So it opened up way, way up here compared to where we wanted, and now is halted down. So I think this one, kind of a missed opportunity. I will say the day that, when you get these multiple halts down, I just get memories of when GameStop and Cost did the same thing in 2020. And that day was a really, really good trade on the first up halt, because it was very binary. Like, it opened up, didn't break the low. Like, it basically opened after one of these. It just opened higher, halted up. You just took the halt price and went market on open for a gap trade. You don't get opportunities like that very often. A stock halting down, going down 50%. Doesn't happen every day. But thank you, Jackson.
Wouldn't that be amazing if it did?
If this happened every day for a stock, like,
find them.
Because that's the kind of trade you only needed to work one time out of 3. If you catch the bottom. Heck, you could work one time out of 5 and you'd be fine. Because usually you're getting a ridiculous risk to reward that's only possible when it moves like this. Thank you very much for the super chat there, Jackson McBride. I don't know if you're related to Trey, awesome tight end. Wish I had him in our league.
That'd be great.
$33 super chat. Are you a Larry Bird fan? Why the 33? That's an interesting number. Appreciate you. But what do we know about Weemy? So one of the things I always say is, if I've ever looked at a stock, like maybe it was on our watch list, or maybe we've traded it before, I'll say, yeah, I've looked at it this morning and this is what I see. And I can maybe rattle off some levels because it was on my iPad or I looked at it today. This one, nope. I have not looked at it. I know it's up 19% because I pulled it up just now and saw that. What I can tell you is repeat offender syndrome for WEME. The good news is somehow, if you scale back, it's actually somehow making higher lows. What's more interesting to me, however, is the 50 period holds the dollar. This is what I like about it. We talk about stocks at a dollar in the bad sense. This just rejected, looked very bearish, and held on to a dollar yesterday really nicely. So you're getting a continuation play off of a dollar. So it's like the same higher high, higher low principle. I used to trade these kinds of things back in the day on the way to a buck. They were usually a little bit better. But the dollar hold and the higher low, yeah, this is not bad for a continuation play. Volume kind of stinks, though. That's the problem. If it were better volume, I would like this for a continuation long tomorrow. W&W just opened and is probably going to halt down again. Oh, no, it isn't up. Nope, never mind. It just went to a false halt. It might be tracking towards $1. So this could actually make the breakdown of $1. Never mind. It's going to halt. It's $3.50. It doesn't matter. I can't take the trade because if it halts now, it's not going to reopen until the aftermarket. You don't want that smoke. Halting down at $1 is W&W, but the imbalances are about to drop here. So let's go. The balances are out. Nike is 1.5 million to the sell side, hoping it would come out of buy so we could short it on the flip. That's about it. Nike over 1 million shares and WBD over 1 million shares. Nothing else. Nike is the only imbalance over 1 million shares. That is wild. And that sell imbalance, and Nike pops on a sell imbalance. Logic.
Right. So that's, that was to Marty's point and to everybody. Did we get that? We get that super chat? I just want to bet. Here it is. Did we get this? I just wanted to let the best two-day traders operating on YouTube to know about WEME. So I think good. Thank you for that one. Jackson McBride and Neil just talked about that. So there it is with the 33. I was just trying to watch out for Apple there, so I missed that. And good thing Neil covered it. So I did get the Larry Bird reference. All right. Apple now making that move in, right? So there comes Apple. We covered it. We put a stop at 233 and change. With that imbalance coming out right now, this is what we say, like, very hard to sometimes take positions against an imbalance. So let's have a quick look to see what Apple's doing. Nike, there is really no major imbalances today. I mean, Adara gives us those numbers. And rate today, yeah, pretty weak, as she just says there. 87 million to buy. I mean, that's crazy. Normally we're in the 870 million to buy. So yeah, not much happening right now in the broader market, but Nike WBD, which was a great trade. Oh, no, that was WBA, sorry. Walgreens has been a good trade as of late. Google, I guess, the biggest name. Ooh, back above $1.90 right now. That's nice for Google. So we are worried about it staying underneath it. It looks like that'll be it. Today, we won't get an opportunity for a reverse trade in this, Marty, because we don't have anything that is overly dramatic. It needs to be a dramatic push or pull one way or the other. And then once we see that, we take the opposite way when it runs dry on that. So we could watch it out for some of these names, but to me, QuantumScape's only a $5 name now. It might be Google might be the one. I mean, you do get a little bit of an active move there. So if we're going to short Google, we want to get it close to this level, 191, short it, and then watch out for this to pull and flip over to a sell near the end of the day. But I'm not overly convinced that these are great trades here today. We'll just continue to watch out for our Apple, then maybe just get out of this one as it continues to go higher. We've taken it almost all out. I might just take it all out right here. There it is. Now we're out. We just took a 22 bid. We're out of Apple, man, to wrap up the day. A good one here. No LFT today as we get out the only trades we took this afternoon were winners. So Apple right there, nice trade to get out of it. And then we'll wait here to see what happens into the close. No major earnings, though. I saw today.
Well, we get the bank starting tomorrow.
Right, yeah. So
JP Morgan tomorrow, we're going to be able to get. That's where it gets really, really exciting.
We'll watch out for that.
Hey, well, the other thing is, you're saying we'll get Chris back. Chris Brecher.
Yeah, Chris Brecher, he had some ideas. He messaged Neil and I.
Yeah.
And so I said, yo,
and especially with earnings coming back in.
Yeah, I was like, come through. He had some ideas on some plays and whatnot. I believe it was since the election, he had some ideas. So we want to bring him back on. So those of you interested in what Chris has to say, he'll be back on.
Yes.
What did they say? Tuesday, Thursday with me. And then who do you guys have on Wednesdays? Nobody, is it? We brought Chris for Wednesday if we want to have him on tomorrow. What?
No, we don't.
No,
we don't have anyone.
Okay, well, anyways, he'll be on there for Thursday.
Friday is Andrew. Usually. I had to double check, make sure he's going to be on.
Okay, well, anyways, either way, that's what we're doing around here. So JP Morgan, yeah, I think the banks are going to be huge. Any thoughts on bank earnings maybe? Have you looked at the chart?
Well, look, I really like the financials when we did our half day. It wasn't a half day. It was a holiday trade. I mean, I liked the XLF as a bit of a play. I think deal making is going to be big this year. I think obviously trading and volatility is going to be big. Some of the charts look pretty solid, and they've been giving you recent pullbacks. Obviously, JP Morgan is going to be a big holding in that, so it is what it is. JP's been best of the best. My one concern with JP Morgan is it hasn't had the same type of volatility recently.
Right.
Like I kind of feel like it's weird to say, like I think there's going to be better names percentage-wise other than JP Morgan. I think the regionals will probably have great volatility for you in there. Maybe something along like BAC is going to be a better trading opportunity than JP Morgan. I just don't know if it's going to be exciting enough.
I have no idea.
JP is boringly good.
That's a good way of putting it.
That's the problem with JP Morgan as a stock. It's not always the best trading vehicle because it's just boring at times.
So I liked what you said there. I think Morgan and Goldman there with deal making. I think that if you're going to play anything, into this new regime there, what we've heard is that it's all aboard on maybe some more. I mean, again, IPOs is one thing, but all aboard on M&A. So if we can get some of that, then the fees that these guys collect are quite nice on those kind of deals.
I haven't been excited about an IPO in a long time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we have. We're going to hope for SpaceX, I guess, and. Stripe was one, and then the other ones that we like.
Discord.
I think Discord's a big one.
That'll be a big one. At 355, Nike flipped to a buy. The problem with that trade is it was already going up. Like it was a sell imbalance that flipped to a buy, which does not set up the mean revert. The whole idea of trying to short it here would be that it's a buy imbalance that would flip or pair off. So the fact that it was a sell imbalance going into that resistance level flipping to a buy is an obvious no-fly zone because it flipped against what you would have been taking for the mean reversion trade. So Nike ends up a buy imbalance, but it was somebody used that sell imbalance as a means to acquire more shares. Right. That's the reason they put it out there. The reason imbalances get put out publicly is so that big institutions and big whales can take the other side without moving the stock. They don't want there to be volatility into the close, so they make it public, and it's the same reason why WNW didn't halt for 5 minutes. By halting it for more than 5 minutes, they're basically telling everybody, hey, there's no liquidity in this thing. More people come into the auction, so it doesn't drop as far. And then it didn't drop to 70 cents initially, so it just got more control on it. That's why they do it. This is not going to open until 4 o'clock, by the way. So WNW, it should open at 4. If you halt in the last 10 minutes, the reopen is the closing. Like the closing print will be the reopen print here on WNW. Maybe it is headed to 0, but it's got to break $1 first.
Yeah, so watch out for that stock tomorrow. You should, like Neil said, you should be able to get that. I don't know. That generally speaking, that's how it works. Coinbase here, just seeing a nice little, pretty steady. So that Google trade, Marty, I was looking at it there. Look, so you would have been short. It would have been a nothing. Nothing happening there on the 355 flip. So for me, CCTL. Here's Coinbase. Okay, so a nice little rally at least there to end of the day off that bottom. Oh, did Tesla do that thing? Neither one of us. No, okay, I was going to say, well, it started, but then it gets hit there to the downside. That's not the move that we're looking for. The move yesterday that's not it either, right here, starting to the upside, then finally scaling out in the after hours. But yeah, right there, nice move there on Tesla downside right now as we sort of, we always say don't count your chickens before they hatch. The market is not closed yet with only 2.5 minutes left. We'll wait to see if we get any sort of love back in on these names or not, but I'm flat. My last trade was Apple and we're out of it. So Apple right now, just doing its own thing. Now trying to get back up to the upside. You see sort of the up and down movements here into the close. So that's what Apple does. And that's what these imbalances do. And that's why it's very, very dangerous to trade imbalances with serious size into the close. But, I'll just say, for how I've been trading it, I don't put on very much risk. Like, if we'll put on 100 shares, that'd be great. Like, I'm trying to make like 50 cents, like put that $50 in your pocket or something, not trying to go too crazy with that one. With only 2 minutes left, the market's kind of doing its own thing. So, all right, I'm going to get up, go over to the desk. Good trading today. I thought we had some really, here, Neil, what's up? I thought we had some really good talks there today. Keep up with the questions, man. I mean, we're going to try to answer everything the best that we can. Did it open?
No, it's going to open. I'm going to be watching a WNW out of morbid curiosity at the open. I'm not taking any positions after 4 o'clock, especially on a stock like that. If the liquidity looks like that on WNW now, what do you think it's going to be in the aftermarket? Like non-existent. Nike continues to run higher. So that flip does end up working. So Kyle, I mean, if you're in the money on the short on Nike, I guess the old flat bottom break is going to have to wait at least until tomorrow. So that's 69.57 on Nike. I'll probably slap that onto the old iPad tomorrow morning. I'm not calling it a bearish market, but in a market that's been gliding to the downside, a trending stock breaking a major level or at a major level has got to be on our watch. So with only about 40 seconds to go, like I said, just morbid curiosity. I want to see what happens to this WNW. It's obviously going to be short sell restricted tomorrow, down more than 10%. And if it's going to do volume, this could be a small capper to watch for sure. We have APLD. That's the earnings. Daryl walked by, and then I saw in the chat, Jimmy, she'd mentioned several times, APLD, they report their earnings. So that is one to watch. They were a big time runner. I think they got from like 9 to like 10.5 and right back into 9. But let's get the camera on Adara, who's in green today, despite the fact the markets couldn't do it. And let's ring that bell in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Adara. And it opens at 94. This WNW is now officially a penny stock. Man, there is not a lot of liquidity on this thing. I personally would not be trying to catch a bid. Like it actually just held that dollar level, but it didn't have to chew through anything to get through $1 and then right back underneath. Like there is nothing on the bid of this stock. I mean, there's nothing on, there's no buyers in here at all. It's now 79 cents. Like if you were taking that false break, this is why I say be careful. The liquidity is non-existent relative to what it was even doing on the way down here. So just be a little bit careful. Some of the names were able to catch bids at the end of the day. I'll quickly tell you, Tesla did not. NVIDIA did a pretty decent job. Just looking at, we like it when the market bounces. NVIDIA almost able to get into VWAP. The NASDAQ was able to bounce to get flat. So the NASDAQ's actually flat on the day. So you got to be able to file things away. The ES is actually up today. You saw JP Morgan close at those highs. So there was some relative strength, certainly in the market. I like those financials. Thank you very much to Fabian up there on the 1s and 2s, doing a fantastic job. Hopefully Ramin will be back with us. And shout out to Andre. We're shooting some videos for socials that I think you guys are going to have a lot of fun with that we alluded to. Big shout out to Obi for filling in for Sharif for part of the midday. Sharif was back to join Joey Options, our Jamaican friend. I love some of that chat about the West Indies on the midday show. And of course, shout out to Brendan, who's going to be back in just a little bit. But you know where you guys are headed. It is the Market Recap Show, and it starts right about now with Adara and Sean. Go get them.
Okay, welcome everybody to the after show. We do have Brian Shannon coming through today. It should be a big one and a fun one. So we welcome Brian coming through right now. I'm just getting everything all locked and loaded. But okay, here we go. So we still have Rigetti up here. I want to see what was going on with Rigetti here in the after hours. So just quick look over there. We're going to load up our trade ideas as well. So RGTI, we don't have any major trades today, or earnings. Oh, we do have APLD.
That's like the only one that we have on watch there. It's supposed to come out at 4:05.
Okay, great. So we'll have a quick look at that as well as discover, what's been moving, what hasn't been moving today as well. Let's go over some big winners. Hold on a second, guys. I'm just trying to get this all locked and loaded. I mean, I was in so many trades. I wanted to watch out for that Apple at the end of the day. I should have come up here a little bit early, but here it is right now. Wow. We had this on the watch list today, Adair. You had FXI in China, ADR. So they continue to make a nice move there today. FXI. Not much happening. Get rid of that. Not much happening intraday, but again, a nice little bump up there on FXI. All right, so I got it. Normally there's a little thing up here we can flip back and forth between day charts and whatnot, but this is definitely not what we had in mind here for you guys so far there today. So let's go to FXI and just call up a daily chart. Oh boy, it's gonna be one of these days on the show. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. We'll settle down right now and get back into this. So there's a daily chart. Let's just look at some daily charts right now. So again, on some Chinese concerns maybe in the last little while there with what's going to happen with the new regime there on this side, what's going to happen with tariffs. Today, FXI gets that bounce off the 200 period moving average. I like that for a play there on FXI. We'll see if it can get going. Utilities finally getting going as well. As some of these dividend paying names have really been pushed to the side, we've seen names like Caterpillar and John Deere get to that downside. I did reach out to Ms. Danielle Shea March.
Nice.
He's coming back. So we're really excited for that one as well. And I always talk about that because I remember Deere, DE, was a big holding of hers and one that we always talked about and that we liked as well. I think the problem is with this chart right here, we don't have the prices. So I'm just going to get this all figured out. Adara, anything on your mind? I'm actually going to log in and out of trade ideas.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we, of course, are always very busy here in TTV Research. We just posted a new graphic here. If you're wondering, hey, you know, we talked a lot last Thursday in our holiday session about what were some of these winners and losers on the market. Well, here are some of the year-to-date winners. And what's really interesting here for 2025, Walgreens Boots Alliance, which is actually one of the worst performers on the year last year, is the best performer on the SPY so far this year, up 30%. VST and TPL, they were both actually on the winner's side. They also look like they're set to win again here. Micron and CVS both kind of beaten up a little bit near the end of last year. They're up on the year as well. So really interesting list. I'm also working here on a NASDAQ one here, winners and losers in the NASDAQ, as well as a losers one here for the S&P 500. But Palantir's underperformance so far this year is certainly of note. And you're going to see that as of right now, I think, on both of those charts there for the losers, for the NASDAQ and the SPY. So check out TTV Research if you want cool market content. Yeah, good one. Not too many red things. I mean, we had mentioned today about you wearing all green. If you look at the board, it was a pretty green board overall. But look at this NASDAQ move right at the end of the day. I mean, that turned green. Yep. We also got APLD earnings. There we go. We have APLD earnings. Okay, let's go over there and quickly have a quick look to see what's going on. This is going to be APLD. What APLD? Applied. Yeah, we got it here. Applied Digital. Nice move up on the 3 minute there. We'll switch this over into a 1 minute to have a quick look to see what's going on. There's APLD with a nice move back now to the upside. I don't have any of the earnings in my ear right now, but here it goes. Nice move on APLD. What are we looking at? So here, basically, they have revenue of $63.9 million. That is a 51% year-over-year increase, and it's also above their estimates of $63.65 million. So that would be a beat. Their net losses, though, larger than expected. $138.7 million net loss. Apparently, that was impacted here by an $87.2 million for loss from change. Either way, though, it's still above estimates on the adjusted basis. So adjusted earnings per share of 6 cents, beating an expected 15-cent per share loss. Sales, as we said here, $63.9 million, 51% year-over-year increase. APLD also benefited pre-market here from this deal they had with Macquarie. They invested $5 billion. The company's market cap as of this morning was just under $2 billion. So APLD, a ticker to watch. Yeah, definitely. Good little recap right there. 6 cents versus minus 15 right now. Let's just have a quick look at the daily chart. Look, you always want to try to break through that $10 level. Okay, looks like it doesn't want to right now, but that's going to be a good level for APLD. Really doing nothing, quite bar-coded right now. The big things that we're excited for, and I want to thank all 3,700 of you for staying with us right now. We have JP Morgan coming. We've got some big numbers coming tomorrow morning. Not right now. JP Morgan, we talked about this yesterday, up 1.38%. I really like the fact that we're holding some of these bottoms right there and the base of the 50-period moving average. If we zoom back out, Neil said, like, JP Morgan's a boring stock. He's right. It is a boring stock, but it's trending, right? Downside, downside, downside. We never got to the 200 period. If anything, we probably held the 50 back into there. Nice move back up. We'll hold the 50. We'll wait to see about earnings for that. Goldman Sachs has been a big trade as well. They're hovering underneath the 50-period moving average. So for me, the setup looks better for JP Morgan than it does for Goldman Sachs. So we'll wait to see there. And then the regional bank, WFC, coming through. And we should have them up on here. There it is, January 15th, pre-market. So we'll check those guys out again underneath as well. So the other name, Citigroup, I think is the one that's above, right? So Citigroup right now at those highs of $74. So we'll take a look tomorrow to see what happens. If you're in anything, maybe XLF. I mean, if you're not sure which one to pick, XLF had a great
2024 as banks, try to now figure out their net interest margins. They were going to get 3 or 4 cuts in 2025. Now we go 1 cut. It looks like in July.
Maybe.
Is a maybe. I don't even know what the odds are for that.
Yeah.
But I thought it was most likely. So we'll wait to see if that does come in right now for that. What do you want to talk about?
Sorry, I really want to quickly mention APLD Benzinga had a typo. So I know I said 6 cents earnings per share. It was actually 6 cent loss per share for Applied Digital. It's still, though, above estimates of a 15-cent loss per share. Just wanted to correct that there. Benzinga coming through with that correction. 6 cent loss per share versus 15-cent loss per share. Expect.
Oh, great. I mean, that's why we're here, man, to give everybody all of this information. So great job there. Adara, we don't want to misreport something,
No,
but
of course
again,
not.
we have the data, so we're going to give it to you, and when it comes corrected there as well. So Eli Lilly came today and gave a little bit of a scare. There was some guidance. It actually started going early and then ended up fading down to 6%. This is what we talk about when we say it started to go early. We just sort of move over here. Let's go to a 3-minute chart. We'll get that a little bit better. So there it is, right off the open. And we had this, we talked about it. We didn't have it as a trade, but we had talked about that guidance. It was a 32% revenue guide as well. But then this happened and it came right back in, Adara. So if you have some of those numbers, we can talk about this as well. But right now, trying to find a base in and around 730 today, maybe that was something. We bounced off there. So what you're looking for when you see a stock like this is there's the bounce down. Then I don't have volume up, but you can see these tails there. That's going to sort of give you that capitulation there as a bottom, right there around 954. And then you came in and you tested it again. So sometimes we get stuck like with deer in headlights and we just look at some of the names that we talked about. Like I only had 3 names today that I traded. Eli Lilly could have been another one down there at 730 with the end of the day up to 747.
Yeah, it was a hard trader. And I mean, I just put this in the chat too. Eli Lilly, you're supposed to expect slippage. The slippage on Eli Lilly, at one point I got slipped $2 on this. That's insane. Like even for Eli Lilly, that is madness, I tell you.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm very lucky I didn't get shot down on this Tesla. Saved my life, so shout out to Tesla. But either way, I'm trying to say, like, you can trade responsibly on names like Eli Lilly. I followed all my rules, and I still got pretty caught up on it because just of how it was moving today. And again, very antithetical for the stock. Even the 730 bounce was not really as clean as you might expect. So, but I want to say here too, for the numbers, they're not as bad as that move might make you think. So they were initially guiding here revenue for the fiscal 2024, 45.5 billion. Now they're guiding 45 billion. As Sean said, they're still expecting 32% year-over-year growth, but people do not care. Then for Q4 2024, initially I guess they have guided here roughly 13.5 billion. Again, 45% year-over-year growth, but analysts wanted just under 14 billion. So this guide is not bad by any means. It's just not as good as their previous guide or what the street was hoping for. So LLY taking quite the tumble to the downside. That's what happened to Lilly.
I'm laughing because we just got an email from our, she runs the lunch and she runs, I don't.
Did we get a new email?
Yeah, we got a new email here. Food services rep. She just watched a news segment about the norovirus, and last month when you weren't feeling that well and some of us weren't feeling well.
My mom thought it was that too.
As well, as soon as I was off that day and I heard that you weren't feeling that well, I think maybe even Fabian and some of the other ones as well, and we were all like, food poisoning. I wasn't like that, but that was the idea, and she's just putting out right now that that hasn't been the case, and it looked like everyone maybe had caught a little bit of that virus. I think it put you out for what, a day or two. You weren't feeling.
Put me out for like a couple hours, but it was so like I mean, you guys will know if you saw me that day. I was a wreck. Like I thought I would be able to stay till 11, and it was like 10:30. It means I go home. Like it was pretty bad. But yeah, I mean, that was even at the time. Like my mom sent me an article a couple weeks ago. That's probably what you guys got hit with because I know Sharif had it. Everyone was.
No, that was fine.
Out for like a day.
I actually wanted that virus so that I could lose about 10 pounds.
You don't want that virus. It's so violent. I've never been sick like that.
Swimming and all that. Yeah, I don't want that. I'm just joking.
You do not. Yeah.
And we do have a caterer for those of you that were asking.
Yes.
Sometimes I see you grab in the morning. You like to grab the sandwich from Tim Hortons, or?
Occasionally, I'll grab a Tim Hortons sandwich because I have very low spice tolerance or like meat tolerance too. Some of the stuffs in the meat like just does not respond well with me. So if I'm like deadly hungry, I will hop over to Tim's, I will get my sandwich, and I will hop back.
I like that. You know, it's Canadian. We're calling it Tim's. Okay, man, Mom's spaghetti. I mean, they don't serve that at Tim Hortons, but they do serve that in the quantum space. And today, bang, ba-bang, bang, bang. And we got some calculations here because it's 48% for Rigetti. QBTS moving today as well as the quantum names find a base and find a bottom. And we're going to have Brian Shannon hopefully on pretty soon. I'm going to ask him about some of these names in the quantum space. But look at Rigetti today, man. It really got going. I wound up paying for some shorts, but then left it alone. We didn't wind up going short. And unfortunately, we weren't able to find our way into the name. That's the one thing about the different styles that I'm trying to do right now. We're trying to like focus on individual names, but we should have been over here. We nailed Rigetti yesterday, short $8, covering at the end of the day at 6. But as you can see, it's a nice recovery moment there for Rigetti today. And people asking there, we are out. We got out about 8.7 or was it 870 or 770? 870 because it's at $9 right now. At the end of the day, we talked about that. We would put that market on close order in. So we went long, just a small amount. I'm not going to sit here and be like we're retiring or anything because we're not. But we bought some just because. And Neil talked about this. This is the thing that makes traders different from each other, right? Is when you see something, you can either take it or not. And I mean, this was a play there. We went long, 605 on Rigetti. It was a little bit dangerous, obviously, but it's where the 50-period moving average was. Our stop was going to be like 550, something like that. We saw this little wick bottom there, 584. Depends on if we were able to get it in the pre-market or not, but it does go back up to the upside. Some pain coming away from that Rigetti short yesterday, back into the name long today. RGTI, a nice one. I just playing that bounce off of the 50-period moving average. Remember, these names still not making any money. QBTS, another one. I mean, here's earnings per share, minus 7 cents, right? They get a bump as well, only 28%. I have no idea why RGTI is the one that's more aggressive today. But again, there's the 50-period moving average. The difference with this one is it actually broke well below it yesterday. 50-period moving average 450. Yesterday's closed 377. So that's why we picked Rigetti. IONQ is another big name in the quantum space. Look, underneath again, we don't choose this one. This is the thing. There has to be processes. And we'll have Brian on. We have Michael Noss on. You have me. That we do the sticky note. We do things like that. You have to have processes. And what I mean by that is like, if we're going to trade things bouncing off 50-period moving average, then it has to be above it or at least in and around it. Yesterday, IONQ's below it. They don't get above it. That is the trade. You got to wait for it to break above. It's better to be wrong, better to be right late than wrong early. I think that's, yeah, that makes sense.
Yes,
so
that's correct.
Yeah, what I mean by that is instead of trying to catch IONQ here on the bottom, and again, Brian talks about let a stock be in the penalty box, right? We all get penalties in life, especially if you're playing hockey. You can only be part of the game once you get out of that box. So right now, that penalty box for me, 50-period moving average, we need to see that go to the upside there. QTUM, what did the ETF look like? Nowhere near. This might be maybe one of the safer plays getting into that one. And then the other one is Oklo. That's a nuclear name. I know we're switching zones here, but look at that, right on the 50-period. So I like this one for potential bounce long as well. OKLO coming in for a play there. Could be something there. So people laughing in the chat. I have no idea about what. Hopefully I said something funny or you're not laughing at us, hopefully with us. Guess what happens tomorrow at 8:30? Adara. I have written down here CPI. Economic Daily. CPI comes out tomorrow. We had a big move up today. I mean, was it a big move? I mean, let's look at the cues here today. I always look at the NASDAQ. You know what? Who trades NASDAQ anyways? Let's look at the SPY. We get a nice, we don't look at it enough. Nice bounce up there. And then again, I have my system up, so we're going to talk about this. I thought that this move up, we wanted to fade that move. As soon as I saw it starting to come back down a little bit, I'm thinking to myself, why, if it's a little cooler than expected, it's a better number for the market there on the PPI today. Although PPI is not going to be as important as CPI, inflation still, in look for the Fed, right? I mean, if you're not going to cut rates and you're going to go back on it, let's let the numbers tell us maybe potentially what the Fed's going to do. The Fed is data dependent. So, they're not just randomly making decisions. So there's the SPY there. And I bet you Brian's going to have something to say about this. So we shorted this today. Like, there it is, there it is, there it is. All of these tops right there, right? Why were you not breaking? Like, sometimes the market doesn't need to answer those questions. You just trade off of it. And if it breaks, and you get out. So enter Exhibit 1. And you're only going to see me do this. I'm the only guy that trades futures on the show. Here it is, right here. So we chose our weapon of choice today were the TQQs, all right? And if you're gonna look at this, here's the trading we did today. So this is gonna look a little more random than many of your ins and outs, but we all, as Neil keeps saying, have our own styles. Short, so there's that play. So we had talked about this. Now, it's gonna be very, very hard to pick tops and bottoms. So the first short we had there, so again, once we saw that top, we talked about wanting to go short. We actually wrote on our sticky note before the PPI that we wanted the short. But there it comes, it blasts up, it gives us that level of $78. So we just start to leg into the trade. I mean, that crystal ball, I still haven't been able to find that. If I knew exactly the right prices, then I would have put it all on right up here, Dara. But it goes right back into that high. We load the boat, and then boom goes the dynamite. Over 300 handles to the downside. Get out at the bottom there, hold that last percent, cash it out. I have no idea how we picked that bottom. To me, I was just waiting for that to break. Once it did, we executed against that. Then it goes all the way back to the upside. Anyways, look at this. And again, I want to just give a big shout out to Brian Shannon, again, for everything that he's taught me and for everything that we've learned together live on the show. This is VWAP. All right, you know what? If he's ready, let's bring him in because I have a live example. Are we ready for him? No, you did it too. We still got to do this, Fabian. We still got to do trader talk. You know, come on, man. We had this idea. Brian, looking sharp. How are you, my friend?
Don, I'm doing well. How are things there?
We've got a lot of energy here. As you can tell, it was a great day trading, and I just was talking all about VWAP. I don't have the anchor. I just have the traditional on here. But look what we did, and you've taught me something about trade around this area. It's not necessarily the be-all, end-all. So right into here, we had our VWAP trade as we were like, let's get shorter on the NASDAQ. So we tried it once, twice. Once it broke through VWAP, we waited a couple candles. Then we got that exercise move. We bounce off the VWAP, then go to the upside. And then that's when we tap out. Is it a losing trade? Yes, it is. But we trade around an indicator. And this one, of course, here's your book, Anchored VWAP. You've written many different articles about VWAP itself as well, and books. But there we go, Anchored VWAP or VWAP. We traded around it. We got out and able to avoid. Then this happens, though, Brian. We maybe should have got back in right there. But at the end of the day, it's about being smart, not necessarily about being right. Does that make any sense?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We want to do what's most likely, not what's probable, is
Right.
what I've been saying lately. And, you know, I was looking at the market as it got back above that VWAP, and I was thinking maybe we would pull back a little bit, but I didn't expect it to fall apart the way it did either. So I didn't participate in that short there at the end of the day either, Sean. But, you know, there was opportunity in both directions if you're a skilled trader. If you're not a skilled trader today, I think you would have found to be quite choppy. But, you know, the thing that I always talk about is we're still below a declining 5-day moving average. So to me, it means if you're going to trade to the long side, be sure that it's a day trade because you can't trust these rallies. And we're also below the anchor from the year-to-date high in the beginning of the year. That's the blue one. That's the year-to-date anchor. So, you know, we're still seeing some profit taking here, and we've got catalyst with earnings. We've got the PPI today, CPI tomorrow. It's a tricky environment.
Yeah, we nailed that Apple trade at the end of the day. So we did have a piece of the short near the end of the day. How relevant is it that you just said like year to date? We've only had, I think, 10 trading days or maybe even less than that so far this year. Is that something that we've sort of back tested anchors from, and I kind of know the answer to this, but anchors from the beginning of the year, do we sort of extend those throughout the whole year? And is that something that you're going to continue to look at, anchored VWAPs on various indexes or stocks from January 1st?
Always, yeah, Sean. I mean, I've found it to be useful from day one right up till, you know, even in this case, not now, but if we look at this Q chart, that, you know, it was useful here late, in September of last year. For the S&P 500, we saw that, you know, that was the year-to-date anchor right in April, and then again in August of last. So that was last year's year-to-date anchor. So right now you can see, look at the S&P. We saw resistance there, and then it was briefly supported. That supported turned back to resistance. So it's moving back and forth above and below it. That's where we have that battle right now, along, of course, with the anchor from the election as well being an important level right now.
Brian, can we talk a little bit about the TLT? We noted that you had a post about the TLT, post that measured move suggests a continued downward trend here on the Treasury. Of course, this is a 20-year Treasury bond. I mean, I have the chart up. Just from a simple mind like me, this 200 period, what a great indicator maybe to get short, but this looks like it wants to continue downside there. So I just wanted to bring it up because we saw the tweet. And again, what a great follow you are at Alpha Trends. I suggest that every single person watching right now, head over there. We have over 3,000 watching. Get over there. Go give a follow to Brian. What are you thinking right now about the TLT and what kind of charts you got to show us?
We'll just use this daily chart. And if you recall, Sean, last year, we had the anchor off of, I don't know why I have it there. It should be at this peak. But the anchor off of this peak, somehow that moved, was the exact high of of last year. And that's exactly when we saw the Federal Reserve first cut interest rates, one day after it touched that. And since then, so we have this move down. This is what's considered to be an A to B move. This was your B to C. So what we do is we take the height of this and we subtract it from point B, and that indicates $82.60 or so as a downward measured move objective. So that's what I was pointing to and saying that, what I'd really like to see is that we actually undercut the low from 2023. Okay. That, if we're going to come as close as a couple pennies from it, we might as well undercut it. But, the thing is, I don't think we're going to go immediately down there, not on this leg. You have to look at it and say we've just dropped from 88 to 85. So maybe we see a little bit of a bounce in here, and then we start to see a couple of these types of moves. But eventually, I do think it's highly likely we undercut this low, and that might be the case where we just see the brief undercut, and then we start to turn higher from there because there's a lot of stops under there. A lot of uneducated short money says, wow, bonds are just done for the rest of my life. So that's where we often see the turns, is on a brief undercut of a low like that.
Thank you so much for being here with us, Brian. I know one name that you posted about a couple days ago and then posted about again today was Eli Lilly. We know that had that drop, and you kind of called that one as potentially a little bit toppy. Do you have any, I know you mentioned on X today that it was the right idea, wrong time. Do you have any levels or ideas on this one going forward after that drop today?
Yeah, Dara, it's to know and to not act is to not know. So, I look at this, and a lot of people look at the psychology and say, well, but they're selling so much of their, anti-fat drugs. But, it's not a new story. It's been up forever in the last 5-6 years based on that. And, stocks move in anticipation of the future. So perhaps they're starting to anticipate a slowdown. I think it's highly likely we come down to the anchor off of the 2023 low. That would bring us down to about 660 or so. Actually, let's just call it 666. And then, the thing was, I was looking to short on a move leg lower over here, but it didn't break down. And then it rallied, 5-6%. So I never got involved in it. Instead, today we saw the gap down and continuation. So to me, that's just part of the frustrating nature of shorting on a structural basis. Intraday, scalps like Sean and Neil are doing all day long. Those are, I think, a lot easier to control risk because the overnight movement is really difficult to account for. I mean, it was looking pretty bullish really yesterday on an intraday basis, and then it just got, knocked out. So seems likely that we do continue down, however, towards maybe that 650, 660 level.
You ever, Brian, great question, Derek, great answer. Brian, do you ever consider some more macro plays like that? You talked about it with the GLP-1s. Would you ever get away from a name, especially in this space? Because, what if tomorrow they announce a successful trial or something like that? Are these things that you ever consider, or you just straight look at the charts and, if the play's there, the play's there, and we make it for that reason? I don't know. I don't know how we could predict a successful or unsuccessful trial. Maybe I'm answering my own question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the fundamentals are of Eli Lilly in terms of what they have coming, but I just look at a stock that's below, the 100-day moving average, the 50-day moving average. They're all starting to decline. It just looks like a classic topping pattern that it's due for some serious profit taking, it seems.
So we've had some fun the last couple of days talking about some various names. So I'm going to ask you a very, very random question. What is your favorite form of pasta? So mine is like a penne. I like rigatoni as well. Is there a specific kind of pasta that you like? This is not. I'm not setting you up for anything. I'm just.
This wasn't a GTI rigatoni.
Damn, this guy's good, man. Yeah, that's 100% right. I was gonna say mom spaghetti. We've got rigetti right there. I like a little beef bolognese with a rigatoni. Great call on that one. The reason why I wanted to ask you this, and I can't fool this guy, man. This guy's too good. He knew right away. This guy. Okay, Brian. I dropped an anchor. So if we come back over to the screen, I dropped an anchor right there on the breakout, which is kind of like back to November 22nd. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we could zoom in and find out maybe different levels. But at the end of the day, we were about $1.66, kind of starting to break out. We absolutely mooned up to $20. And I mean, I know these type of style and this type of like uncertainty, not necessarily in all of our wheelhouse. But if we're going to lay an anchor, would this be something on such aggressive moves? You've done some great work for us in the past on a name like NewScale, which of course is SMR. But now that we're sort of in this frenzy that is quantum names, is there a name that you like? But let's deal with B first, which is going to be Rigetti. The anchor right now is at $10. That's also a psychological level for me. Any thoughts about what this is possibly setting up? I went long yesterday off the 50 period and able to take advantage of this today, just really small. And now I'm out. What are your thoughts here about RGTI? And then is there anything in the space that you like?
No, I think it's interesting, Sean, that the anchor you pointed out is kind of actually where we see the anchor from the election as well. So the purple one on the daily time frame is the one that you pointed out. And that's, like you said, that was kind of the ignition gap that got it going. So that's right in here. But I think we can see it probably continue up towards that 10 level, you said. And that's the anchor from the day it made its all-time high. That's that red one right there. So I think that's important because we also have that 5-day moving average there. And then the year-to-date anchor is up at 12.25. So if it's really to get stretched up in there, then I think, that's probably the place where it's going to continue down. But I can tie that in actually real quickly, if you don't mind, with Tesla.
Yeah.
Because Tesla has been just really nailing a couple of these moves, which is, on the daily time frame, I think we spoke last week. We have the anchor off of the election. It's been holding a support. That's that orange one. And on the upside, we have the anchor from the all-time high that was hit last week. And then again right here and backed off it absolutely perfectly. So, it's kind of the same psychology. The anchor from the all-time high in Tesla, that's what might cause sellers to kind of say, wait a minute, let's start getting more aggressive here in rigatoni.
That's funny. Yeah, people in the chat like that kind of talk there. And a great look on Tesla, and you did bring that up to us. I think there's a lot there from that post-election bump to see where we go on many of these names. Okay, we're at 4:30, and honestly, I hate to do this to you, but is there one more anything maybe? And I want everyone to go over to Alpha Trends, make sure they follow you. You do have a subscriber part as well where you're giving ideas and giving great information, breaking down charts. Is there anything right now that maybe you want to give us a little tidbit on maybe what subscribers might see, might hear from you on a daily or weekly basis? Any ideas moving forward?
Yeah, great, Sean. I mean, realistic. People who follow me on Twitter, you know that I do a Friday video where I kind of go through the markets in pretty good detail and say, here's what I expect for the week ahead. Well, every single day I do that same thing for Twitter subscribers. It's $10 a month. I do a midday video and then I do some extra posts. You might actually, I'm trying to find the balance because I haven't been posting as much free stuff on Twitter. I've been saving it for the Twitter premium. So it's a great value, $10 a month, really.
Yeah, great. Go over there. Go check out Brian for sure. And hey, man, that's what it's all about. I think it is. The fact that you're doing those videos every single day. And remember, the thing about trading is, and I think me and you agree to this, we have to be risk managers. Right? I mean, me and you could throw out as many ideas as possible. You have to have stop orders in. If you don't have that, then yeah, I think you're missing out on something. This is the big book that's changed a lot of people around here for sure. It's Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. So make sure you go check that out with Brian on Amazon. You can go over to the website as well, alphatrends.net, is it, I believe?
Yep.
There it is right there. So Brian, thank you so much. Maybe next time we'll take a couple questions from the audience. How does that sound?
Perfect. Love it. Great.
All right, it's Brian. Thank you so much. 3,000 people want to thank you as well. It's Brian Shannon. Go check him out. Thank you, Brian. Have a great rest of your week.
Thanks to them as well. Thanks, everybody.
Ciao. That's Trader Talk. All right, look, man, we strive to have the best on our show. And Brian just sort of, highlights that. Well, how do you type so much with those nails like that?
I mean, I'm used to it.
Oh, you're used to it. Okay.
I'm pretty used to it, and I also write. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
like
yeah,
with
yeah,
time as
yeah,
well.
no,
So
no,
I'm
no,
typing constantly. I'm always like.
I just have random things all the time. I think very much like you. We think about things and we just.
Fabian's question is also even better. How do I trade with these nails? Fabian, I don't even know.
I don't think you could trade like me because in and out, like you
I do some scalping. Yes, I've had some keystroke errors,
Yeah.
but I find like even today I was scalping Tesla with these nails and it worked pretty okay. But that's because I just had like the stops. As long as I
Right.
had the stops, and I was like, cool.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you got to do that. There we go. Michelle Muir. We all love Brian, and I say Michelle Muir because time for roll call.
It is.
All right, so it's 4:30. I want to thank everybody for staying late with us. We always talk about this, traders stay late, and you guys have done that here today. We have the indexes on the side. We have breaking news. Not only have you found the best recap show, period, with the best guest, the best co-host, but we also have earnings coming, and they're
Yes.
starting right now. So
They are.
we had APLD today. Starting tomorrow morning, we'll have, and again, 8:30, we'll have everything.
Also, we really too quickly have two catalysts I want to talk about because they're
Yeah,
both
Boeing,
moving.
right?
Intel.
Okay.
Also, Intel here announcing apparently they're spinning off Intel Capital, which I didn't even know what
Really?
that
What-
was.
what
but they're
even
spinning
is
it
that?
off as a standalone investment fund.
All right.
It's actually getting a little bit of a pop with volume on this. So Intel's investment fund could be on watch
follow one
tomorrow.
minute chart.
Boeing though also on watch here.
Okay.
BA and this catalyst with BA is basically Sean Duffy, who is Trump's transport nominee, apparently has some written testimony to the Senate panel because we know they're doing the whole swearing-in process right now, in which he said that he vows to restore global confidence in Boeing. So I don't know how Sean Duffy plans on doing that, but Boeing investors like the idea that someone will be restoring confidence in their very downtrodden company.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is keep those planes in the air. I think that would be the first thing.
Great start.
But again, I think a lot of that, I don't know. I don't want to say because there's been lives lost.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
the
of
thing
course.
is there's thousands and thousands of these flights taking off every day. It's like when Sharif shows the one video of the Waymo driver. They literally have 1 million rides, and the one guy is caught in a loop. I mean,
Those are always the ones that get attention, though, the
what I mean.
outliers.
And
the
that's
crazy
cool, right?
outliers.
You got to highlight these things. That is some of the problem with AI, and Boeing going to figure it out as well. I like Boeing down there at the 200 period. All right, we've said it. Let's do it. All right, Bob S., man, thank you so much for everything. You've been here for a while. Bears versus Bulls the best. He's here every single day. Celery 2, 3, 4. I mean, however many pieces of celery you could have is great. I used to have celery with peanut butter.
Really?
Put that on there. And you know what else is another little life hack? Not good now that I realize not very healthy for you. Cheese Whiz.
I've heard of that. I've never had it.
You guys in the chat done that? Cheese Whiz with celery?
I don't even think I've had
told
cheese
you.
whiz in my life. I just
Told you we
realized.
get off track. This is why, man, I need to have a podcast again.
We need like a buffer between us because we both are very like tangential, and we need someone who's like not tangential here to like.
Or we don't.
Or we don't.
All right, Daryl, what's up, Daryl? See you tomorrow for sure. Navjot, see you. You want to check out Snowflake? Look, I mean, we'll do some more stuff tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're just saying what's up to you. We will check Snowflake. I like Snowflake. I've always called it the baby Palantir. We'll figure that out very, very soon. Ozan, what's up tomorrow? Oh my God, we will be rich tomorrow. I don't know why, but shout out to you, Ozan. Anybody catching your eye?
Yeah, I mean, we've got Darwin in the chat here saying that your celery concoction sounds gross, but he'd try it. We also have Bears versus Bulls. As always, thank you to every single thing you do. Shout out to Christmas, little Santa Man. Shout out to Henrik. Shout out to Easy Peasy, Marie L. We have Dollar Bill. I think that's a great note to end on.
Good
But
one.
thank you guys, all of you, for everything you contribute in the chat. Also, if you have any ideas for a potential TTV research graphic or content, just tag me in the chat. I'll try to see it when I can. Also, my Trader TV Adara X is currently not working because Elon has like content, whatever, stopped me. I don't know why.
What do you mean?
I don't even know. I just go on, it won't let me log in. My content has been flagged. So I'm trying to like appeal that right now. But in the
Is
meantime,
that the graphics that you put up, maybe?
no, because I just post charts on my Trader
Right.
TV Adara.
Okay.
So I don't know. Anyways, you cannot reach me there, but
I
hopefully
kind
that
of
will
want to
be.
get flagged. I'm kind of jealous.
Don't be. Hopefully at some point it will
Someone's
be
looking
amended
at
and I
you.
can post it. I don't know why though. Anyways, not the point.
All right.
Shout out to everyone, and I will hopefully be back on X soon.
All right. Look, on this show, when it's Adara and I, we have a favorite vegetable. And what is it?
The potato,
Because you can turn into?
French fry.
All right. Talk to you guys tomorrow. That's Adara. I'm Sean. Don't follow us on X, apparently, or at least try to, maybe.
Well, yeah, try to
Try
soon.
to.
soon, hopefully.
At Trader TV Dare, at Trader TV Sean. We will see everybody tomorrow at 8:30. It's bank season, baby. Sleep well.
See ya.